Well, good evening, everybody, and welcome to NFL Draft Night 2024. This is the NOLA.com NFL Draft live show. It's kind of Saints Insider, kind of Datitude, kind of both. I'm Zach Ewing. That's Jim Derry. We're going to be here with you for the next, what do we say, Jim, 5 hours or so, going through every single pick of the first round of the NFL Draft with, of course, a special focus on your New Orleans Saints at number 14.
My back hurts already.
He's the old man of the group.
Yeah, exactly.
Although I do turn 40 this year, so this is the last.
I remember when I was 40. I miss those days.
Listen, we got a great show for you. We really do. We're going to take your comments and questions throughout. Of course, we've got about an hour until the draft starts. Anyone who's watched an NFL draft before knows it doesn't exactly start when they say that it starts. The Bears will go on the clock like around 7:05, and we'll get their pick around 7:17, and then the draft.
So dumb, by the way. Well, I mean, seriously, why wasn't the pick in right now?
It is what it is. I heard somebody say, I think it was Matt Miller of ESPN said today, oh, well, it's these teams, they like to take their moment in the spotlight. And it's like, now the Bears are an exception because the pick was traded, but your moment in the spotlight, you were terrible. Why are you enjoying your moment in the spotlight for that?
Bears gonna bear, just like Falcon's gonna Falcon.
Yeah. So anyway, Gabe Henderson is here as well. He's backstage. He'll pop on from time to time. And we've got a great lineup of guests for you. We've got Luke Johnson and Matthew Paris, our Saints beat writers, and then columnists Jeff Duncan, Rod Walker, and Scott Rabalais will peek in throughout the night and let us know what they think about the draft. Of course, we're also monitoring what happens with the LSU guys, and we'll have the Advocates LSU beat writer Wilson Alexander on, actually coming up about 6:45 to tell us the latest of what he's hearing for Jaden Daniels, Malik Neighbors, and Brian Thomas, the three Tigers expected to go in the top 25 picks or so in the first round anyway. So listen, we're ready to rock and roll. I'm excited. We've been talking about this a long time, Jim, and we're finally going to see what happens.
Yeah, it's a second annual, actually third time on NOLA.com that we've done this. We did this back in 2015, back when I think maybe it was like the third time I was in front of a camera. So that was interesting. But to do an entire first round, going through them all, it's long, but it's fun. And I know that, look, for me, this is the night that really the new season kind of starts, right? I mean, you can't forget about what happened in the past, but you kind of put the past in the past. You start looking forward. And tonight, when the Saints make their pick, assuming they stay at 14, that's when Saints fans will start looking towards 2024 season. And so really, in essence, it starts tonight.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, how do you handicap the Saints schedule without knowing who the Chargers will have at quarterback? What if the Chargers, or maybe it'd be better said, what they have at wide receiver? What if they draft Malik Neighbors or Marvin Harrison? What if the Vikings spring a trade and get a new quarterback? It's hard to kind of start talking about the 2024 season until you know where all these great college players are going to end up.
One thing we talked about, Zach, this morning on the Datitude and when we're doing preview show, is that this first round, and I know people like to say there's so much talent, or, most years people say there's so much. This year there really is. There's so much talent in this first round especially. It's very top heavy. And when you have a first round like this, it just lends itself to insanity. And so I don't know if we're going to see like 8 or 9 trades, but I think we're going to see all kinds of weird things happen. I almost hope the Saints aren't a part of the weird stuff. Just do what you're supposed to do and move on. If you're a Saints fan, don't do anything silly. Don't trade up. We talked about how the tackles have been moving up this draft. Now that could be just a smoke screen. We see lots of smoke screens. Who's the best at draft day smoke screens? Sean Payton. So we have no idea what Denver's going to do. But just above the Saints, there's been all types of talk of, potentially J.C. Latham going into the Chargers at 5, and Joe Alt no longer becoming the first offensive tackle in the draft picked, which I think is not going. I think that's silly. But so in other words, just the old phrase, expect the unexpected. I think there's no doubt that tonight is going to be one of those expect the unexpected nights.
This is what I love about our commenters. Kyle says, if we don't draft a tackle, Jim needs to toss his headset like Saban on a terrible call. And the very next comment is Devon saying defensive end. So
Kyle, you want to, anybody who knows me and who watches the Attitude podcast, so has watched Zach and I together for a couple of years now, it's going to happen. I mean, I wish we had the clip from last year when they picked Foskey in the second round. I mean, it was bad enough per se when I thought they needed a line. I said last year what they needed an offensive tackle in the first round, and they did. And per se, okay, it was okay, but then to go take Foskey in the second round. So look, there is nothing that's a given in this draft. It is absolutely imperative that this team get an offensive tackle to me in this draft. And yeah, I'll have something interesting to say if they don't do it. Unless Brock Bowers is still there at 14, then again, I would probably still take the tackle, but at least you could understand that they take Brock Bowers at 14 if he's still there. And if weird things happen. So I don't know. It's going to be an interesting night, but yeah, I think we'll have fun.
And I'll do you one better. You say the first round is chock full of talent. From everything you hear and read, it's really those first 20 to 25 picks that are extremely talented. And then there's a drop off. And to me, that speaks crazy first round more than anything. Because if you're not in the top 25 picks and you need to get in the top 25 picks to get a certain player, like that's when teams start overpaying and crazy things start happening.
Oh, there's no doubt about that. And that's what worries me most about the Saints is we would joke this morning, and I was only kind of joking. But if, let's say, 3 tackles go in the top 11 or 12 picks, and the Saints are sitting there at 14, or they go like, they were projected this morning in mock drafts, and 3 tackles go in the top 10 or top 9. Do the Saints panic and trade up and mortgage future again? They can't afford to do it. I mean, I know look, they're going to have to figure it out. But you can't afford to trade up. You got to get a tackle. I know that's saying 2 things that might not be able to happen, but we know now that they're probably not going to trade down. I would be surprised if they trade down because they probably can't. But at the same time, you can't mortgage any more future. Duncan and I talked about this yesterday on Datitude. You can't keep trading up. You can't keep mortgaging the future. There is no more future to mortgage. This team is in a real bind, and they no longer – I know there were fans that keep saying – you're supposed to draft whatever the best player on the board is. No, you can't. This team is not in a position to be able to draft the best player on the board if it's not a tackle, in my opinion, or Brock Bowers. So, to me, those are the only 2 options. If they do anything else, they're going to suck again.
They may anyway. But
they might. But they're definitely going to suck again if they don't do that. So, and if they draft a defensive end, that's just asinine.
Yeah.
I mean, this team does not need a defensive end. I mean, you can say, Devon, I love you. Thank you for watching the show. Appreciated you. We can agree to disagree, but anything on the defensive side of the football would be an absolute travesty if they do that.
You could always use more edge rushing, but given their needed tackle,
exactly,
not right now. Gabe, take the ticker off the bottom just for a second where we can look at these Saints picks so everybody can see them all. Thank you. So here's the Saints. They got 9 picks, which is not a bad haul, but the issue for the Saints is that only 2 of them are higher than pick 150.
Right.
And that's really, and that's more of a discussion for tomorrow. I think everyone thinks they'll take, like you said, Jim, they're either going to pick at 14 or they may move up a couple of spots. I don't see a situation where they would move back and feel comfortable that they'll still get their guy. And even Mickey Loomis on Tuesday at his pre-draft press conference was saying, we're comfortable that we'll get a good player at 14. And you start doing the draft math, right? Like here's all the picks. Okay. And you start doing draft math. And we'll fill in these names as we go throughout the night. You're going to have at least 4 quarterbacks go in the top 12 picks. That's Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Drake May, J.J. McCarthy. You could even see Bo Nix or Michael Penix go. But we know there's going to be 4 quarterbacks. We know there will be 3 receivers. That's Marvin Harrison Jr., Malik Neighbors, Rome Odunze. So that's 7. We know we'll have at least a couple of tackles. Joe Alt will go. Maybe it sounds like J.C. Latham's getting a lot of steam. He may go in those top 12 picks. So now we're at 9 players. So now you can't imagine the first 13 picks before the Saints are all going to be offense. Someone will say, oh, Dallas Turner's there. He's the best defensive player in the draft. Let's take him. And maybe a Quinion Mitchell or somebody else, a Terrion Arnold, one of these corners will go as well. So now you're up to like 11 picks, and you still have 3 really good tackles, and you still have Brock Bowers out there. I mean, like if the Saints stand pat at 14, they're going to get a good player.
Yeah, I think there's more likely. We both of our shows we've talked about this, that there's probably more likelihood at this point that they would trade down maybe with the second pick, because you trade down with that second pick and get go towards the bottom of the second round and still get something you need, and maybe pick up a third or fourth round pick to go with it. I think that's probably a better scenario. Interesting comments here, Clarence. Don't need no more tight ends. We need blocking. I understand, but if you get a generational tight end with a possibility, again, I'm not advocating it. I'm not saying that's what I would do, but I am saying that if Brock Bowers falls to 14, you definitely have a decision to make.
You would have a temptation, right? That's the word I've used. You would be very tempted to take that guy.
Hakeem talking about O-line as the main draft priority in draft. We both agree. Got to draft at least 2 first round, definitely, maybe.
Saying at least 2 in the first round and maybe also in the 5th round.
Swallow your pride and call Andrus Pete. I agree. Our friend Jerry's back. OT at 14. He's with us. So I think most Saints fans, Zach, are agreeing that it's got to be tackle. Not all of them. And look, it's fun. The one I've heard people saying, and you and I can argue about whether they need a wide receiver, running back later. But as far as, I don't think either one of us think that no matter what wide receivers fall, you can't take one at 14. And I've heard a lot of fans saying, "Oh, you could, what if Brian Thomas falls? What if Malik Neighbors falls? What if Roma Dunze falls? Whatever." I mean, you can't take a receiver. You're not in a position that you can't do that.
That's one area you and I disagree. I think the Saints do need a wide receiver. I wouldn't take one over
not in the first round.
5 tackles.
Yeah, right. That's the point.
But if it's, I'll tell you what, if it's Malik Neighbors, Brian Thomas to me at 14 is not a value. But Malik Neighbors or Roma Dunze at 14, you'd be tempted.
No, you wouldn't.
I think
you can't throw in the ball if you don't have time to throw.
Maybe you wouldn't, but
I hope they aren't, because that would be insane. If you don't have time to throw, it doesn't make a difference. You could have the next Randy Moss. You could have Jerry Rice come back in his prime, and it doesn't make a difference if you don't have someone to block for your quarterback. Just saying.
That is true. And they will listen if they get a receiver.
Kate, I miss you. Haven't seen Kate Adams in a long time.
It's too early in the night to pump up Jim's ego. Okay, it's just too early for that. Look, you do have to address offensive tackle somewhere, but wide receiver is also a need. If somebody like that fell, I think you'd be tempted. Look, we do have our NOLA.com team out at the Saints facility. Matthew Paris is there now. He's going to be our first guest of the night. Let's bring on Matt and ask what he is hearing and what he thinks may happen in this night for the New Orleans Saints. Matt, how are things? Did you get Little Caesars Pizza tonight, or what's going on there?
It's actually Raising Cane's right behind us.
Nice.
No free ads, but they provided free chicken for us. So
they can get a plug then. That's okay.
We're going to provide you a Tulane doctor.
Yeah. I'm actually glad you said that, because we should mention that our NFL draft coverage is brought to you by Tulane Doctors. Now at East Jefferson General Hospital, Tulane Doctors are bringing academic medicine to more patients in new communities. Look for the shield to know the future of medicine is here. Find your physician at TulaneDoctors.com or call 504-988-5000. Matt, look, we've talked for a month now about how, really more than that, but especially for the last month, how important this draft is for the New Orleans Saints. Do you get the feeling that vibe is in the building tonight? Is this just business as usual for them, or do they realize, like, man, we got to really nail this pick? Maybe you haven't seen anybody yet besides media.
Yeah, no, I mean, the Saints have had their coaches and front office talk, on WL. That's the local radio station here, right? And they've been trickling in and out. That they seem a little bit relaxed, particularly Dennis Allen, but it was that doesn't change. Just because they're relaxed doesn't change the stakes of tonight. This is a very important draft for the Saints. I heard you guys just before this talking about tackles. I mean, that's the big question tonight is when are these guys going to go? When does that range start? And can the Saints get their guy? Because they might throw a curveball here and do something we're not expecting, but the fit or the need is just so obvious that I think a lot of people would be disappointed if they didn't take a tackle.
Matt, you haven't been around here long enough. There are curveballs constantly thrown when it comes to those guys that wear that flower on their helmets. They have curveballs out the wazoo. You just don't know.
Sure.
Well, look, Matt, as we mentioned on every single Saints Insider episode, used to cover the Washington Commanders. So the man is
that's true.
He is used to a circus.
That's
And
true.
I'll take this opportunity actually to ask you about that, Matt. What's your feeling on what the Commanders will do at number 2? Everyone knows Caleb Williams, number 1 to the Bears. The draft really starts whether the Commanders take Jaden Daniels or possibly Drake May at number 2.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like the buzz has been building around Jaden Daniels. That's, I think, a lot from kind of the reflection of everyone just, looking around and taking a look at the options. I think he makes a lot of sense for Cliff Kingsbury, their offensive coordinator. But, they've kept it close to the vest, but I do think it's going to be Daniels, and I think it makes a lot of sense for them. He'd be someone to really kind of restart that franchise. They've been stuck in the mud for decades now, and they just really need to land that quarterback.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And then the New England Patriots will select at number 3, and that's probably the first spot you could see a trade. You were talking about a possible run on tackles, changing things for the Saints. What's your sense on, and we mentioned this on our show a couple times, that Brock Bowers could be a temptation for them at 14 to deviate from the offensive tackle plan. Are there any other players you could see falling where the Saints would have to sit and kind of have a discussion about whether he's worth passing on a tackle?
Well, yeah, I mean, if the tackles go all in the top 10, or if there's a run on tackles, you're kind of doing the math on who's going to fall. And if one of those top 3 receivers falls, I mean, that would be a home run for them, an unexpected one. But if they could get Malik Neighbors for somehow falling to 14, now I don't think that's going to happen. I think he's going to be plenty gone before that. But yeah, you're just kind of doing the math of, all right, if these tackles go early, what positions are going to be affected by that? And you're looking at the top 10. Well, there's probably going to be 4 quarterbacks. It's probably going to be 3 receivers. And then where do the tackles start to go? That's kind of, I think, what the Saints are waiting to see.
Matt, doesn't it seem like, though, that this is just one of those years, and we talk about all this talent that is at the top, that some name that you just can't fathom that's going to fall to 14 is going to fall to 14. And I think, I guess my question is, I mean, the Saints are going to have some kind of tough decision, I think, no matter what. I mean, it's not like, they probably have 4 guys worthy of 14 or better on their board, or 14 guys worthy of 14 or better, and you just have one guy. Okay, we only got one guy. That's the guy we're picking. I mean, it doesn't usually happen like that. They're going to have some tough decision to make in some sort.
Right. Well, I think also the tough decision maybe facing them now, as it gets closer, is whether to trade up for a tackle. That's what Mickey Loomis likes to do. Daniel Jeremiah reported today that the Saints were making calls and obviously need a tackle. It's just, if the Chargers take one at 5, then let's say the Titans at 7, they take Olu Fashanu, who's been mocked to the Saints, for months now. What do the Saints do then? Do they try and jump up to 9 and trade with Chicago, who's apparently willing to trade back from that spot to try and get a tackle there? I think the tough decision is for the Saints is just how aggressive do they want to be.
Also, part of it, Matt, too, is there's a comment here from DD who talks about would love to see veteran free agent David Bakhtiari sign with the Saints post-draft and work with Penning. I mean, look, I know that they give lip service about not giving up on Trevor Penning, and they have to. And look, there's no pressure because he's still on his rookie deal for 2 more years, so he's not going anywhere. They're not going to cut him. But do you get a sense that, look, you can't count on Trevor Penning to be able to play left tackle? I mean, is that the feeling that you get going into this draft, that that's at least what they're thinking?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, they've talked in very positive terms about Trevor Penning, of giving him room to develop if he goes and works out with Duke Manyweather this offseason and tries to kind of build back that reputation. Maybe a change in offensive line coach will help him too, but it's just not. He didn't show enough in his first 2 seasons to where you can absolutely count on that as a day 1 starter in year 3, and that's why they need a tackle. That's one of the many reasons they need a tackle, is because his development hasn't been what the Saints thought it would be.
Yeah, no doubt about that. What's the first pivot point in this draft for the Saints, Matt? When should they start? I mean, obviously we think quarterbacks are going 1, 2, and 3, even if it's not those 3 teams who end up picking there. So is it pick number 4 where we start to see how this may shake down for the Saints, or number 5? I mean, what's the point where, hey, this is going to start to decide the domino effect that will eventually lead to the Saints.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, sorry, I'm having headphone issues here now. I
We're
do
live.
think,
It's all good.
yeah, I do think it would be that fourth pick is, what's Arizona going to do? Are they going to trade back with Minnesota, for instance, who's been very rumored to try and trade up there? Do they just take the best player available, which a lot of people assume is just going to be Marvin Harrison? I think they're kind of at an interesting stage in their rebuild, but just generally speaking, it feels like a lot of the teams in the top 10 are maybe willing to trade back. You look at a team like Atlanta at number 8, they need a pass rusher, but Kirk Cousins just got there. They're trying to surround him with as much talent as possible to capitalize on his window there. So, a lot of these teams in the top 10 maybe could move back, and that provides opportunities for others. And, you're looking at a lot of teams need tackles too. So, the Saints aren't going to be the only one if they want to jump up trying to get up there.
My friend Sav asked, if offensive players go top 10 or 11, would it be dumb to take a top 3 defensive player, even though we capitalize need O-line? What's your opinion on that?
Yeah, no, I mean, you talk to others, just other draft experts. I talked to 3 draft experts and lead up to the draft this week, and a lot of them, I think 2 of them were pretty adamant that defensive end in particular is still a need for the Saints. They signed Chase Young, but they were kind of uncertain whether he would be the answer. I think rightfully so, especially given Chase Young is coming off a neck injury that he has to rehab through at least a portion of training camp. So, I think at this point, because tackle is the more pressing need, a defensive end or defensive tackle even, would maybe be seen as a disappointment. But I do think it makes at least some sense for where they're at as a franchise.
Say this, not out of the question. That's for sure. I think Zach feels the same way, but nothing's out of the question with this.
Well,
group.
I'd tell you this: if they draft an edge rusher, Jeff Duncan owes us all drinks at Clancy, so that's what I'm rooting for out of my own selfish interest. Matt, we appreciate you joining us. We'll have you back later tonight, but before we let you go, call your shot here. Who do the Saints get at number 14? And we've been saying Olu Fashanu, the Penn State tackle, for basically this entire month as number 1 target, who's realistic could fall to the Saints. Is that still where you're going, or have you changed your mind?
Yeah, no, I would still stick with that. I think another guy I'm really interested to see where he goes in general, and I think he would be a great kind of plan B or backup for them, is Oregon State's Talise Fuaga.
Yeah.
With James Hurst retiring at guard, even if Fuaga can't play right tackle, or if Ryan Ramczyk is healthy, for instance, maybe you slide in Fuaga to guard for a year. I don't think that would be a terrible option for them either.
All right, he's Matthew Paris, Saints beat writer for the Times-Picayune. We will visit back with him later in the night, maybe after the Saints make their selection, and get his thoughts. Matt, enjoy the night. Enjoy the Canes, man.
Thanks, Matt. See you in a bit. It's very interesting he says Fuaga, because Fuaga was actually the last slide that I worked on. And when I was doing it, I got this weird moment where that's the next Saint. So I had this weird, I don't think that's my prediction, but I just got this weird feeling that's who it was going to be. So
okay.
I had this strangeness that I don't know if these mock drafts this morning are right, but I think there's a possibility really that all Latham and Fashanu are all gone before the Saints draft. I think
I actually think it's trending that way, Jim. I really do. I hate to say that, but I feel like Latham, Fashanu, and Alt are probably all top 12 picks at this point. And that leaves Fuaga or Troy Fautanu for the Saints. I think either one of those would be fine. And again, I'm not sure any of these players are superstars. It's kind of hard for a left tackle to be a superstar anyway, but I just think they're solid starters, and you can plug and play them, most of them, day one, which is exactly what New Orleans needs.
Here's the problem I have with Fuaga, though, and it's not a problem per se. It's whatever, but he's a right tackle, or he's played right tackle. Now, of course, we talked about Ramczyk was a left tackle at Wisconsin, and he moved to right tackle, and he moved fine. I think that it's tougher though when you're a right tackle and you move to left tackle from college to the pros. Now we've seen a couple of these top tackles as well that have played both right tackle and left tackle. J.C. Latham's one of them.
Yeah.
He's more of a right tackle than a left tackle. So, but then again, we're saying that, and the Saints, in theory, I mean, they might not have a tackle at all. I mean, if Andrews Pete doesn't stay, Ryan Ramczyk, we don't know when he's coming back. I mean, we just don't know. So I mean, they might need both.
If he's coming
right,
back.
I mean, he might not come back at all. So I mean, and Kyle's talking about re-sign Pete. I think the Saints are kind of, if you're Andrews Pete, you're in a good spot, because I don't care what the Saints do in this draft. They're kind of like, their backs are up or against the wall. They kind of really need to re-sign him, to be honest.
Yeah. Let's bring in Gabe Henderson, get his thoughts on what may happen. He just had a couple of interesting things in our little group chat here. Gabe, you said Ian Rappaport is saying the Falcons could be in the market for a quarterback, that Arthur Blank values the succession plan. That feels like a smokescreen to me. That hey, if we're going to take a quarterback if you don't come overpay us for number 8. That's what that sounds like to me.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's really hard to imagine, especially after they just forked over all that money to Kirk Cousins. The guy that he mentioned specifically was Washington quarterback Michael Penix. I just don't see them taking him. But, we've talked about for the last few days, the one word that's consistently come up has been crazy, and that would be one crazy move in Atlanta.
Hey, Zach, we got haters in the house,
Elvis, I saw you, Minnesota Miracles. You know what? We'll take the like button from whoever wants to give it, but
I mean, aren't you like 80-something years old, Elvis? I mean, dude, where you been for like the last 40-some-odd years?
Saint for Life says Troy Fatanu is legit. I will say this. I was starting to look at guys beyond those top 5 tackles, and some of them are still. I think could be 9 tackles taken in the first round. So you guys like Tyler Guyton and Amarius Mims are a little bit more of projects, but they're not really your plug and play. But you start talking about the Saints' second round pick at 45, and I still personally think the best thing to do there is to trade down. But if they do stick at 45, there's some guys, Kingsley. I'm gonna totally butcher his name. Suamatea, I think it is, from BYU.
Yeah, I think you got it.
Kingsley Suamatea. I really like his game. There's a couple of others. Graham Barton from Duke is probably more of a guard, but some of these names may slip into the second round, and that's a conversation that we'll start to have later in the night about, after we see what the Saints do at 14, who could be available to them at 45. And that's really, if you're a Saints fan, once we get to pick 24, 25 tonight, start paying attention to who may be left. And Hakeem has, probably the most popular name for the Saints in the second round is Keon Coleman. He's from Opelousas. He absolutely torched LSU in the season opener. And kind of that physical possession receiver who the Saints need after Michael Thomas has left. He's not super fast. The reason he's in the second round is his 40 time, I think, was in the 4.6s, but he's the type of guy. I mean, that's actually what happened to Michael Thomas. He dropped to the second round because of a bad 40 time. And so I think if they do get a tackle in round 1, you could go pass catcher or edge rusher in round 2, or Jim, as we've talked about, you trade back.
Yeah. And I think that makes a lot of sense. I think trading back makes the most sense. I know it sounds crazy because I'm going to say this. I don't think no matter who's there, but somebody's going to want to get in that spot. I mean, the Saints were always looking to get up early in the second round. We've seen this a lot. So a lot of times when they didn't trade up in the first round, they would trade up in the second round. Hence why now we don't have a third or fourth round pick. So I think that, turn the tables, see what you can get for that second round pick, because it's, if you can get a, drop down 10, 12, whatever spots and get yourself a third or fourth round pick to go with it, I think that could make a big difference. Because you get a third or fourth rounder, then you're talking about someone that could come in and start.
Gabe is a Houston Texans fan. They're one of the few teams that does not have a first round pick after they picked at number 2 and 3 last year.
With it.
Yeah, they did all right with it.
Are you yet?
Are you expecting the Texans to jump back into the fray here tonight?
Yeah, I am, just because it's Nick Caserio's MO. I think he's made 8 trades in the last 2 drafts. He's a guy who loves to trade up, and talk around the NFL all day has been that the Texans are wanting to move into the first round. Who they're going to take, I don't know. I imagine if he slips to the end of the first round, someone like Kool-Aid McKinstry would be someone that the Texans are super interested in. But yeah, I'm expecting the Texans to make a pick tonight, even though right now, looking at the draft board, we don't have one.
Yeah, it's they're one of those teams that just, I mean, sometimes trading up is such a great thing for a franchise. You can get those couple of players who change things. And Texans, C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson last year pull the surprise of the draft and end up being a top 10 NFL team by the end of the year. I would say at least top 12. And that's from being the second worst team the year before. So things can change quickly. Look,
which one of these three quarterbacks though on this topic, which one of the top three quarterbacks is going to be the CJ Stroud of this year? Again, and I say this, it bears repeating because I know people like to say, hear me say I was wrong, because I was wrong about CJ Stroud. I've said that multiple times. Who is going to be? Is it going to be Jay? I think it's going to be Jaden Daniels. And I think actually, even though the Commanders are in a tough division, man, the moves, I think that, because I think, look, we don't know what's going to happen with the Cowboys and Philly. Are they going to struggle again? The Giants aren't any good. They got a lot of issues to take care of. They're going to be awful, I think. So, I mean, the Commanders are in a position to where if they take that next step offensively, I really think Jaden Daniels could take that team. If the Commanders have a really good draft, I think they could be that team like the Texans were last year.
Hakeem with an interesting comment here. Do you think we can move up to round 3? And how do you feel about Mason Smith? I will say this. I think one of the Saints' kind of underrated needs, and maybe even above anything besides offensive tackle, is a run-stuffing defensive tackle. They have got to get better against the run. They don't have a lot of good run defenders on that line. Brian Bresee, we'll see what he turns into. I think
they just got 2 guys in free agency last year, though.
Yeah, well, neither one of them was any good. I mean, look, Bink Saunders was fine. I think he was, but I don't think he was a star. And Nathan Shepard was like the invisible man. I mean, he didn't do anything last year. So I think that's
what
an
about the great
need.
Isaiah Foskey? I know he's not an interior guy, but what about him?
Isaiah Foskey needs to get healthy. Number one.
Started.
Look. This just goes back to the point that they got to nail this draft. But speaking of LSU guys like Mason Smith and like Jaden Daniels and Malik Neighbors and Brian Thomas, our next guest is going to be Wilson Alexander. He's our LSU beat writer. And so we'll shift gears and ask him where he thinks the best fit for those purple and gold Tigers is, and where he thinks they may end up falling to. But let's take our first break of the night. I want to hear this message from Tulane Doctors, and we'll be back with you in just a minute or two.
Your trusted Tulane doctors are now at East Jefferson General Hospital. Within these walls, you'll find our region's leaders in academic medicine, where state-of-the-art facilities house the innovation powered by Tulane Medicine, where collaborative care and compassion meet, and where our commitment to patient outcomes means a healthier future for our community. Tulane doctors at East Jeff. When you see the shield, you'll know the future of medicine is here.
Well, welcome back to the Saints Insider NFL Draft Live show. Zach Ewing with Gabe Henderson. Jim Derry stepped out just for a minute. We'll probably do that throughout the night. We got to make it through 5 hours of coverage. And Gabe, we're going to have Wilson Alexander on here in about 10 minutes to talk about the LSU angle of all of this. And so we'll lead into that with some purple and gold talk instead of black and gold. But first, let's take a look at these picks again throughout the first round. Obviously, there's just so many pivot points of where these things could change. But what team in that top 10 do you think is the key to how this draft is going to fall, like the Texans were last year?
I think it'll be someone like the Cardinals. I really wonder, you guys mentioned it earlier, pick 4 is really going to be that turning point. There have been reports that they're wanting a haul and people aren't willing to give it up. So I guess we'll see it for what they're really willing to do, whether or not they're kind of bluffing, whether they've got a guy that they like, or whether they really do desire to trade down. And if they do really want to trade down, who's going to fork up the most to move up there, and who are they eyeing? JJ McCarthy's a guy that has been rumored to go at 4, and if I had to put money on it, I would probably say that someone is going to trade up for JJ McCarthy and get him at 4.
Yeah, he's the interesting one, and I was going to take the other side of that and say the Vikings, because they're the team that everyone keeps rumoring is going to move up at some point to replace Kirk Cousins at quarterback. So where do they pick their spot? Who's going to give them the best deal? Is it the Cardinals, Chargers, Falcons at number 8? Does he last that long? So yeah, just very interesting thing to decide for the Vikings, and it may shape the rest of this draft. And by the way, JJ McCarthy is a plus 105 favorite at DraftKings to be selected by the Vikings. The question is, where will that be? The next team on the list is the Giants at plus 425. So now the LSU angle. Jaden Daniels, we are almost certain is going to be a top 3 pick. And I'll answer a question real quick here from Kyle before we get to LSU. Marshawn Lattimore could be traded. Mickey Loomis certainly did not rule that out at his press conference this week. Certainly could be traded. I don't think it'll happen this weekend unless the Saints get blown away. If somebody comes in and offers them an early second-round pick for him or something, they may just go ahead and do it. But the reason they would wait is because if they trade him after June 1st, like let's say he's a pre-training camp type trade, they could pick up picks for next year, and then they can spread out his salary cap hit over 2 seasons. And that would be big relief for them, not only for this salary cap, but for next year. They trade him now, you got to take that hit all at once. And so to me, that means unless you get blown away, I don't think that's going to happen. All right, Gabe.
Yeah, it's very rare that we do see, it's very rare that we do see players of his caliber get traded on draft night. I mean, to that note, the 49ers are reportedly taking offers for their wide receivers, but that's a really rare case. So yeah, just to add on to that, it's not something we see very often.
Yeah, Brandon Ayuk, Deebo Samuel supposedly on the trade market from the 49ers. I don't know what those guys will fetch, but that is one opportunity for the Saints. If you say, hey, we don't like any of the pass catchers in the draft, do you go trade that second-round pick and get Deebo Samuel or Brandon Ayuk for Clint Kubiak's offense? And he used to work with them. I mean, there is a connection. Again, now you've got salary implications. Instead of getting a player on a rookie deal, now you've got an expiring contract, and you're going to have to try to either extend those guys or let them go next year. So probably not going to happen, but worth keeping an eye on. And to your point, I think the last true star who was traded on draft night was probably A.J. Brown a couple years ago, going from the Titans to the Eagles. So it happens. It's not crazy often, but just an interesting, and they're not going to get a first round pick for him, Clarence. But that might be the sort of thing that they would need in order to move Marshawn Lattimore. If they don't get blown away, they'll probably hang on to him at least until post June 1, if not into the 2024 season. Okay, LSU guys, Jaden Daniels, we know will go top 3. Gabe, just a meteoric rise for this guy, and we'll talk with Wilson about it here in a few minutes. But nobody, what was he, a fringe first rounder a year ago, and now we're talking about him as a savior of an NFL franchise.
Yeah, I think he was talking about it earlier this season, and when he talked to scouts, one benefit of being a prospect, no matter what round it is you can go and get evaluated by NFL scouts and then return to school. And that's what he did. They gave him a day 2 or a second round grade, and they told him exactly what he needed to work on. And, credit to him. It was, I hate to use this comparison because it feels lazy, but it was Joe Burrow-esque. From year 1, I mean, he was good, just a solid quarterback at LSU, and then year 2, I mean, just as you put it, a meteoric rise. And that deep ball accuracy is really the one thing that stands out to me. Is you don't see a quarterback who can run like that with an arm like his and accuracy like his very often.
And of course the other 2 LSU players who almost certainly will go in the first round are the receivers, Malik Neighbors, and then he'll be in the top 10, and then Brian Thomas, we think, is a first rounder as well. Kind of similar story. They had to wait their turn, especially Thomas. LSU's had great receivers, obviously, from Jamar Chase to Justin Jefferson, and just that room is crazy loaded. And Malik Neighbors took his turn and became the star. And then Brian Thomas really showed flashes his final year in Baton Rouge as well.
Yeah, I think Brian Thomas is going to be special. It's not often you see a receiver who's 6'4" with that route running ability and that speed as well. The speed is the thing that really stood out. He was the one of the two that decided to participate at the NFL Combine, and he blew people away with his 4.34, I believe, speed in the 40. I think just because of how much tape they have on Neighbors and just the things that he was able to do last season as the number one at LSU, that's the reason that he's a top 10. I think we see Brian Thomas go somewhere in the early to mid 20s. I think he's not going to fall out of the first round. I'm almost certain of that. I think if he's there at 28, Buffalo is going to turn in their pick in historic speed, because after losing Stephon Diggs, he's a guy that could easily become a number one. And I think Brian Thomas is going to have a lot of success in the NFL.
Yeah, they would be. I think the Bills or a lot of different teams would be crazy excited to get him in that late first round spot. Later on in the draft, Mason Smith, Mekhi Wingo, probably the next two Tigers to go. And obviously, just like any other time, just loads of talent for LSU.
Yeah, sorry, hold on. I cut out for a second. What'd you ask?
I just asking about guys after the first round: Mason Smith, Mekhi Wingo, some of these other guys who LSU may see added to their list of NFL players.
I actually think Mason Smith probably should have gone back for another year. He was one of those guys that was supposed to be a leader of that defense, and we really didn't see that much from him. He really never fulfilled his potential coming in. He was, I believe, a 5-star prospect coming in. Everyone thought he was going to be fantastic. An injury ruined his year 2 years ago, and then this season just really struggled to get going. But Mekhi Wingo, I think, is someone who is going to be an excellent addition to a team, in the mid rounds. He's got the size, he's got the discipline, and a lot of people talked really highly of his leadership in the LSU locker room as well. I think if you can get a guy like that on day 2 or 3, that's a really valuable play.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And Wilson's actually going to check in with us twice tonight. We'll check in with him on the 3 first-round guys here in just a few minutes, and then later on after the first round, and talk about some prospects for Mason Smith and Mekhi Wingo and some of these other LSU hopefuls. So bring Jim Derry back in here, and as we await Wilson Alexander, Jim, just talking to some LSU guys, but I don't know, any LSU guys that fit with the Saints? We had a commenter mention Mason Smith, maybe in like a 3rd round type thing if the Saints can move back into that position. Obviously, if Malik Neighbors falls, you have to consider him. I know Jim wouldn't. He's going to roll his eyes.
Have to consider him.
But the Saints will have to consider him. Other than that, I don't see them taking Brian Thomas. Brian Thomas would not be a value at 14. Obviously, Jaden Daniels is out of the question. So probably yet another year.
We talk about values
LSU draft picks for the Saints.
We talk about values in betting, but I don't know if it works the same in football. I mean, just because someone, and I'm not saying Brian Thomas is the player to pick, because I don't want him to pick a wide receiver. But if you needed a wide receiver, and let's say you're at the Raiders at 12, or 13 or whatever, and you need a receiver. You need a receiver. Why wouldn't you just, if he's not going to be there when you pick again, why wouldn't you do it? I'm never a fan of that analogy.
Well, I think it's as simple as, what grade do you have on a player, and is that one of your top 15 grades? And if it's not, if Brian Thomas is graded more like your 30th best player, then you're reaching to take him at 14. If that's really the guy you want, well, then you trade back 10 spots and pick up a couple of extra picks.
We've seen this team reach in the past. I talked about 2015, and I joke, but they had 2 first-round picks that year, and their first pick was Stephon Anthony. They did get Andres Pete later, I think like the 27th pick of the draft, which ended up being, for the most part, a pretty good pick. People brag on Andres Pete, and he's been hurt, but it's been worth it, I guess. But obviously, Stephon Anthony wasn't. So, but both of those guys, my point is, both of those guys that year were ranked by most quote-unquote experts much lower, many picks later. Andres Pete was like a top 2nd-round guy, like, 5th or 10th pick of the 2nd round kind of guy, and the Saints picked him at 27 or whatever. So
yeah, they will follow their grades. They
certainly will.
All right, we're going to move. Gabe.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Sorry, Gabe, go ahead.
I was going to say, I think if someone does reach on Brian Thomas, it would be Indy at 15. You know, there were a lot of rumors about Indy potentially moving up to try and get Marvin Harrison. While the sentimental value would be there, I don't see it. But if they are in the market for another receiver, I could see them going for Brian Thomas with the other 3 top receivers off the board. But other than that, I don't think he goes any higher than 15.
Yeah, that's a good point. That it's a team that needs a pass catcher. All right, we're going to move Gabe backstage. We do have Wilson Alexander here. Wilson is the Advocate's terrific LSU beat writer. You can catch his work story on Jaden Daniels this morning about the AI program that helped Jaden. Wilson, welcome in.
Hey guys, thanks for having me. How y'all doing?
Hey, good. Glad to have you, Wilson.
We're only 45 minutes into 5 hours, so we're still fresh.
You haven't
ready.
Lost your minds yet?
No, I just had pizza, so I'm good. So,
let's start with Jaden Wilson. He's obviously a guy. Gabe and I were just talking a year ago. No one would have imagined he was in this position. Heisman Trophy winner, top 3 draft pick, and it certainly looks like now he's going to be number 2 to the Washington Commanders. And we've seen this story before, but specifically with Jaden, what did he do, and maybe what did we miss beforehand that led to him having such a fantastic year?
Yeah, at this time a year ago, well, really after his first season at LSU, the feedback that Jaden got was that at best he would be a day 2 pick, and now you're looking at the likely number 2 overall pick. He was called hesitant by a lot of evaluations. That's the feedback that he got from NFL teams, and he wanted to prove that he wasn't. And he went about doing that in a few different ways. He started watching film at 5 a.m., 5:30 in the morning, kind of started during spring practice, and that really picked up going into game week against Florida State last season. And that became a thing that he did every day throughout the year. That helped him in a big way. So did working with his personal quarterbacks coach out in California, Taylor Kelly of 3DQB. They really honed his mechanics. He added weight. He also went through a sort of an overarching, all of this fit into, I should say, an overarching developmental plan that he designed along with, quarterbacks coach Joe Sloan and LSU's quarterbacks analyst at the time, Dean Petzing. And that they sort of charted this throughout the season. Because as Jaden said to me at one point last year, if I was going to come back, I didn't want to be the same quarterback. And so, he didn't want to be that hesitant passer. And what we saw last year was the best downfield passer in college football. And I don't know if there's anything that we necessarily missed, because what you noticed, throughout his film was a guy who was an electric runner. We all saw that, and that continued last year. But he hadn't really proven himself as an effective thrower down the field and in throwing from the pocket quite the way that he did last year. Maybe if there was anything that got missed, it was that early in his career at Arizona State, when he had a little bit more stability around it and some really talented receivers. He was a really good deep ball thrower, and that kind of showed up again here last year. Once again, he had some stability around him. He'd been in the system for 2 years, and he'd done all those things in the offseason, and obviously it paid off and transformed him into, like we said, being at best a day 2 pick, into going most likely 2nd overall tonight.
Wilson, how does his running game transfer to the NFL? I think he needs to bulk up a little bit, in my opinion. Again, I really think that he's the best quarterback in this draft and the most NFL ready, even more so than Caleb Williams, in my opinion. But I do think that he needs to bulk up, and if he wants to be Jalen Hurts-like, he's a little bit bigger. But do you think that he's going to try to bulk up? I mean, do you think he's going to try to run for 600, 700, 800 yards?
It's hard to say, obviously, because it probably depends a little bit on the system that he goes into and the situation and what he's being asked to do by the coaches. But that running element is always going to be a part of Jaden's game. It's part of what makes him stand out. It's part of what makes him so great. And when it's harnessed correctly like it was last year and balanced as a passer like he was last year with that running ability, it wasn't something that he just used as an escape. It was really highlighted in a big way because teams, had to respect what he did through the air. He was so effective when he was able to balance those two things and kind of marry them together. And so he's going to have to be able to do that to continue to be as effective as he can be and be able to use that in his game. He's up to about 210 pounds now. He's never going to get to like a Jalen Hurts level of, I guess,
right.
Jalen's almost
They're
like
going to have those
thick.
thighs.
Yeah, he just isn't the same. A little bit more similar. His running style isn't the same as Vic's or necessarily Lamar's. I like to say that Jaden just kind of glides. He weaves through defenses. He's really slippery. Brian Kelly said during after pro day that the main question he gets from NFL teams is, can Jaden slide? he's probably going to have to learn how to do that and be willing sometimes to, give up a few yards here and there to, play for the next play. And he already does a pretty good job nowadays of kind of angling to the sideline and getting out of bounds. But as that NFL speed comes into play, he's going to maybe have to reconsider that sometimes and just get down. That might be the main thing. Could he go for 600, 700 yards in the NFL? I think that's one thing that we'll just have to see. Again, I think it's kind of dependent on the system and the situation that he ends up in.
The Washington Commanders expected to pick Daniels number 2 and really expect him to come in and be the franchise savior. But if last year's any indication, he may be up for that task. Wilson, the other LSU players expected to go in the first round are the receivers, Malik Neighbors and Brian Thomas. Malik Neighbors rumored to the Giants throughout this process. That maybe has cooled a little bit. I mean, it seems like he may be a guy who could be dropping. Have you heard anything for him? And where do you see him landing in this top 10, top 15 picks?
Well, I haven't heard anything necessarily. Just reading projections. It seems like he could go as high as 4, depending on kind of if the Cardinals maybe stick there and draft a receiver. Although it looks like maybe they want Marvin Harrison Jr. If they maybe we've heard a lot throughout this process that there are teams out there that have Malik ranked higher on their boards than Marvin Harrison Jr. So I guess it depends on who's in that position and just sort of how their board is stacked up. I'd be surprised if he went past 6 and has some kind of dropped in this. He's such a talented receiver. He's explosive. He's fast. The way that he is able to pick up yards after the catch is incredible. Last year in particular, he really showed that element of his game. And he's got such a, confident mentality that, he's the kind of receiver I think anyway, that you want on your team. I've gotten the chance to talk to Malik a few times, just one-on-one. He's so smart. Drawing up plays and X's and O's. He really understands the game well. He's got massive hands. He wears 4XL gloves as a 6-foot receiver, and they're reliable. It's not just they're big. And so I feel like he'll probably go around 6 in that range. But again, probably depends on what the Giants do. If they try to get aggressive and trade up for a quarterback, or if they stand put, depending on how some of this stuff shakes out, that would certainly seem to be a possible landing point for him. The Giants had I think it was Brian Daboll and a lot of their reps at LSU's Pro Day. So it's certainly someone who has gotten a good look at Malik throughout this process.
And the way that the kickoff rules are changing, Wilson, I could see Brian Thomas being, and again, I say this because I saw him play at Walker for a couple of years, and he was just one of the most incredible return players I've ever seen in high school. I think that at the next level with these new rules, I don't think I would say this if they hadn't changed the rules, but the way that the rules are going to be now, and it's kind of more of a, it's almost a line of scrimmage kind of thing that you got to get through. But I think Brian Thomas could be an excellent return player in the NFL.
That's interesting, because he didn't do it at all at LSU.
Exactly.
He hasn't had been asked to do that for so long. And gosh, when do you see 6'4" returners? But maybe, who knows?
With these new rules.
Yeah, because we haven't gotten a chance to see how these new rules, how teams are going to adapt to that, and what kind of personnel they're going to want in their returners. He's got the speed for it, 4.33 at the combine. Especially if you just want like a straight line vertical speed, we know he's got plenty of that.
Well,
Brian Thomas,
he'd be fun to watch with Joe Burrow, though.
Oh, absolutely. Him and Chase going deep for Burrow, that would be electric up there in Cincinnati, as long as, of course, Burrow had time to throw.
Speaking
like Derek Carr.
Needing time to throw to hit good receivers. Wilson, Brian Thomas is another guy, kind of like Daniels, who a year ago, hard to imagine him being in this position. What's been key to his emergence?
It was even harder to see, I think, Brian in this position than it was Jaden a year ago, because you look at Jaden last year, he had been at that point a 4-year starter, essentially. One of those years they only played 4 games at Arizona State because of COVID, but still a 4-year starter since he was a freshman. He had a ton of tape. Brian had not really emerged in any significant way coming out of last season. He had yet to eclipse 400 yards receiving in either of his previous 2 years at LSU. It was everybody last year at this time was kind of waiting for him to have the breakout that, he was clearly capable of physically, but it just hadn't come yet. And last year, it was kind of just a matter of being able to play more football. And, he is a guy who, as Jim, could probably speak to as well, he comes from a basketball background and played a lot of basketball. Kind of got into football a little bit later. Exactly. And then those basketball skills really showed up last year. We already had, he has that speed, like we mentioned. He can also jump, and he's really great at high pointing the football. Last year, it just seems like kind of everything in that third season, as times it often happens for people in college, going to that junior year, everything just kind of clicked and blossomed. He got good coaching from Cortez Hankton. He was around Malik and some other good receivers, and everything just kind of came together for him to finally kind of have that breakout that people had anticipated for a few years, but it hadn't quite shown up yet. It just sort of finally emerged last year there as a junior, and it propelled him to this place where it looks like he'll be at the very least a top 20 pick, if not higher than 15, 12, something in that range.
Who's the best post first round LSU Tiger?
The best post first round. Well, it's interesting because I think as they are at this exact moment, Mekhi Wingo would be the best day 2 pick from this roster. But if Mason Smith can get some good coaching and somebody can kind of bring out that potential in him, then long term, maybe he ends up being the best day 2, day 3 pick from this team. 6'5" defensive lineman, got to get his pad level down, needs to improve in a lot of ways. But if he can get there, if somebody can kind of coach that out of him finally, then he might long term be the best pick. But as it stands right now, looking for someone to maybe contribute to a team next season, I think it would be Mekhi Wingo.
Sorry, Zach, I was beating you to the punch.
No, that's all right. We're both showing a good comment there. I think we tend to look at the draft in transactional terms, Wilson, but it's important to remember too, this is maybe the biggest moment of these kids' lives to this point. Or maybe if you're Jaden Daniels, that was in New York in December, but this is right there up with anything else.
It absolutely is. I mean, I think when you're looking at it from the college perspective, like kind of like I am as the LSU beat writer, and anybody who's really like follows LSU and maybe loosely follows the NFL, this is more so like a celebration of these guys in a lot of ways, because like you said, I mean, they've worked really, really hard to get here. And now once they get on the team and they sign a contract, like people have every right to scrutinize them. They're going to be making millions of dollars. But, to this point, there's still amateurism is kind of dying. I think kind of is even probably not even is probably a unnecessary qualifier there. Amateurism in the NCAA is dying, but, these guys have made quite a bit of money off of NIL and, and all of that, but they are still, kind of college students now transitioning into professionals, and they've worked really hard their entire lives to get to this point, taking different sorts of paths. Jaden, of course, the California guy who goes to Arizona State and transfers looking for a little bit more out of his career. And Malik, somebody who was committed to Mississippi State going into signing day in high school, wasn't even the highest rated receiver in LSU's class. It took, I think it was 4 or 5 receivers in that class, along with Brian Thomas and Malik, who had to sit out his senior year because of transfer rules in Louisiana in high school. He ends up being, the all-time leading receiver in LSU history in terms of catches and yards. And then Brian Thomas, like we sort of talked about his journey a little bit, basketball, gets into football, and ends up having this rise here to being, a life-changing moment for them tonight. And so it really is exciting for all of them and for their families who have worked so hard to get to this point.
Absolutely. Wilson Alexander, our LSU beat writer, catch his work in The Advocate, Times-Picayune, also on the LSU Insider podcast, which he's a regular guest on, especially during football season. You can check that out on these same social media channels. Wilson, we'll invite you back on a little later to talk about where these guys landed and maybe some day 2 stuff.
Sounds good, y'all. Have a good
day.
Don't get too stir crazy until I see you next.
Yeah, we'll try not to.
That's what we do, is stir crazy.
Yeah, that's pretty much right.
Speaking of which, the draft's about to start, Jim. We got like 2 minutes.
I'm having like flashbacks from when we were in Vegas a couple years ago. I know you remember when we would walk out like over that bridge to go to the room where we had no Wi-Fi, that awful Wi-Fi that we had. But seeing that sea of people, I think that there's more people in Detroit than there were in Vegas, I think.
Somebody said 150,000.
Insane.
I think Kansas City.
I actually heard the commissioner say that. Yeah, the commissioner
next year, like Green Bay is going to be awesome for the draft.
It really will be. That's kind of cool.
The whole area around Lambeau Field they have built up as this whole Titletown facility, and it's going to be awesome. And I actually really like that the NFL has taken some of these cities where, and Detroit has hosted a Super Bowl, I believe, but
yeah.
Some cities where a Super Bowl is less likely to ever go there. Like you're not going to go to Kansas City or Green Bay for a Super Bowl just for weather reasons and hotel reasons and stuff. But give them a slightly smaller, although it's become so huge in its own right. Give Detroit the NFL draft. Give Green Bay and Kansas City the NFL draft. I could see, I think Cleveland had it once. That's a great. Philadelphia did a great job with it. Like give these cities a taste of. Can you imagine Buffalo? NFL draft in Buffalo. Might still snow on you is the problem.
That's crazy. It would be fun. It would be a lot of fun in Buffalo. I was trying to think, where would they do it here? I don't think Champion Square is big enough.
Well, and the issue with New Orleans, from what I've been told, is Jazz Fest. That you've already got this massive event in town where police forces, hotels,
they have the Zurich Classic,
tourism, and they have the Zurich Classic. It's always the same weekends, and the NFL is not moving for anybody. So until the other events change their calendars, especially Jazz Fest, then I don't know that we'll ever see an NFL draft in New Orleans.
But where would it be though? Like logistically, where? I just
have Champion Square, right?
I just don't think Champion Square is big enough.
Put it in. I mean, you can't really put it in the quarter. You couldn't put it in Jackson Square.
You can't put it in the quarter. I mean, you have to like shut down Poydras Street or something and have it like at the foot of where our old offices used to be on One Canal Play, like down that area. It's like where Harris is. I don't know where it would be, to be honest.
Fun topic for
City Park.
City Park, maybe.
I don't.
It doesn't like scream like you want a vintage New Orleans background, though. I feel like.
Yeah, well, let's see. Let me watch the first pick, and then I'm gonna take the kids to the carousel. I just don't.
All right,
maybe Kyle, maybe
that's a discussion for another day. But this year's NFL draft in 2024 is about to begin. The Chicago Bears will be on the clock. They will take Caleb Williams. Then the Washington Commanders will be on the clock, and they will almost certainly take Jaden Daniels. And then the real thing begins. So we're still 20, 30 minutes away from actually getting any new information, right?
Yeah, and somebody earlier asked a while ago now, they might not even be watching anymore, but when will this, like about what time will the Saints pick? I mean, realistically, let's get real. I mean, I think if they pick by 9, that's probably about
last
right.
year.
What was it, 8 something?
Matt Paris looked this up. The number 14 pick last year was at 8:49 p.m.
Okay.
So yeah, probably between 8:30 and 9. We'll see. Maybe the Bears surprise everybody and actually make the pick before there's a minute left on their clock. Like, I think the NFL asks those first round teams to do that.
Now's the time to ask this question because look, we're not going to talk Saints/LSU for 5 straight hours. I mean, this Caleb Williams, and by the way, there's breaking news that in case people aren't watching, the Eagles have signed A.J. Brown to a 3-year, $96 million extension. The contracts for wide receivers are just out of control. Okay, they're just out of control.
By the way, speaking of the draft night in Vegas a couple years ago, A.J. Brown was the big deal that night.
That's right.
The Titans traded him to the Eagles. Now they extend him. The Eagles are just an example. And the Saints, by the way, the Saints were like this for many years. The Eagles were such a great example of the way an NFL franchise ought to be run. You play it smart. You glean value out of every trade. They have the Saints' second round pick this year, by the way, still from that trade that night. So I think at number 47 or something, that's the Eagles pick. And they get good players. They extend them. They keep their cap in order. I think the Saints could get there again. Mickey Loomis, Jeff Ireland, they've got the brains in the building to do it.
How sad is that? We're like, they could get there again. It could happen.
They've got to get themselves out of jail a little bit. And Jim, I don't think it was the wrong thing for them to sort of continually roll the dice and say, let's mortgage the future a little bit to make one more run with Drew and then do it again and again, because they came pretty close a couple times. But I will say they're probably overdue, not for an entire rebuild, but they need to hit the reset button a little bit. And we'll see where they're at after tonight. But they have not traded any 2025 draft picks, I do not believe. I think they have their entire arsenal. So we'll see what happens during this draft. Now, I'm not concerned if you trade a 5th round or 6th round or something. Go ahead. But we'll see if they come out of this weekend with that full arsenal for next year. And they're starting to get the cap under a little bit better control. Still not great, but not to the point where they have no money to spend at all. And maybe you can see this franchise start to grow a little again.
2025 should be better cap-wise. But the problem is if you don't get it right here, you're putting yourself behind. You're still not going to be able to sign huge free agents. You're still not going to be able to go out and sign. And these wide receiver deals, I mean.
That's okay. That's okay because they draft well. And you don't necessarily want to be the team that always has to go spend huge.
Who drafts well?
The Saints do.
When?
2017.
Okay, that was a long time ago.
It was, but it was also one of the best drafts, not just in Saints history, but in NFL history.
I don't deny that. It's it's not the best Saints draft in Saints history, but it's number 2. But that's
you're saying 06?
No, I'm not saying 1981.
Oh,
When
I'll
Ricky
take,
Jackson
I'll
was
take
picked.
17 over any of them. But the difference, as I think Jeff Duncan said on your show the other day, was the Saints had a bunch of ammunition in that draft. They don't have
Correct.
it.
They had 6 picks in the top 3 rounds.
Yeah.
And to me, and one thing that made the Patriots, besides Tom Brady and Bill Belichick, but besides all that, what made the Patriots be able to be so good is because they just stockpiled picks. They were never scared to move down. They were never afraid that it's almost to me when you trade up as much as the Saints do, you're afraid of your scouting isn't right. I mean, because if your scouting is good and you have done your due diligence, then you have 10 guys on your board at whenever you get wherever you don't have to trade. You don't have to reach to go get so-and-so. And the Saints have consistently, and it's the reason, frankly, in my opinion, why they've only won 1 Super Bowl. Because they continually reach and reach and reach. And they went through that stretch from 15 to 17 where they were terrible. I mean, it was 7-9. It wasn't much different than it is now. And if they don't stop this madness and insanity, they're going to continue to be mediocre forever, because what they do on this night is almost as important as what they do in free agency, and almost as important as what a coaching staff does. You've got to build your foundation on draft night, and sometimes they do, and sometimes they don't. And when they don't, we go through periods like we've gone through the past couple of years, and it's not just because Sean Payton's gone.
The only thing I'll push back on that you said is that the Saints are not, I think they are so overly confident in their scouting that sometimes they move up to get a player who they say, this guy is so high up on our boards that we don't care what we have to give up. We're going to go get him. And by the way, one guy they tried to do that for was Patrick Mahomes. He was number 1 on their board that year. They couldn't quite, the Chiefs moved up 1 spot in front of him and took him. And they ended up with Marshawn Lattimore, which is not a bad consolation prize, but they do. And if you look at later rounds, their scouting is pretty good. I mean, Jordan Howden, A.T. Perry last year, even Kendra Miller, who, had injury issues, but when healthy showed some spark. Like, they may have found some good players in last year's draft. And I think we emphasize a little too much the Trevor Pennings and, look, Marcus Davenport was a bad pick, but sometimes it's injury related too, where can you blame him for Peyton Turner not knowing that Peyton Turner was never going to be on the field? When Peyton Turner's been on the field, he's looked like, hey, this guy might be okay.
Yeah, you know what this is like, what you just said to me, and I'm not dogging you for it. I mean, I think a lot of people feel that way, but that's like saying, I want to marry this girl, and I'm going to go out and I've got $5,000, this 3-carat ring, and I have no much idea. I haven't had to buy a ring in 17 years, but this 3-carat ring costs $50,000. If I buy it, I know she's going to marry me. But if I buy this 1-carat ring, I think she's going to marry me, but I'm not sure. So I'm just going to we won't be able to eat for the next 3 years. Who cares? I'm going to go buy this 3-carat ring. Doesn't make any sense. If you have gone out and done your due diligence, and you can't spend money that you don't have, and the Saints continue, and not just outsourcing in the draft. They keep doing this in free agency. They keep kicking cans down the road. You can only kick so many cans. They don't have any more cans to kick. Okay. We're talking about it getting better, and I do think it will get better if they don't do anything stupid. But look,
yeah, we'll see. Is that Eminem on stage at the draft? Is that what we're looking at here? Who is that?
It would make sense since he's from Detroit. So.
Yeah. By the way, you need to get Mrs. Derry a ring, man. I'm not talking about a wedding ring, but 17 years, you got just a birthday, Christmas. Can surprise her,
my
man.
wife, and I hope she's not watching. Right? She's in Vegas, so she's not watching. My wife is the cheapest. She made me. I bought her a piece of jewelry that cost $300. She made me take it back. That cost too much. Take that back. The only thing she won't let me spend money on jewelry. So no, that ain't it.
Okay.
I don't have to worry about that. I don't have that kind of wife. My wife is not high maintenance. So.
All right. It looks like some Lions are coming out on stage. It's like Aiden Hutchinson and
there's
Jared
Goff.
Monroe St. Brown coming out. So we're getting going. The Bears still aren't on the clock at 7:09. This is typical. What do you say we take a quick break? We got Rod Walker coming up. He's going to give us his thoughts before we start the draft. But let's take a quick break, and we'll be back on the Saints Insider Datitude NOLA.com NFL Draft Live Show.
go see the Mardi Gras. And if you see that Mardi Gras, somebody gonna tell you what it's gonna be.
Your trusted Tulane doctors are now at East Jefferson General Hospital. Within these walls, you'll find our region's leaders in academic medicine, where state-of-the-art facilities house the innovation powered by Tulane Medicine, where collaborative care and compassion meet, and where our commitment to patient outcomes means a healthier future for our community. Tulane doctors at East Jeff. When you see the shield, you'll know the future of medicine is here.
Welcome back into the Saints Insider Live draft show for the 2024 draft, which I think
it's
is
live.
finally.
We're
What's that?
live. We're
Yeah, we're
live.
live.
Oh, okay.
Ish.
Yeah. Ish.
Roger
Live-ish.
Goodell's on the podium now, so I
Oh,
think we're
Lord.
about ready to start. Caleb
Yeah.
Williams. By the way, Caleb Williams.
Scout is I think Scout, look, you're worrying too much, man. That's not the one that I wanted. You were talking about, oh, this one. They're picking Fuaga. He's accepted it. Is that a bad thing?
I would have liked Latham. Latham's not going to fall anymore. I actually was thinking that about a week ago. JC Latham could fall to 14, and that would be a great pick.
Cheer up, man.
I don't think he's going to. Look,
People are getting down already. I mean,
we're stir crazy. Wilson warned us against this. You gotta
I'm
wait
trying
it
to
out.
think like how
Okay,
we
the
did
Bears are on
last
the
year.
clock. The Bears are on the clock.
I'm trying to think last year and what was like. I think once it got started, like we were just free flowing, and it's like you don't think about it anymore, and you just you talk about that, you do this. Oh, the Saints coming up with 2 picks, but man, it is a little rough when you're just sitting here waiting for them to get started. I mean,
I don't think this is
going.
quite right from Saint for Life. I could be wrong about the exact logistics, but I believe it was Olave they went up to get, and Penning was their original pick that year. But they did give up a lot. They gave up what ended up being last year's number 10 pick. They gave up the second rounder this year. So they gave up a lot.
Well, that one worked out. I mean, my opinion. And look, I'm critical, but I think they had to do that. We talked about that on our shows back then, and we weren't live for 5 hours because we were all over Vegas. I think you and I probably walked about 20 miles in 2 days. But we were talking about it then. I think in hindsight, and I thought then, and I think now that Olave was the right move. And where would this team be without him?
Yeah, well, I'll tell you. I mean, we did our show this morning, and you were saying running back's a big need because if a running back twists his ankle, what are you left with? If a wide receiver twists his ankle, what are you left with?
Wow.
I mean, you got Rashid Shaheed, who is a very solid player. He's not a wide receiver one. I
don't know that we can say that he's not yet. He's
okay, but even if he is, which I think is a reach, but even if he is, then all of a sudden your wide receiver 2 is A.T. Perry, Cedric Wilson.
I think you're discounting what Cedric Wilson I think is going to bring into this team. I really do. I think that is a sneaky, really good signing for this team. I think he's going to fill a very important role, and I think because think about who he was playing with in Miami,
Jim,
that he never touched the ball.
I like Cedric Wilson. I do. The guy's had 1,200 receiving yards in his career. That's over 5 seasons. He's a solid guy. He's going to make a catch when you need him to. You can't have him out there in 2 wide sets.
Other than Alvin Kamara, who's going to need a cane soon, they don't have a running back that's worth spit.
Kendra Miller.
You don't know jack about Kendra Miller.
Alvin Kamara is undoubtedly headed toward the twilight of his career. So it's interesting, but I think they could wait a year or get a running back, as this commenter says, as it's Scout again saying Elijah Mitchell was a 6th round guy. There's going to be running backs in the 5th, 6th round who you could come in.
There's going to be wide receivers in the AT
Perry was
a
the
6th round pick.
Here's the thing. If you pick up a running back in this draft, and let's say you trade back and then you use a 3rd rounder on a running back again, there's a decent chance he doesn't even make the roster. You're not gonna carry more than 3 running backs.
I think they're going to carry 4. Sean Payton did a lot. I think this team is in a position to where, and not only that, if you get a guy in the 6th round, you probably put him on the practice squad anyway. The one thing that Sean Payton did.
All right, we have our first pick, by the way. I believe. Am I right in that, Gabe? My TV might be a little bit behind, but it looks like Caleb Williams is okay.
Shocker. Caleb. And he says, no, not yet.
Oh, not yet. I guess they're
Uh,
just showing his graphic because everyone knows that's who it'll be.
Look, and I say one thing, Sean Payton did a lot of things right, obviously, but Sean Payton was never scared to have, running backs at will. I mean, think about Chris Ivory and Kyrie Robinson and all sorts of guys that went on to play elsewhere and were never great, but they were guys that this team needed. And I think they need that now, but we'll find out soon enough.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I actually agree with Scott. I think Kendra Miller could be a really good player. He could be a really good player.
Yeah, well, I think a lot of things. I think the Pelicans might win the next 2 games. Probably not.
I don't think that. Yeah. I don't think that.
We can think whatever we want to think. But
by the way, is Caleb Williams the first NFL draft pick in history who wears nail polish? I'm not judging.
I doubt it.
I'm not judging. I'm just asking.
I doubt it seriously.
The guy's a character, though. I mean, and honestly, I kind of like that because it means that he kind of is brave enough to go his own way, right?
I think they're going to regret this move. Just me. I was going to talk about this earlier when we were kind of like, I think Justin Fields is going to be I still think he has a chance to be a decent quarterback. I think they gave up on him too early. I'm not saying he's going to be great, but I don't understand why they were so anxious to move on. They could have done so much with this number 1 pick. They could have, you want to talk about a team that needs a lot, and it's the Bears. I mean, I don't think the Bears are that far away. And they have brought in some offensive talent. But to me, you want to talk about a team that if you shore up your offensive line and bring in a bunch of picks, what could they have gotten for that first pick? I don't know.
I think they could have gotten a lot. They got a lot for last year's. I do think Fields was enough of a question mark to where you say, because you're going to have to pay Fields in a year.
If he's the answer. Caleb Williams, I guess.
You're going to have to pay him. Caleb Williams is going to be on a rookie deal for 4 years. So give it a shot. You also have the number 9 pick, right? Which is their own pick. So maybe they go get a lineman or a wide receiver at that spot or a defensive star. We'll see what the Bears do with that second pick.
Oh, wait, I got to show this one. This is for Gabe. Keep in mind the greatest underdog college team in history. Scout, in history?
By odds, probably.
TCU? They lost 65. I'll never forget this score as long as I live, Gabe. 65-7. Where's the hat? Where's the face paint?
But no one had them getting nearly that. If they beat Michigan in the semifinals,
who cares?
After you said for 3 weeks they didn't belong, then they went and beat Michigan.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I hope y'all don't hear my dog barking in the background because it's funny that the dog starts barking. You start talking about TCU. I'm not joking. This is not a coincidence. You start talking about TCU, and because I got the show on in the front room, so the kids can go by and see what I'm doing. Yeah, the dog.
All right,
starts
there's
barking.
Caleb Williams. He is the number 1 pick of the draft. That's official.
Woohoo!
We finally have our first draft pick. Not a surprise. Caleb Williams, USC. Look, won the Heisman 2 years ago. He slipped a little bit last year, but at his ceiling, this guy's Patrick Mahomes.
At his ceiling, he's Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
At his ceiling, he could be a guy that I think has the potential to be the best quarterback who's ever lived.
Patrick Mahomes said, Caleb Williams reminds me of me.
Guys say a lot of things. You think they mean them? Come on, man.
Well, okay. You tell me, how good could Caleb Williams be?
I don't think he's going to be the bee's knees, okay? But if you're asking me how good he can be a top 10 quarterback. He can be a guy that I just don't think he's going to be a guy that's worthy of the number 1 pick when you could have got so much more. So do I think he could be a great quarterback? Yeah, sure. This weirdness, I have a problem with quarterbacks who have weirdness issues. This doesn't translate for long-term for quarterbacks. I don't know. It's something bothers me about Caleb Williams. I don't know what it is. I know, and again, I'm probably biased about Jaden. I think Jaden Daniels is going to be a better quarterback in the long run. I think Jaden Daniels is more suited to be a pro quarterback, just from what I saw from his junior year to last year and what I saw at the end of last year. Maybe I'm wrong.
Okay. Well, let's bring on Rod Walker, Times Picayune
Get his
columnist,
opinion.
is here, and we'll see what he thinks. Rod, you with us?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we've got you.
Okay.
Rod's out at the Saints facility. It's not a very big media room. You got to find a little corner to yourself in that.
Yeah, I'm in a corner here. I was waiting on you all to bring me out, and I heard Jim bashing Kendra Miller. I was like, "Whoa, what's going on here?"
I wasn't necessarily bashing him.
Do you want to open by defending Kendra Miller's honor? Rod, can you hear me?
Yeah, did it go out or something?
Yeah, I think we froze up. I don't know what happened to Jim, but did you want to start by defending Kendra Miller's honor?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I don't think we really saw enough of him, but because he did deal with some injuries, throughout his rookie season. But I think what we saw at the end was, in that, I guess that was the Falcons game. I thought he looked pretty impressive. So I definitely wouldn't be writing him off yet.
Yeah.
Y'all talking about you wouldn't write off Kendra Miller? Is that
we're still talking about Kendra Miller.
Okay. All right.
We all froze up there for a minute, but we're back.
Oh, I didn't know I thought it was just me.
No, we all froze. I don't know what happened.
That was kind of weird. Rod,
because Rod say that's the karma gods talking about Rod's idea of Kendra Miller is going to be,
as soon as we mentioned Kendra Miller, the stream got injured.
Exactly. Just like when we talked about TCU and the dog started barking, and Kendra Miller we start talking about Kendra Miller and we just lock up. It freezes up.
All right.
Just don't mention the Trevor Penning name and we'll be okay.
Maybe are you trying to stop the show entirely?
Exactly.
Caleb Williams, just the number one pick to the Bears. It's finally official, Rod. And we were also talking about that decision the Bears had to make. Do you stick with Justin Fields, who's now a Pittsburgh Steeler, which is your team, or do you go kind of start fresh with Caleb Williams? Caleb Williams has got to be pretty good to prove them right here.
Yeah, because I thought they kind of gave up on Justin a little too soon, but that tells you how highly they think of Caleb for them to make that decision. So hopefully he pans out for the Bears. I mean, they've had some tough luck, I guess, in recent years. So, but I think Caleb's the guy that everybody would have picked first. So if you think he's going to be a franchise guy, I guess you go ahead and move on from Justin Fields. But I don't know if I would have made that move. But.
Scout says Russell Wilson. I think that's a good comp. You want to? I think. And look, that would be great. And I'm talking about not today's Russell Wilson. I'm talking about the Russell Wilson from when he was a rookie and won his way, won the job, and became a pretty damn good quarterback. I think he could be that. Is that worth the first pick of the draft?
If they win a Super Bowl, and honestly, Russell Wilson should have won too, then yes, it's worth the first pick in the draft. But
I don't know. Who do you think, Rod, is going to be a better pro? We can sit here and debate this, and it doesn't really matter until they start playing. But of the three top quarterbacks, who do you think is going to be the better pro?
That's tough. I think I probably would lean towards Caleb just because I do think the Bears are probably going to have more around him than I think
they will have weapons now.
Yeah, I don't know if Drake May is at New England, and I'm assuming they're going to pick Jaden here for Washington. I probably lean towards Caleb. I think he's probably a little better than the other two guys. But a lot of it just depends on the team you're on. You can get on a bad team and your career just kind of flames out. So
Saints-wise, I agree wholeheartedly with your column about this draft can basically be graded upon what they do tonight and whether they get their starting left tackle. Just reiterate how important it is. The theory of going into this season not knowing what's going on at tackle, Ryan Ramczyk may never play again, and Andrus Peat is a big question mark whether he signs or not. You hope that they can find a way to bring him back, but right now this team doesn't have a starting tackle.
Yeah, and you got to throw in James Hurst, who he can do a little of both, and he retired yesterday. So as long as I haven't covered the team, but 6 or 7 years, but I've never seen them come into a draft with this kind of a need. Everybody knows what they need. You look at every mock draft, it's for a tackle, and if they go any other direction, I think we'd all be shocked. There's some people that think Brock Bowers will be the guy just because he's such a once in a lifetime kind of tight end, or once since Travis Kelce, kind of tight end. But I think offensive tackle is where I think they'll go.
Boy, if Brock Bowers falls, that's going to be mighty interesting.
It's going to definitely, it will make it very interesting, and I think everybody will be kind of like, it's a win-win. I think, But
is the pick in? The pick
we
is
got our
in,
second
by the
pick
way.
here.
Go ahead and throw it up there, Gabe.
Jaden Daniels is our number 2 overall pick out of LSU. We talked about him with Wilson Alexander. What a terrific rise for Jaden. So we have the past 2 Heisman Trophy winners going 1 and 2 in the 2024 NFL Draft. Rod, Jaden. Oh, we got a bar in your face. A bar in your face. Look, Rod, the Commanders are counting on Jaden Daniels to be their savior. Is he capable of doing that? I guess that's the $1 million question.
I think so. I think the biggest concern I would have is just, we saw him at LSU. We saw how much he could take off and run. And, you wonder if that can hold up in the NFL, because I just remember some really hard hits he took during this season. And I can't imagine a guy taking those kind of licks in the NFL. So he's going to have to, probably not going to be as dangerous with his legs, but I think he can definitely do enough to, to make this team succeed. But obviously, just like we talked about Caleb, they got to have some weapons around him to make him better. But I think he definitely has the tools to be really good. I thought he really came on in his second season at last year. First year, I don't know if I was as high on him, and then all of a sudden he just started. You watch some of his passes, he's just dropping dimes, and I was like, "Whoa, okay." And then obviously his ability to take off and run definitely is going to cause some problems for defenses.
Isn't it strange, the similarities, not necessarily in the play style, but Joe Burrow had a rough junior year. We all remember him getting pounded by Alabama at home. What was it, 16-0 or something along those lines? Just got drilled. And then the next year, that offseason, and I'm not sure what Joe Burrow did, but whatever it did, the switch flipped. And it was the same for Jaden Daniels. And I actually think Jaden Daniels was better in his junior year than Joe Burrow was in his junior year. And you could make an argument that Jaden Daniels was better in his senior year than Joe Burrow. That's blasphemy to some people, but he's a different kind of quarterback. But just talk about how crazy that is that in a span of 4 years, how you could have those 2 almost identical stories.
Yeah, I remember covering Jaden Daniels, the Florida State game that was in the Dome, which I guess would have been his first start. People were booing him and wanting to run this guy out of town. And just kind of goes to show that you got to be patient with these guys and just let it kind of play out. And that's what it did for him. And but for LSU to be able to get 2 Heisman Trophy quarterbacks in that short of a span, a team that, we know how they were in the Les Miles years and how quarterback was such a big issue for them. They were kind of a run heavy team. And now all of a sudden they produced, a number 1 draft pick and a number 2 draft pick in a short span. That's just pretty incredible. And I think it sets LSU up for the future. I think guys will want to go there and play quarterback because, just like they want to go there and play DB, they want to go there and play receiver.
Be patient like podcast hosts should be with running backs. Just saying.
Yeah. We have a comment here, and we'll leave
That's
you
my
with
friend
this, Rod.
Terrence.
From Terrence, other than potentially getting hurt, what are Jaden Daniels' weaknesses?
Yeah, that was mine. That's the one I just said. Other than that, I don't have any concerns about him. I think he showed this year that he has the tools to be successful. Obviously, again, they just got to be able to put some guys around him that can, make some plays.
I asked this of Wilson. Do you think he bulks up a little bit? And he's a little thin to me. He's gonna. You talked in your first comments about how he's going to take some licks, and you don't know how he's going to be able to handle the NFL hits. I think to me, going in, that's the first thing you got to do is put a little beef on you.
Yeah, that'll happen. That'll come. That comes. That's going to happen. So I don't think that would be a concern at all.
Anybody who's turned 30 knows that the beef comes. It just naturally
I don't even remember 30.
All right, Rod. Before we let you go, call your shot. As we asked Matt, has your mind changed with some of the news that there could be a run on offensive tackles, or do you still see the Saints taking Olu Fashanu at number 14?
Fashanu is my guy, but I feel like I do think that run may come with tackles, but I think they're still with the depth in this class. I think, if you get one of the other guys, J.C. Latham or whoever it is, I just think that's the direction they have to go. And again, if Brock Bowers is there, that does make that 10 minutes on the clock very interesting. I think a lot of people in New Orleans will be kind of like, they'll be excited either way, I feel like. Yeah. But they do have to address the tackle position, no doubt.
All right, he's Rod Walker. You can catch him on the Saints Insider podcast and in the pages of Times-Picayune advocate. Rod, we'll check back with you later tonight.
All right. Thanks, man.
Thanks, Rod.
Thanks. Scott Rabalais is next in our line of guests. He'll be joining from the TPC Louisiana clubhouse here in a few minutes.
Yeah, he was in Augusta a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, well, he knows some football too. The Patriots take Drake May. So we have the number 3 pick. And I was just about to say, Adam Schefter, I just tweeted that the Patriots were not going to trade that pick. And so I think if that was the case, then yeah, the obvious answer is Drake May. This guy, we talk about comps, could be Justin Herbert East.
Maybe. His completion percentage worries me. I don't know that he's as accurate as Herbert. So, I have some friends. My sister lives in Massachusetts. And so I have some friends on Facebook that are Patriots fans, and the poo-pooing of this team from them, you'd think they haven't won a Super Bowl since like 1976. It's really funny. And they were like talking about how I've been hearing rumors we're going to draft Keon Coleman in the first round. Like, come on, dude. Really? I mean, so it's not just the Saints fans that do that, but I think Drake May I do think he's going to be a good quarterback. I am a fan of his, but again, that completion percentage does worry me a little bit. That's a lot of yards passing though. You put those numbers on the screen, and he can also run as well. He makes things interesting. So I don't know if the comparison to Justin Herbert is necessarily a good one, but I do like Drake May, and I think he's going to be a solid quarterback in the NFL.
By the way, the Panthers face both the Bears and the Commanders this year. So we're going to get to see Bryce Young against both Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels. That ought to be interesting. It's not anything to do with May, but
no. Rosenfeld's bragging already. He got the first 3 right. So
everybody got the first 3. Rosenfield. We got now. Look, in all seriousness, Drake May wasn't quite as certain as the first 2 because there was a possibility at least that New England could trade this pick. But I think everybody kind of saw this as chalk. Now with the Arizona Cardinals on the clock, that's when this draft begins. That's where this draft really begins, Jim.
No, 100%. And we talked about this before. I mean, this is where it gets interesting. And this is when you kind of start the 4 and 5 picks. The 5 pick, the Chargers is the one I want to see. If they take a tackle, that's really bad news for the New Orleans Saints. So that has been the rumor today. We talked about it. Jeremiah was talking about he's predicting the Chargers will actually take J.C. Latham and not Alt, and that Latham would be the first offensive lineman taken in the draft. And if a tackle goes at 5, that's not good for the Saints. We'll just put it that way. So,
yeah, because the Titans almost certain to take a tackle at 7, and then you start getting teams, the Falcons willing to trade back. The Jets could use a tackle. The Broncos could use a tackle. Like all of a sudden, you could get that run on the tackles.
These are the
don't even show it. Don't even show it. I knew
that's that's the reason why I do Datitude.
Don't even show it.
I mean, come on, man. Come
Jim
on.
does not like people who root for the Saints to lose.
It's the dumbest thing. Like it's like, you know what? I hope I get cancer. Things aren't going well in my life, and you know what?
You went there.
I hope I just get sick, and then I can overcome it, and I can become a new me. What are you, a moron?
You went there. All right. Cardinals on the clock. What do we think the Cardinals will do? Marvin Harrison?
That makes the most sense, but I don't know. I got a feeling they're going to do something weird.
Well, let's bring Scott Rabelais on.
Yeah, bring him on.
Yeah. Rab, you're at the end of a long day at the Zurich Classic.
Still jealous, Rab. I'm still jealous. Did you bring back something from Augusta?
Thing to happen today.
I got a couple of moon pies left, I think, and mini moon pies.
All right. Rab, between your weekly venture out to, or your yearly, venture out to Augusta and the Zurich Classic and following LSU baseball and everything else that you do, how much time have you had to look at this draft? So far, we've just had the 3 chalk picks: Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Drake May. So nothing unexpected. But what are you looking forward to the most tonight?
Yeah, I'm obviously I've looked at it from the perspective of where the LSU guys are going to go. You heard. You hear so many things, so many rumors, especially when the stakes are this high. When a guy like Jaden Daniels can go this high in the draft, you're like, yeah, do they like him? Is he going to be 2? Is he going to be 3? I hear he's going to drop. The whispers are out of Indy. He's going to drop way down the draft. and then back and forth, and who needs a receiver and who doesn't. When you talk about in terms of Malik Neighbors and Brian Thomas, then you have all the rest. But I'm glad for Jaden Daniels to see that his value as a player was rewarded. Remains to be seen how much of a reward it is to play for Washington, but but in terms of his draft pick, I'm happy for him. He worked really hard to get to where he is. I mean, when he arrived from LSU, I don't think anyone could have imagined he would be the Heisman Trophy winner and the number 2 pick in the NFL draft. He worked really hard to improve himself and get to this point. Wilson Alexander, our beat writer, had a great story today about this virtual reality cutting edge technology he used during the season to make himself better. He's willing to work and willing to do it, and that gives him a great chance to succeed in the NFL eventually.
We talk about just some breaking news from Gabe. I'm not sure who this is from, but the Vikings and Giants reportedly both tried to trade up with the Patriots for that number 3 pick. No surprise, the Vikings did that. The Giants, Jim, that tells me that they want a quarterback, and they may not be taking Malik Neighbors at number 6.
There have actually been a lot of rumors today about that they do want a quarterback. But do you force it now that you weren't able to get one of the top 3? So I don't know the answer to that. Do you reach for Penix? Do you reach for Bo Nix? I don't know. But the Giants, I think there's no question that they're in the market for a quarterback.
Yeah, and Rab, to the point of Malik Neighbors, that was a spot that's rumored for him was New York.
Yes.
He may be a guy who ends up waiting a little bit longer than we originally thought.
He could. I mean, wide receiver is one of those positions. Like the Saints, we got to have a tackle. These other franchises, we got to have a quarterback. Wide receiver is one of those positions where people can go, yeah, we need one, but we have all these other needs as well. It's not one where you're like, this is gonna become the cornerstone of our franchise, right? It's not that kind of pick.
Yeah, Rab, just going to interrupt you real quick to let you know Marvin Harrison is now officially the number 4 pick. The Arizona Cardinals have taken Marvin Harrison Jr. Okay. So he is the
more chalk, right?
Yeah,
more chalk.
First non-quarterback
That's
off
good
the board
for the Saints.
Yep, still no trades, and Marvin Harrison is the number 4 pick. So, but you were saying a wide receiver is obviously a great luxury. We saw the deal AJ Brown got tonight. They're starting to make as much money as any position outside quarterbacks, offensive tackles, and defensive ends. Wide receivers are now 4th in line on that list. So they are becoming more valuable, and I think Malik Neighbors could really be a star in this league.
I think he can. I mean, he's in the mold of a Jefferson, of a Jamar Chase. He's that kind of receiver. It's kind of a chicken and egg situation watching LSU's offense this past season. It was Jaden Daniels. Did he make the receivers great? Did the receivers make Jaden Daniels great? I certainly think it was a great complementary situation with him. But he's a tremendous talent. And so is Brian Thomas. Talk about a guy who finally blossomed. You're like, Brian Thomas was like, if he was the first team all airport team, right? The kind of guys they say you see him walking to the airport and he looks like he was chiseled out of stone. He's like looks like a Greek god, and he finally lived up to that. But Malik Neighbors has always been that player you thought had that star potential, and I hope he goes high. But it starts to get a little weird, right? It starts to get what team in this spot needs this guy or not, and hopefully him. Before I came on with y'all, I saw a draft like you talked about the New York Giants. The New York Jets could at 8 could be a team in line for Malik Neighbors. So we'll see. Hopefully he goes off there pretty soon.
Yeah, Jets actually pick at 10, so we'll see. We'll see.
10, excuse me.
Yeah, but it's interesting, and Ian Rappaport, by the way, now reporting that there were no trade talks with the Cardinals, and it's hard to tell. Was that the Cardinals just sending out the message that, hey, we're not listening, we're going to pick Marvin Harrison, or was it teams who knew the Cardinals would not take a quarterback, so they're not worried about that spot? And that tells me that there could be a little run on quarterbacks. Maybe the Vikings try to move up to 5 to take J.J. McCarthy. Then what do the Giants do? And it all has to do with Malik Neighbors. But just super interesting. We'll ask your opinion before we let you go, Rab, on the Saints. Are you with everyone else kind of in lockstep and saying you got to go get the best offensive tackle available?
I suppose. I mean, I'm still thinking about last year's draft and wish they'd gone that route and drafted a young quarterback to build the future of the team around, and just kind of had a fire sale and decided to start over. But it hasn't been the Saints' MO, right? The Saints' MO has been, well, we're close. We just need one more piece. We need one more piece. So this is a big piece that they need. And obviously, Olu Fashanu, am I saying that name right? The guy from Penn State? Fashanu. I'm glad you just have to spell him. I don't always have to say him, except in a format like this. It was it's a good place as any to start. So, maybe he can help them be better. I still don't think that's a position or that's a player that makes the Saints a Super Bowl caliber team with Derek Carr playing quarterback. But that's just me. I'm a little pessimistic in that regard.
That's just mean, Rab. That's just mean. Let me ask you before we let you go. What is it like covering a golf tournament that Scotty Scheffler can't win?
I'm not so sure. He can't win. Scotty is not playing this week. Exactly. Yeah, he's won 4 of his last 5 starts. He is just playing amazing golf right now. But the number 2 guy in the world, Rory McIlroy, is here, and he's tied for the lead. He and Shane Lowry are tied for the lead. I think Irish. I don't know if Irish eyes are smiling, but Zurich Classic tournament organizers' eyes are smiling that Rory and Shane got off to such a great start. He's obviously the biggest name. It's his first appearance here in New Orleans. So, but yeah, Scotty Scheffler doing some amazing stuff. Right now on the PGA Tour. If people are starting to compare him to Tiger Woods, that's not fair. Yeah, that's not. We're not quite there yet.
A little early.
A little early, but he's an easy guy to root for. He and then Ted Scott, his caddy, who's from Lafayette. They make quite a good team, and Scotty didn't win before Ted became his caddy, so they made a nice team there. But yeah, it's fun to kind of have the intersection of these 2 sporting events, going on at the same time, and looking forward. And obviously, we're looking for these 3 LSU guys to go off the board. I want to say one thing about an LSU guy that I was impressed with his ability, like Jaden, to make himself a better player, and that was Mekhi Wingo. And he came to LSU. He was a former 3-star prospect. He came to LSU from Missouri, made himself an All-American. Remember, everybody was all freaked out when Mason Smith got hurt on the very first play of the 2023 season. Made himself into an All-American, and it was a very solid player for LSU, even on a bad defense. You had to say Mekhi Wingo was a good player, and I hope he does well. Hopefully, we see him go in the second day of the draft to a good team, a good fit for him, because he worked at it as well to make himself a better player. And you'd like to see guys like that get rewarded.
All right, Rab, we appreciate you making the time to give us some insight. I know it's a busy weekend for you, but we will we'll check in with you later.
Thanks for having me on. Enjoy the great weather at the Zurich as well, Rab.
I will. Thanks for having me on the telethon, guys. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. That's Scott Rabalais. Our next guest will be Luke Johnson, Saints beat writer. He's going to step in, and this draft really about to get interesting, Jim. I mean,
where's Sherry Lewis, by the way? We're doing a telethon.
Chargers on the clock at number 5, and this is where things are really, I think.
Why don't we give our sponsor some love? Tell them about Tulane Doctors.
Yeah, let's do it. This season's NFL draft coverage is brought to you by Tulane Doctors. Now at East Jefferson General Hospital, Tulane Doctors are bringing academic medicine to more patients in new communities. Look for the shield to know the future of medicine is here. Find your physician at tulanedoctors.com or call 504-988-5000. So yeah,
I have you redo my reads. That was outstanding.
Just on point.
Perfect.
Kate says she doesn't see Bowers to the Saints. Look, we've been talking about this stretch from 5 to 13 for a month now. I think those first 4, nobody's really surprised at what happened. Now, what do the Chargers do? Do they keep the pick and take J.C. Latham or Joe Alt? Do they take Malik Neighbors? Or do they trade to the Vikings? I mean, this is really our first.
This is a key pick for the Saints right here. If they don't take a tackle, that is excellent news for the Saints. They can hang. I mean, they should hang back at 14 anyway. But I think they don't. I think their worries. There's going to be a lot taken off the Saints' shoulders.
I'm just going to interrupt you, Jim. I'm sorry. Adam Schefter reporting the Chargers are keeping the pick. They will not be trading it. That probably means receiver or tackle.
Yeah. I think you're probably right there.
This is not a team that's going to take a quarterback.
Well, you wouldn't think. I mean, wouldn't it have been funny though if Harbaugh traded away the rights to someone that came up and traded for McCarthy? That'd have been pretty funny.
It would have been. He would have been able to choose where his guy went, right?
Well, and it didn't happen. I was hoping Marvin Harrison would fall to 5, which would kind of force the Chargers and Harbaugh to take an Ohio State receiver. That would have been awesome too, but didn't happen.
Yeah.
So I think it's going to be Neighbors here. I really do. I think they need receiver. They've lost a lot of offensive weapons. They're in a bind. So I know they do need offensive line help, almost as much as the Saints do. Not quite as bad, but they have no skill player. I mean, they really need help.
No, they lost Keenan Allen. I mean, Jim Harbaugh is the type of guy who would draft a lineman, and he said as much that it's very important to him to have that offensive line.
The pick is in, by the way.
Oh, the pick is in. All right.
Joe Alt.
That's not good for the Saints.
No, but it's not bad either. I mean, it's not Latham. I would have been way more concerned had Latham gone here.
What's interesting is that Joe Alt is a left tackle, and the Chargers have a starting left tackle. They really needed a right tackle, and that's why I think Latham gets rumored a bit. It's interesting, though. Anyway, let's bring on Luke Johnson. He's here, Saints beat writer. He is going to.
You guys chat real quick. I'm going to go check and make sure my kids aren't burning down the house during this marathon.
Yeah, Jim's being single dad during this twice in Vegas. How fair is that? All right. Let's bring in Luke.
Hi, Luke. Bye, Luke.
Luke from the Saints facility. Joe Alt, the pick to the Chargers. Let's get your instant reaction to that.
Well, I think this is exactly what the Saints didn't want to happen for the first tackle to go off the board at number 5. I think a lot of the scenarios we were looking at, and
your
you guys
audio
got me?
just cut out for a second, but we got you back, I think. Are you there, Luke?
Yeah, you got me?
Yep, we got you now.
Okay. Yeah, I think everybody was kind of thinking the tackle run would start at number 7. I think for it start at number 5, we could see some guys go and it could be trouble for the Saints at number 14. We'll see how the rest plays out, but not the place you wanted it to start.
That's the first domino of a run on tackles potentially. I mean, the Titans picking at number 7, we thought they would take Joe Alt. He's off the board at 5. Now, what do the Titans do? I don't know. No other surprises so far, but the key pick now to me becomes Tennessee, because if they take the second tackle, now we start to see some trade up possibilities.
Yeah, I think so. And one of the problems with the position the Saints are in is everybody knows they need a tackle. So if 4 of them go off the board before number 14 comes around, I think the teams could start to be like, well, then nothing's going to be there. So we have to trade up to get ahead of the Saints to make sure we get one. So, this is a tackle going off at 5 is the last thing you wanted. Because I'm assuming that we're probably also going to see a tackle go off the board at 7.
How was the Canes, by the way? Matt showed us the Canes in the Saints draft room earlier.
Oh, come on, man. Canes always delivers.
Can always
delivers. Yeah. So we're very happy to get some good food, courtesy of our friend Sam Shannon, who just walked by.
Yeah, absolutely. We did some draft math throughout the month on Saints Insider, and if there is a run on tackles, that opens up the possibility now that either one of the top defensive players is available, or Brock Bowers is available, or even a Malik Neighbors is available. I mean, Rome Odunze, one of these pass catchers, falls. At what point do the Saints get tempted to go that route and try to find another solution for tackle?
I think you got to see how the next couple picks play out, because there's definitely a possibility. I mean, it's remote, but it is a possibility that the top 13 picks are the 4 quarterbacks and the 3 wide receivers and the tight end, 4 tackles, and defensive player, right?
Yeah,
and it's not what you want if you're the Saints, but it's definitely a possibility. It could happen. So I think there's if we start seeing if Fashanu goes number 7 to Tennessee, I think there's a chance you see the Saints maybe try to trade up.
What would they have to give up? Without going into all the draft calculator stuff, but this is a situation where now you got to mortgage your future.
Yeah, and I would imagine that it would obviously involve their own first round pick and probably some future asset, but the future second and third, they're less valuable now in terms of like the value chart than they would be next year, obviously. So they kind of get slotted in toward the back of that round in terms of value, because you don't know where they're going to land. So a second, even though that could be like the number 40 pick next year, it gets treated as like the number 64 pick. So I don't know. It's tough. It's tough because they don't have any assets this year.
Yeah, and they're finally in a position where it's not a reset of the salary cap, but a little bit of relief coming possibly. And then as of right now, they have their full draft arsenal for next year. And so you almost feel like if they could just get through this year, you can start to take some steps toward, being back to neutral as far as the assets you have.
We'll see if the Saints think about it that way. They typically don't. So we'll see what happens.
In our mock draft, you talked about the Giants as a perfect fit for Malik Neighbors as we await this pick, and it is in right now, and it is Malik Neighbors. So there you go. So we'll get your reaction to that selection. Obviously, this is the team, as you mentioned, that made Odell Beckham a star. Now they get another LSU receiver as a potential New York City star.
Yeah, I mean, one just felt right. I think it kind of felt like that Marvin Harrison was going to be probably the first wide receiver off the board. And I think when you're looking at like the type of offense that Brian Daboll likes to run, the type of receiver that frankly would fit in well with the quarterback they have right there right now, I just think that he makes a lot of sense for that organization. As somebody who comes in right away and just like provides some immediate star power, some immediate big play ability for that team that needs some, frankly. So it just felt like a really obvious fit. And I'm glad to see I was right on both my picks in our little mock draft that we did.
Isn't this crazy, Luke, that the draft is basically, I mean, we're 6 picks in now and it's going to script. I mean, I know that there'll be fireworks later or whatever, there always are, but I mean, usually you have some weirdness go on early, and it's been pretty much, you could take a mock from a month ago and find it's, a lot of people got the top 6 right. Nothing against your top 6 being right, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, this is, outside of, I think the only thing going into this was there going to be a big trade in that top 5, right? I mean, Minnesota went and got the ammunition to go do it, but the teams didn't want to make the move. And I think when you're looking at this class, obviously there's the teams that have the need at quarterback with the prospects who are there. I think 3 worthy top 5 picks at quarterback, and then you have the kind of clear-cut top players in the draft on top of that. So, like, I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of surprises in this top 10, but I think beyond that is where things will get a little bit crazy, and that's maybe not great news for the Saints. I don't know. Maybe there's going to be a team or two trying to trade up in front of them and take the guy that they want to get.
I don't know when Zach is going to let you go, so I have to ask you this question to make sure I get it in. When you come on the Datitude podcast Monday, can you wear that hat?
Look, I might wear the exact hat I have beside. I think the angle is doing some weird things.
Dude, that's awesome.
It's not like a weird wide brim hat. I think the angle is doing some weird things, but it is.
I mean, you could cut down some shade. You are never going to get a sunburn with that hat, my friend.
No, it's a normal hat. The hat is normal. It's just there's something about this angle with the phone that's making it look like blown out like this.
I didn't necessarily think it was wide, but you guys remember Scotty Smalls from The Sandlot, and the brim of his hat went out.
Killing me, Smalls.
Look.
I love it.
Oh, he froze right.
Oh, he froze. Oh, that's froze.
It is a normal hat.
All right. Okay.
It is a Zurich Classic hat, so it's normal.
Okay.
I promise.
Well, I like it. So if you want to wear it, Luke Johnson is my Monday guest for the Datitude podcast. And we're at 11 a.m. Monday. We're going to go over all the Saints picks. And I can't wait to talk to you then. And you wearing that hat.
Before the Titans pick, Luke, and before we let you go, let's have you call your shot too. Are you still with Olu Fashanu at number 14, or do you think something changes at this point?
Yeah. Number right here. I mean, if he's there, yeah. But I just don't know. I don't know with Alt going to number 5. I think that makes it a little bit more tricky about him potentially being there. Saints might have to go to option 2.
Yeah. All right, Luke. Thanks for joining us. We will check back in with you probably after the Saints pick and get your reaction.
Yeah. Thanks, Luke.
Thanks, guys.
Talk to you later. This might be a spot where Tennessee takes Latham. I mean, I think it
could be Latham or it could be Fashanu right here. It could be
very well could be
a lot earlier than the Saints thought.
Either one of those guys, if they move up to, is that the pick? Oh, that was the pick from before. Okay, I thought I saw it, but I didn't see it. If either one of those guys go, man, has their stock risen over the past couple of weeks? I mean, it's impressive, honestly, that those two guys, because we were talking, just 3 weeks ago, Zach, that Latham Saints might be able to trade down and get Latham.
We were talking about the Saints having their choice of Fashanu, Fuaga, Fatanu, Latham.
Right.
Oh, hey, all four of them might be there, and then go ahead and get whoever you want. Now it's like you just hope one of those guys is
no doubt
the team.
I mean, that's kind of where we are right now. So, but yeah, I mean, look, Tennessee needs a tackle. I mean, so it would almost surprise me if they don't take one.
They need a tackle, and the other thought, as Rosenfield says here, is a Dunze, a wide receiver, but they did get Calvin Ridley this offseason.
Yeah.
So I think the thought is probably they would go more tackle, and especially now that Joe Alt's already off the board, do they feel like, boy, we better grab somebody? I don't know. We'll see. Or unless they had Alt graded much higher than everybody else, in which case maybe they trade down here to someone who needs a tackle or a wide receiver. So we'll see what the Tennessee Titans do. This is pivot point number 2. We had, and the first one did not go the Saints' way.
The good news is that I think this is the last team that might need a tackle for a while. So unless somebody trades up in front of the Saints,
okay. With the pick is in here, it is Alabama offensive tackle J.C. Latham.
So there you go. His stock has really, really risen. Look, it's not. It was one of the Saints' targets, but it was really only one of 4 targets. So,
but I'll tell you what the bad thing about this for the Saints is that if there are teams who want to trade up and get a tackle, they're going to get a little bit more desperate now that 2 are off the board in the first 7 picks. They're going to be calling the Falcons. They're going to be calling the Bears and the Jets. And they're going to say, look, what does it take for us to get to number 8 or 9 or 10 so that we can get a tackle? And if 3 teams do that, the Saints are in a world of hurt.
Yeah, well, if. I mean, it's a lot of ifs. I mean, again, it's not that far off from where we kind of thought we would be right now. Latham is the first guess kind of surprise. It's not that big of a surprise, though. I mean, Tennessee, again, it was either going to be tackle or receiver. They took tackle. It's so far, this draft is going to according to script for the Saints. It's not that big of a deal yet. Now, you're right. If another one goes, then maybe you start worrying a little bit. But even then, I mean, you still there are 3 major tackle targets. The possibility of all 3 of them being gone before 14 is slim.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I'll say is that most mocks, you say it's gone according to script. Most mocks had the first tackle at number 7 to Tennessee. So now we're at 2 instead of 1. Is that a big deal? Maybe not yet, but it could be a sign of things to come. So with that said, we're going to take a quick break here. I've got some Canes I'm going to try to crush here in the commercial break, and then we'll be back and see what the Atlanta Falcons, the Dirty Birds, do at number 8. Be back on the Saints Insider live draft show right after this.
Your trusted Tulane doctors are now at East Jefferson General Hospital. Within these walls, you'll find our region's leaders in academic medicine, where state-of-the-art facilities house the innovation powered by Tulane medicine, where collaborative care and compassion meet, and where our commitment to patient outcomes means a healthier future for our community. Tulane doctors at East Jeff. When you see the shield, you'll know the future of medicine is here.
If you wanted to know how many chicken fingers I can eat in an 80-second commercial, the answer is 2. If I had really rushed, maybe I could have gotten a third, but I also have to sit here for 3 more hours.
I would have liked to seen that. You just shove them in your face. We could about 80 seconds. We probably got 80 seconds before the next pick. Just with, it's a marathon.
You just put it on a loop.
Yeah, go ahead.
Our thanks to Tulane Doctors for sponsoring our NFL Draft live coverage.
What a
Subscribe
segue.
to our YouTube channel, by the way. If you're not already subscribed, NFL Draft giveaway time on the saintsonnola.com YouTube channel. Had to leave 2 comments either tonight or one of our previous draft shows. You can still go back and do that. We're going to draw winners' names tomorrow. You're going to get there's going to be 2 winners. You're going to get a signed Jeff Duncan book. One of them is his Rags to Riches book, or Bags to Riches, excuse me, from back about the Saints' rise after Hurricane Katrina to being Super Bowl champs. The other one is his brand new book written with Steve Gleason's memoir. So that's going to be exciting. And then we've got a championship poster set for you that includes the Saints Amen front page and some LSU championship front pages and some Saints Insider swag. I think a polo shirt and a mug, a NOLA.com mug as well for you. So you have to be subscribed to the Saints on NOLA.com YouTube channel and leave a comment on two draft videos, either before tonight or on tonight's live show. So make sure you do that. And then also, while you're at it, go over to the Datitude page and hit that subscribe.
Please. We love subscribers. We need more friends at the Datitude Podcast YouTube page. Please come help us. By the way, Tulane Doctors, I hear they also help unclog arteries for people who eat 3 Cane's tenders in the matter of 2 minutes.
That's the next one, man. Well, you want to talk for a while while I slam this one?
Oh, you want to bring Duncan?
Yeah, let's bring Duncan. You guys could talk for a long time.
There you go. Why don't you take a break? Me and Duncan.
Yeah, I'll be here. I'll be here with Dunk for a minute.
There you go.
Jeff Duncan checking in from Saints facilities. It's been a long day for you too. You were also at it at TPC Louisiana, correct?
Yeah, and I got cooked. There was no. I forgot my bucket hat, which was not a good move.
You need to get Luke Johnson's big brim hat up there. You could have borrowed it.
Yeah, not good, but I persevered, and I'm still here, and eagerly waiting to see what the Saints do here in the next probably hour or so.
Jeff, is it panic time for the Saints now that 2 tackles are off the board instead of 1 in these first 7, or you still think they're okay?
No, I think Mickey Loomis said that earlier tonight on WWL radio that they've got 14 prospects that they'll be happy with, and they're going to get one of those automatically. Whether it's a tackle or not remains to be seen. But I think this has kind of gone according to plan. I think for the top of the draft so far. I think it's far from panic time right now. And look, who knows what their boards stack like? I mean, they could easily have somebody rated much higher than any of the tackle prospects that would be available for them. This team needs help in a lot of areas. They have a glaring need for tackle, but you don't have to take one at 14. So I think let's just see what happens here in the next few picks. I think it's going to be interesting.
That's the thing, Dunk, right? We can sit here and do mock drafts all day long and say who the Saints can pick and who they should pick. But in the end, we don't have a clue really what their board looks like. I mean, there's been so many times, and there you go, Michael Penix. Wow. That is a surprise.
Wow.
Michael Penix to the Atlanta Falcons.
Falcons take Penix.
Yeah.
He's a guy who played very well in the Superdome in his second to last collegiate game.
Wow. Okay, I'm officially. We heard the rumors earlier. You and Gabe were talking about it, Zach, but I just thought they were rumors.
I thought the Falcons were were bluffing by talking about taking a quarterback. But Dunk, what's your reaction to that?
You see that, Jeff? Very surprising, no question about it. I mean, look, I just said it's gone according to form. Not any longer. I think this selection was definitely a bomb, especially considering the amount of money that the Falcons invested in, Kirk Cousins in the offseason to go quarterback again. This obviously, maybe there's something more in the works. Let's see. I mean, maybe there's a trade for Michael. Yeah.
Dunk, and if there isn't, Dunk, if you're Kirk Cousins, what are you thinking right now? I mean, that poor dude has been kind of messed around throughout his career at different times. I mean, if you're Kirk Cousins and you're like, okay, I'm going to go commit to Atlanta, and then you take Michael Penix with your first pick.
Yeah, no, it's definitely surprising. Look, we saw Michael Penix here in the Sugar Bowl in the national semifinals, and Rod Walker, my colleagues, we sat together at that game, and we were both in awe of his passing ability. There's no doubt that he is an NFL caliber passer. There's just some other questions about his medical. He's obviously had a lot of issues with his knees. He's not the biggest guy in the world, but as far as just being able to spin a football. I haven't seen anybody better. I didn't see anybody the Saints played or, frankly, Derek Carr make passes like I saw Michael Penix make in that game.
No, I agree wholeheartedly. And I've been saying, I think quietly behind the scenes, I think if you talk to a lot of people who really know what they're talking about, I think a lot of people think that Michael Penix could be the guy we talk about later on in a couple of years or whatever. That was the steal of this draft. And whether he stays with the Falcons or that's just a draft pick that they're making for a trade or whatever it is, I honestly believe that Michael Penix, outside of the top three, which I think are all pro ready, I think Michael Penix could jump in, which is weird why to go to Atlanta, because I think he's an NFL ready quarterback.
Yeah, look, surprising that he went ahead of J.J. McCarthy. I mean, I thought so many teams had J.J. McCarthy ranked very high. So that is somewhat surprising. Clearly, they're sticking to their board. They must have him graded very highly. And I can tell you this. I mean, I dealt with Penix when he was down at the Manning Passing Academy. I had a chance to talk with him down there. And Mannings were very high on Michael Penix. I think he was the MVP of the Manning Passing Academy skills competition this year. They rave over his character, everything about him they like. That's good enough for me. If you're gonna hitch your wagon to somebody at quarterback, I mean, these guys know quarterbacks as well as anybody.
And Dunk, Gabe brings up a great point in the green room. Penix is already 24 years old. I mean, so
that's just what I was going to. It's very interesting that he would be drafted as a backup for the first year or two of his career. So it does feel like there's another domino to fall here, doesn't it?
Yeah, I would. That's my suspicion. It just doesn't make a lot of sense from a team building perspective, especially with the Falcons needing so much help elsewhere. So let's see how this plays out for the end of the night. Let's see what happens.
Just from the perspective of this draft, though, this is probably a good thing for the Saints. The more quarterbacks that get taken before them, the more other good players are available to them.
Yes. I think every time a quarterback goes, that drops somebody else down for the Saints. So, and the same for a receiver, I think. But Michael Penix going was definitely a surprise. I don't think anybody had him going that high, at least in the draft. So definitely one player, probably more, that wasn't in the Saints top 14 that gives them a chance. Look, the more of these guys that are on the board that the Saints have in their top 14, the better possibility there is that they could maybe even trade down out of 14. I know that's crazy to never trade down, but if you end up with 5 players, on your board that you're happy to take at 14 and they're all there, you could trade down 2 or 3 spots and know you're going to get one of them and pick up an extra pick. So let's see how this plays out here over the next few picks.
Michael Penix going at 8 is almost Michael Penix going at 8 is almost like the Saints moving up a spot, in my opinion. And, Swee's got a good point. We remember this draft for Chris quarterbacks 12 years from now. I agree. I mean, this is obviously quarterback.
I remember 2017 is a good example. Saints had Patrick Mahomes number 1 overall on their entire board. Marshawn Lattimore, I can't remember if he was second on their board or third, but he was no lower than third. And both those players were still on the board. The Saints were picking 11th. And, of course, right before them was the Buffalo Bills. And the Chiefs jumped up. But the point is, John Ross, Cincinnati Bengals drafted John Ross, who ran the fastest 40 time. No one had him in the top 20 picks in the first round. And that knocked down players like Mahomes and Lattimore to the Saints. So a very similar situation.
Dunk, do you think the Bills wish they would not have traded that pick and not had to play Mahomes in the AFC?
Yeah.
Let the Saints just draft Mahomes.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, we all look back now, the benefit of hindsight, everybody knew Mahomes was going to be that good. He would never have lasted to 10th. He'd have been the number 1 pick. There was a lot of questions about Mahomes back then.
Sean Payton loved him. He would have been a Saint had they not done that.
Yeah, well, they'd had a decision to make. If both Lattimore and him were there, I don't know. They might have still taken Lattimore. I mean, you can remember back in 7.
We got our number 9 pick is Roma Dunze to the Chicago Bears. So
another good one for the Saints.
Yeah, Caleb Williams gets his number 1. Well, actually, DJ Moore, Roma Dunze maybe number 2. But an interesting pick there for the Bears.
Yeah,
defensive players.
People very high on Roma Dunze. I know a lot of evaluators think he's the safest pick in the entire draft. So to get him at that spot, a great pick for the Bears.
Yeah. And again, as you say, Jim, we expected those 3 receivers to be gone before the Saints. But now you get into the Vikings are in a spot. We'll see what the New York Jets do. But the Vikings are in a spot where people were saying they would have to trade up and give up tremendous amount of assets to get J.J. McCarthy at 4 or 5. They may very well get him at number 11.
Yes, very much. And, Brock Bowers still out there, everybody's favorite tight end. A lot of people salivating over the chance to get him and work with him in an offense. I've got a feeling he's going to go very soon here in the next few picks.
David Bordelon asked if all our tackles are gone. TE gone. Well, I mean, that's impossible now. I mean, that's the one thing about all the weird things that have happened so far. I mean, the Saints are really in a kind of a good spot now, Dunk, to where if their boards are what we think they are, if they're what we've been saying and they want a tackle or Brock Bowers, which is what we talked about, I think was yesterday when you and I talked. If they something's going to fall to them now. It's almost a sure thing.
Yeah, it's exactly what Mickey Loomis was referring to. There's going to be one of those players that's on their board still there. And, so I think they're going to stick and pick here. I'll be surprised.
The Jets have traded their pick, guys. I'm sorry to interrupt. The Jets are trading. So number 10 will not be New York. But to y'all's point, like there are still 3 of those top 5 tackles available. It's the 3 Fs, Fuaga, Fashanu, and Fatanu, who are available. And there's only 4 more picks before the Saints. So unless 3 of the 4 are offensive tackles, the Saints are
Vikings are moving up.
Okay, so the Vikings move up just 1 spot.
Vikings move up a spot.
Is that the quarterback?
No. Did they take Bo Nix or J.J. McCarthy?
So my question here is the Jets weren't going to take J.J. McCarthy. So the Vikings must have been concerned that someone else was going to take J.J. McCarthy at 10, and they had to move up to get him.
It's gotta be
Jets might have been playing a little game of cat and mouse with them, telling them, hey, we've got a team that's calling us that's also interested in moving up. What do you want to do? That's how it works.
I guess that really works then. I didn't think that stuff worked. I guess it does, huh?
It worked.
Yeah, well, if you really want somebody too, you're gonna you don't spend all those months planning and then have them snatched out from under you like that. So I could see that happening.
Yeah, and if the Jets decided that they really wanted, let's say Brock Bowers, or Dallas Turner or whoever it is, and they weren't concerned the Vikings were going to take him, well, this is just a free pick for them. We'll see what they get out of the deal.
Exactly. I've heard many times GMs say they've done that exact trick just to pick up an extra pick. It's not going to be a huge pick, but it's something, right? It's an asset you can use down the road.
So then the Jets take Brock Bowers at 11.
Yeah, that would be my pick, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. And that would mean, then the Saints will get one of those top tackles and they can just take their pick of them. Or as you said, Jeff, maybe still a small possibility of a trade back.
Yeah, I mean, depending on what their boards stack like. And I wouldn't be shocked if the Jets took somebody else, besides Bowers. I wouldn't be shocked, put it that way.
I don't know the answer to this. And when is the last time that we had a top 10 that didn't have a defensive player in it?
I know. I don't know if that's ever happened. But it figured to be close to that. I mean, there's too many question marks with every defensive player in the top. There's a question mark there. I don't think there's any sure thing. There's no Aaron Donald for sure in this draft. There's no Darrelle Revis, Marshawn Lattimore. There's nobody like that is graded to where they deserve to go in the top 10. There's too many question marks.
Terms of the trade are the number 10 and number 203, which I think would be a 6th round pick. And in exchange, the Jets receive number 11 and then 2 5th round picks, numbers 157 and 159. So they really didn't have to pay a lot to move up that one spot.
Right. Yeah. It's figured to be not much when you're just moving one spot like that.
But you get what you can get. I mean, if you don't need a quarterback and they do. And
actually, there's a correction. Gabe says it's 129 and 157. So that's a 4th round pick. So they do get a fourth and a 5th rounder and only have to give up a 6th rounder. So not too bad for when you're going to end up with the 1st round player you wanted anyway. Jeff, before we let you go, as we've been asking everybody else, you still think is Fashanu still your guy? And it is JJ McCarthy to the Vikings. He is the pick.
That did make sense, right?
So the Vikings obviously worried about somebody else. But yeah, is it still Fashanu in your mind, or is there some other direction you're leaning at this point?
I think just one of those tackles. I don't necessarily have one above the others. I think they'll be fine. They're going to upgrade that position if they can get one of those guys, and that's what matters. This team's got to get better up front. There's, losing Hurst recently as well. They've got some depth issues there, so I think they're going to have to go multiple players in this draft to address the offensive line. And starting here in the first round with such quality and depth at that position, I don't think it matters any of those three. I think the Saints will be happy.
There's the board as of this moment, the top 10, all offensive players, 3 picks left before the Saints select, and you still have 3 of the top 5 tackles on the board as well as Brock Bowers. So Saints will certainly have the option to choose one of those players.
They're going to be
and the only one that I would say,
the
only player that I would say that would be, somewhat other than Bowers would be potentially, say, Byron Murphy, a defensive tackle from Texas. I think defensive tackle is a bigger need than most people think for this team. They need defensive interior, not only run stuffing, but also playmaking ability along the defensive interior. And it's not a deep draft for defensive tackles. And if you look around the league, there's only like 5 or 6, maybe 7 elite guys in there. So if you can get one of those guys, if you think that guy could be, and maybe not Aaron Donald, who's a generational player, but somebody with that kind of playmaking ability, there's certainly value in getting one of them high in the draft. That would be the only other position I think would be considered at that spot.
Yeah, I agree. We talked about that earlier. I think defensive tackle is a big need. All right, Jeff, we'll check in with you maybe at the end of the night and get your full thoughts on this first round. Thanks for joining us on what I know it's a long day.
All right, guys. Have a great show, man. I'll talk to you after a while.
Thank you. Brian Cavett is waiting to lose my mind. Yeah, it's going to happen if that happens. I don't think they're going to look. I've said this for weeks. I mean this wholeheartedly. Cut this out, post it back. Even the Saints can't screw this up now. That's where we are right now. There are only 3 more picks before the Saints.
Boy.
Even the Saints can't screw this up. They
boy.
can't.
Famous last words right there from Mr. Jim Derry. Famous.
They can't screw it up.
Last words.
I mean, they what are they going to do? Who are they going to take? Keon Coleman?
No, but they still have Fashanu, Fuaga, Fatanu,
Right.
Brock
None
Bowers,
of those would be screwing it up. None
Dallas
of those
Turner,
names.
Leatu
That would be
Latu, all
screwing
these
it up.
guys who at times have been mentioned in the top 10. I think they get a top 10 quality pick with this pick, whether it's a tackle or not.
I mean, again, I'm going to repeat this. The problem with the Saints is this. They're no longer that team who can afford to take the best player on the board. When they pick, Dallas Turner might be the best player on the board. You can't take him. You can't take an edge rusher. You simply
That's
can't.
where I'm at, man. Barry has it. Never say never. They can screw it up.
No, they're not going to screw it up.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go
confidence.
finish eating before the Saints pick. I'm letting you
okay.
talk for a little while.
All right. Can they screw it up?
I think you can always screw picks up. I'm a Houston Texans fan. I've seen my team draft Kevin Johnson with a first-round pick, Xavier Suafilo with a second-round pick. So I would, like they said, never say never.
And welcome to the NFL Draft Show. The Saints are just, in case you're just joining us, you've been living under a rock. There are only 3 picks left until the Saints pick. There haven't been a whole lot of fireworks, a whole lot of surprises, but there have been a couple, including the Atlanta Falcons taking quarterback Michael Penix, which to me is the shocker of the night. The second biggest surprise to me is that we're getting to pick number 11, and there still hasn't been a defensive player, and I don't think the Jets are going to take one, and I don't think the Broncos are going to take one, and I don't think the Raiders are going to take one either. The Saints might pick, and there hasn't been a defensive player off the board, and that kind of scares the hell out of me.
I don't think they're the most likely of that group to go defense. I think it would be the Raiders just because of who Antonio Pierce is and the fact that some of these quarterbacks have gone early. There was talks of them liking Daniels, them liking Penix. I don't think they obviously wouldn't take Bo Nix. I mean, never say never, as we just said. We saw Penix go to 8 to the Falcons, which I never thought we'd see. So Bo Nix could go here, but I don't think we'll see a defensive player until maybe 15. If Dallas Turner's still there for Indianapolis, I could see them taking him. But I think definitely I'm in agreement with you. Penix is the surprise of the draft so far.
DD, Saints should trade down and pick up a second or a third. We've been talking all week. Like I said, I didn't think they could anymore because I thought the way that this draft was trending and the mocks were trending and all the talk was trending, that there wouldn't be a tackle there, that you couldn't take that risk. And now, if no tackle goes before 14, you're certainly at the minimum answering phone calls.
I think you could trade down to 16, at least trade down a few
easily,
picks, if not 17. Yeah.
I mean, so you have to hope that Mickey Loomis is answering the phone right now. You would think that he is. I mean, I guess we don't know. But, Scout says Broncos could take a top edge rusher, cornerback. We've seen Peyton target those positions early.
Have you seen their quarterback room?
I don't think that's not what he's gonna do. I don't think he's gonna do that this year. I
Jarrett
just don't.
Stidham is their starting quarterback, right?
This is lining up though. Look, I've said this for weeks as well. My top target has been Fashanu from over a month ago, and I'd be surprised now unless somebody trades ahead of the Saints, because it's clear that that's what they need. No one has to give them any hints or whatever. But if he's there at 14. I don't know if you think about trading down. Do you trade down and get an extra third round pick to move down and not get Fashanu, or do you just take Fashanu? I mean, do you take Fuaga and a third round pick, or do you take Fashanu at 14?
I would take Fuaga and a third round pick personally.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't argue that if they do that. Rosenfeld says the Jets could go Fashanu. They could, but I don't think so.
I think they'll go Bowers.
Yeah, I think they're going to go Bowers too. We'll get there,
but I think that's
their pick's going to come in any minute. As soon as it does, we're going to put it on the screen here. But look, I just think, and again, I don't think you can go wrong if you choose that route. If you go Fuaga, Fautanu, and get a third round pick out of it, but Rap says no trade.
The Jets.
He did go. Okay, well, I'll put it up on the screen. That's bad news. So. Here we go. The pick is in. And you want to put it up?
Yep.
Okay, there it is. Now. So the Saints will not be getting Olu Fashanu. He is going to be a New York Jet. And now what I've been talking about for a few weeks as well is now suddenly a possibility where, again, the two tackles are still going to be there. You don't have to worry about tackle. But you do have to worry about Brock Bowers coming into play, and you have to decide on whether you want to take if you get there, 2 more picks. If he's still there and 2 more picks, do you take the generational tight end that fits Kubiak's offense as much as anybody?
That's tough. I like Bowers a lot, so I would personally. I don't know. I mean, that's an impossible question to ask. This is why I don't get paid millions of dollars to make these decisions.
It's going to be a tough decision again, and I don't advocate that they do that again, because I think tackle is too big of a need. But when you're talking about a Fuaga or a Fautanu, because those are really the 2 options now. Those 2 players are Brock Bowers. God, I mean, the Saints need a tackle, but man, I don't know if you pass up the tight end now.
Brian, I don't know if you do either.
Brian asked, did I think they would get their guy or the guy they wanted? I'll have the jacket ready. I thought Fashanu would still be there, but I mean, again, there's still two of the tackle targets we've been talking about for weeks. They're both still on the board, and barring something extremely out of the ordinary, and if they both go, which isn't going to happen, but if Fautanu goes and Fuaga goes, then you don't have a choice. Then you take Bowers. But you've got to take one of those three guys. I would be very surprised at this point if they don't take one of those three guys, or if they were, a lot of times, you see teams that if they had their heart set on Fashanu and they thought he was going to drop, or they were watching him, maybe they do trade down. So I don't know. I think there's some interesting decisions coming up. Zach's finishing up his Canes. He may need an antacid pill or something before he comes back. I don't know. But what do you guys think out there?
Keep talking about that, Jim. I want to ask one question. One really interesting thing that I think we've seen, especially with McCarthy going to Minnesota. Have we ever seen two rookie quarterbacks, especially in the same division, set up as well for success as J.J. McCarthy and Caleb Williams now, with the weapons that their teams both have?
They are certainly set up. There's no doubt about that. I think they're going to come in and have a chance to be really good. I just don't like J.J. McCarthy.
Neither do I. But I mean,
I don't understand it at all.
Now. There's no excuse now. He's got the weapons he needs.
Dale is saying he would take Bowers over both tackles. Wherever OT Saints take would be a bust. No, you don't know that.
The question is, Jim, are you going to have an outburst if they take Bowers?
No, I said this before. I'm like, okay. No, you weren't listening.
Bowers was his one out for the out.
You haven't listened. Okay. Yeah. So I said I wouldn't advocate it. I don't agree with it, but that's the one player that's not an offensive tackle that I could say, I can understand that. I don't agree with it, but I don't understand.
Let me tell you what's not going to happen.
That ain't happening.
I did just see a note, and the question was asked earlier. I don't remember which viewer asked it, but when was the last time that no defensive players were taken in the top 10? The answer is never.
Wow.
And now we're top 11, right? So,
and about to be top 12. Uncle Big.
Well, we'll see if maybe somebody springs for a defender here.
Why isn't he telling you guys hi too? By the way.
And if you guys believe this, the New York Jets were going to take Fashanu at 10. So they traded down. They made themselves.
Well, they knew
better.
like we said,
the Vikings were going to take
McCarthy. So
yeah.
I don't know. We'll see. The Broncos are on the clock. Would Sean Payton take
sure.
Brock Bowers?
I mean, he probably didn't think he was going to last that long, so he could. I mean, Sweet asked who is the top defensive player. It's got to be probably Dallas Turner. But
Dallas Turner or Byron Murphy, who Jeff Duncan mentioned, would be the other one.
You can't take defense. I mean, you can have the second coming of Lawrence Taylor. I'm going off. I mean, they can't do it. You can't do that. So
Broncos
stop
pick
asking
is
him.
in.
Is it Bowers? No, Bo next. There you go. That was my prediction.
Whoa. Well, hey, in all honesty, Sean Payton is not going into the season with Zach Wilson as a starting quarterback, right? Like, you had to grab somebody.
Yep.
But that's now 6 quarterbacks in the top 12 and 12
no defensive players.
Offensive players.
That's insane. You know what? I don't like Bo Nix, and I've said, but I will say this: I think Sean Payton could make Bo Nix an NFL. I mean, look at the completion percentage. I mean, if that doesn't scream Drew Brees like numbers, and again, he played in the Pac-12, so you can take a few numbers off of that. But I think Bo Nix in certain places, I thought he could be good. This is one of the places where I think he could be turned into something.
NCAA record completion percentage last year, as we have on the screen there, 77.4.
And that's what Sean Payton can make something happen. I think that's a good pick for him. I think that's a good place for him to go.
You guys, Justin Herbert in his last year at Oregon lost 2 games. Do you know who the 2 quarterbacks to beat him were?
Gonna say, no, I don't. I don't.
They're both in this draft class: Bo Nix and Jaden Daniels.
How about that? Couple of losing to Bo Nix and Auburn, and then Jaden Daniels, I assume, when he was at ASU,
Arizona State. Yep.
Roosevelt saying could have traded down and still gotten Nick Samuel. Sean, look, in his defense, maybe they tried to and couldn't. There's lots of times where teams try to trade in. You saw Arizona didn't make any trade at 4. A lot of times teams try to trade down. I'm not taking that for Sean Payton. I'll give him a swift kick in the patoot as well. But they could have tried to trade and couldn't. Maybe. Who knows?
Put it this way, I think Nick's going there. This is the perfect scenario for the Saints. I think they would be wise to trade down a few spots now.
I just
you
don't
know,
know.
you
No,
say
I don't
that,
think- I wouldn't.
but
Not now.
to me, one question about that is, do you like Fatanu or Fuaga much better than the other? Do you prefer one over the other by a pretty significant margin? Or are you really, and we'll see what the Raiders do here, but are you sold on Brock Bowers? Because if the answer to one of those questions is yes, then you have to stay put and either take Bowers or you have to take the tackle that you like significantly better. If you trade back 2 spots, you're back at risking all of them being gone. But as Jeff likes to say, we don't know what the Saints board is. I mean, they may have somebody we're not even talking about
Oh
as
man,
the 10th best player in the draft.
I might go ahead and take some blood pressure medicine. We only got about 8 or 10 minutes before the
Yeah,
Saints pick.
it's getting to be time. Matt
Yeah,
Paris is kind enough to join us just as the Saints are about to be on the clock. So we'll be quick with Matt. In fact, just to create some room, I'm going to kick Gabe backstage. No hard feelings to Gabe. But Matt, thanks for joining us again from the Saints facility on Airline Drive. What's the reaction there in the media room to some of these surprise picks?
Yeah, the Penix pick really threw us for a loop. That was the major surprise of the night. And then the other one that stood out was obviously the Jets taking Olu Fashanu. I mean, that was the guy that was obviously mocked to the Saints for months. Now he's off the board, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, and I mean, really, the Raiders felt like the team that would jump up and take some crazy quarterback like Penix or Nix, and now they're both gone. So we just wait on what the Raiders do. But if let's say they go defense, and I don't have any insight to that, but I just want, if the choice is one of the tackles, Fuaga or Fatanu or Bowers, where do you think the Saints come down on that?
I think Fuaga makes a lot of sense. During first time I was on here, just the ability to kick him inside the guard, if that's what they need, depending on what happens with their tackle situation, I think is an important piece for them. I do think he could play left tackle if needed. He was a right tackle in college, but we don't know about Ryan Ramczyk and the things we've gotten lately. At least when Dennis Allen talked to reporters at the owners' meetings, he didn't sound very optimistic that Ryan Ramczyk was at least fully healthy now, and who knows by the start of the season. So I think they have to account for right tackle as well.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And I suppose at some point, every team on the board, starting with the Raiders and the Saints, have to be asking themselves, do we want the best defensive player in this draft because he's available?
Yeah, no, I mean, we haven't seen a defender go off the board yet, right? I mean, it's been all offense so far. And if they want, if the Saints want to add to their pass rushing, Dallas Turner's still available. There's some top-rated cornerbacks. This was the range where Quinton Mitchell from Toledo was supposed to go. I don't think that he'd be an option for the Saints, but, it is it's 6 quarterbacks going in the top 12, and then this run on tackles here. I don't think it's been an ideal night for the Saints.
No, because they don't have Fashanu, but I do think they're going to have plenty of good options. I was just reading here. I'm sorry, I lost my place on Twitter, but Adam Schefter was saying, Sean Payton has never drafted a quarterback in the first round, and of course we all know the Mahomes story, that they were ready to take Patrick Mahomes until the Chiefs traded up and took him. And Schefter ends that paragraph with, Payton feels as strongly about Bo Nix as he did Mahomes, which is pretty high praise for Bo Nix.
Sure. Right, and he was the guy that has been compared to Drew Brees throughout this draft process. I think it makes a lot of sense of what, Sean Payton looks for in a quarterback, and I think Bo Nix, having that stint at Oregon, and he was a highly productive college quarterback, so I think there's a lot to like there if you're Denver.
Yeah. All right, so Talise Fuaga, if he is the pick, tell us about him and why Saints fans should be happy with that pick.
Yeah, the measurables are a lot what the Saints look for and their offensive lineman. He's 6'6", very athletic, has a bit shorter length and arm reach than maybe what they go to at their usual tackle spot. It's kind of why he's projected to maybe be a guard at the next level. There's some questions about that, but he's a right tackle. Some draft experts believe he can play on the left side, that he'd be talented enough to do that. But yeah, he can kick inside. He's versatile. He's a very good run defender, or he's good, good run blocker. Those are the major selling points.
What about Fautanu? What would the Saints see in him? He's more of a left tackle, though, Matt, right?
Yes. He played left tackle at Washington. Another guard, though, or another guy that some scouts believe he could be a guard or should be a guard at the next level. Has a bit shorter arm length as well. So, some people actually think he could be a center, which is really interesting.
Just going to interrupt you real quick, Matt. The Raiders pick is in, and it is Georgia tight end Brock Bowers. So Bowers is off of the board.
All right, good.
Now the Saints to take a tackle has got to be just about the most sure thing. And so I'm sorry to interrupt, but continue telling us about it.
So Fautanu could be a guard, could be a center. Again, he's a bit more sound pass protection. I think that would be the upside of him if he can play left tackle in the NFL. There's just some questions of where his best fit is.
Getting that queasy feeling, Zach.
All right. Well, Matt, we're going to let you get to work with the Saints on the clock, but we appreciate you joining us, and we'll talk to you later.
Appreciate it.
Zach,
all right. Our
really
thanks.
Bad feeling.
Hey, by the way, thanks so much to these guys for joining us.
Absolutely.
They're busy tonight. Look, covering the draft is insane, Jim. You and I both know that, and
it's tough.
And these guys are taking time out to talk to us and give us their insights. So we'll let him get to work as the New Orleans Saints are on the clock. And that's a good time for us to let you know that this season's NFL draft coverage is brought to you by Tulane Doctors. Now at East Jefferson General Hospital, Tulane Doctors are bringing academic medicine to more patients in new communities. Look for the shield to know the future of medicine is here. Find your physician at TulaneDoctors.com or call 504-988-5000. I hear that they treat indigestion, Jim.
Comment of the night.
Okay.
Right here.
Well, lucky Bo Nix. Hey,
yes, he
seriously,
does.
A word before we turn full attention to the Saints pick, a word on Brock Bowers. Man, what a special.
Yeah, he really is. And look, I hate to say I'm relieved. Look, he goes to a team the Saints that don't play that much, so Saints don't have to worry about him. I just didn't want to be in that position to where you have to make a decision. It would have been a tough one. Now we're sitting out inside the draft room. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe the Saints said there's no way we're taking that guy, which would be dumb. They would say no way we're taking him. But man, I mean, the fact that there's no defensive players off the board, and I see 14.no, I'm getting that queasy feeling in my stomach.
What do you think that means? Does that mean the Saints are looking at this and saying, "Oh my God, we get the best defensive player in the country"?
Jacksonville's calling them right now or something and saying, "Look, we want Dallas Turner. We'll make the move." Somebody.
Butt in, guys.
Go ahead.
Saints are officially listening to trade offers, according to Ian Rappaport.
It doesn't surprise me. I mean,
they should.
If you're just trading down now, I wouldn't trade down a lot.
No, but move to like 17, 18.
Yeah, and you still think you could get the lineman you want and pick up a third rounder. By God, you need a third round.
Absolutely. I mean, if they do that, I'll. When's the last time I gave the Saints a golf clap? Come on, man.
We'll see what they're
Pull
listening.
it off, Mickey. Do it, Mickey. Do it. What are they offering? They're offering some free canes for the media next draft. Okay, do it.
You can save money.
I'll stay on here until we get that official compensation if there is a trade.
Yeah, that's Ian Rappaport listening to trade offers. Now,
Ian Rappaport's listening to trade offers?
He's saying
we got a better chance of taking a tackle if he's listening to trade offers.
I'm going to trade Jim Derry and player to be named later for Ian Rappaport. Look, pros and cons. Okay, to if you stay, the pros are you get your pick of these two tackles, Fuaga or Fautanu.
You get what you desperately need. Yeah.
Yes, one of the top 5 tackles. And probably they're both gone if you trade back more than 3 or 4 picks. And you're set. The cons are, of course, you don't pick up any extra draft capital, and you've only got the one other pick in the top 150. Now, it kind of turn it around. If you trade, you could sure pick up some capital, and maybe it depends on what that is. But the con is now you're back in the waiting game and hoping that Fuaga and Fautanu don't get taken.
What if you traded down to like 26, 27 and just took Guyton?
I mean, that's a possibility because again, we don't know what the Saints board is. What if the Saints
That would
had
be a
Fashanu?
possibility.
If the Saints had Fashanu and Latham and Alt, and then a gap to the next tackle, and maybe they don't like Fuaga better than Guyton or Amarius Mims.
I said this, and I don't know. So I don't know if it's the queasiness because y'all were giving Canes free love, so I'll give Papa John's free love. So I don't know if it's the queasiness from the Papa John's or because I've been through this before. But I did say in the beginning of the show, Fuaga was the last slide that I did of the 53 or whatever you assigned me to do. And Fuaga was the last one. And when I was doing it, and I'm like, this is going to be the Saints pick. I could be right. I could be wrong. I may be crazy.
The Saints will officially pick at 14.
They will pick. Okay.
They will pick.
They couldn't get an offer they wanted.
Yeah. And I mean, that's fair. I think that's fair. You listen, and if somebody's giving you a late second or early third, and you think, oh, yeah, we'll move back 2 spots. But if it's you have to move too far back or you're not getting enough, then that's fair, right?
I'm just trying to get some air into my head.
5 minutes on the clock for the Saints. 5 minutes. They've listened to trade offers. They're gonna pick. It's got to be Talise Fuaga, right? That's going to be my.
Ain't got to be nothing.
It has to be. But guys, when do we start talking about some insane value with Dallas Turner?
Dallas Turner would be insane value.
It's already insane value, but if you couldn't make a trade, you can't make a trade. Now you got to take the guy you got to take. I mean, it is what it is. Sure, you'd love to take Dallas Turner in a perfect if in the 12-4 Saints, the 12-5 Saints who win the division every year. Yeah, you like screw it. We take Dallas Turner. He's the best player on the board. They're not in position to do that. You can't do that now because you've backed yourself in a hole. That's what happens when you keep digging holes.
Jim, quick welfare check on you, my man.
Why? Don't tell you. Why? You got news?
No.
Oh, okay.
Just want to know how you're doing.
Well, I got my energy drink because, like, I really need an energy drink right now.
Look, any chance, Dallas? Yes, I think there is a chance that it's Dallas Turner. I think the Saints are the type of team that's stubborn. They'll take best player available. If they had him at number 7 or 8 on their board, they may very well do that here if they didn't get the trade offer they wanted.
Yeah, just make the damn pick.
The good news is Duncan would owe us drinks at Clancy's if that happened.
I don't know if drinks would do me any good if they take Dallas Turner.
It would already be in a.
I'll buy the damn drinks. Just take frickin' Fuaga. I mean,
all right. You got Fuaga. You got Fatanu.
Fatanu's fine.
You have Dallas Turner. I think those are probably the 3 very most likely options.
Yeah, I think those are the only 3 options.
Those 3. It is going to be. Looks like Talise Fuaga.
There you go.
I'm waiting for confirmation. Yes, Talise Fuaga is the pick, according to our Luke Johnson.
All right.
Oregon State offensive tackle.
I don't have to have a heart bypass surgery tonight. Nice.
Now, we're going to ask our guys when they get off deadline what they think about him, but you heard Matt Paris. This guy's a brawler. He is a road grader in the run game. You see 6'6", 324. He is primarily a right tackle.
Yeah.
But the Saints, look, with Ryan Ramchik's future, they need a left tackle and a right tackle. So you get the right tackle here, and then you worry about left tackle later.
One thing Dunk talked about on Wednesday, and it's true, is you remember we talked about this earlier as well. Ryan Ramczyk was a left tackle in college, moved to right tackle. So these guys are athletes. They can move. I'm just going to say this. I can't believe, I said all this stuff about they can't screw this up. I didn't really believe that, right? I really thought they could.
We told you as much, man.
but they didn't screw it up. Give it to them. Their board actually jived with like a realistic board, and they went and took the tackle that they had to take. Again, Dallas Turner's probably a more impactful player, and the old really good Saints would have taken him and said, "Screw it, we'll figure it out." But you look, man, this team is they might take a tackle in the 2nd round.
Yeah. Again. Well, I'm starting to think. I think Fuaga is the right pick. I'm starting to feel like, given the situation they were in, and again, this is we don't know what the offers were. We don't know how far they would have had to move back. We don't know what they would have gotten in return. But I'm interested in moving back. I actually think that may have been the right move for the Saints in this situation.
Moving back or taking Fuaga?
Moving back. I mean, I think if you were going to pick, Fuaga is the right pick. But I wonder how seriously they listened and what the offers on the table were. I do.
Look, you listen to the offers, and if you don't get what you think you have to get, look, they know where they are. They know what they needed. I mean, any realistic, normal. I mean, you don't have to be a football genius. This is one case where you didn't need to have a Mickey Loomis who's been doing this for 35 years to figure out that you need a tackle. I mean, Mickey Loomis and Jim Derry and my 12-year-old daughter sitting in there watching YouTube videos, that's not us, knows that the Saints needed a tackle. I mean, it was almost foolproof. It doesn't mean they were going to get it right, but they would have had to really screw it up.
Yeah, and look, Mickey Loomis may be kind of entering the twilight of his career, but
he certainly is.
He still thinks that he's got another run with this franchise in him. And
if it doesn't happen this year,
and that was my point, is you almost feel like you need to get a guy who can help you win right now if that's going to happen.
No, I mean, you have to look. This is the last chance for a lot of people. I know we've kind of been saying this and alluding to this, and the reason why, I think another reason why they've held on to DA this long as well too, I'm going to include him in this. You rip up the offensive coaching staff. You give him a new offensive coaching staff. Mickey Loomis is close to, he talked about this on our show 2 years ago, that you could read through the lines. He's close to retirement. It's not that far away. Whether it's a year from now or 3 or 4 years from now, it's going to happen soon. And he knows that he cannot go through an entire rebuild. And this, to me, is the last stop before complete rebuildville. If they don't make significant improvements very soon, like now, and you got to fire a coach again, well, not again, you haven't fired a coach in a long time, but you have to change coaches again. And I think you almost kind of got to start over. And if you got to start over, I just don't see, obviously DA wouldn't be a part of starting over. And Mickey Loomis, I don't think, he thinks he might have another run in him, but I don't think he has another start over run in him, because that takes too long.
Yeah. And he's no spring chicken anymore. I mean,
I mean, shit, I'm not, I'm sorry. Sorry about that. I'm not a
Come
spring
on,
chicken
man.
anymore. I knew
It's
I
not
would
that
do
late
it.
yet.
I know. I'm sorry about that.
So Talise Fuaga is the pick. What do you like about this guy, Jim?
I like that he's versatile. Zach, what we were talking about with Matt when he was on just now, and he was, the fact that he's kind of like Pete, right? He's very similar in size, a little bit smaller than Pete. I think he's an inch or two short. I think Pete's 6'7". So he's just a tiny bit shorter than Pete. But one of the things when they drafted Pete, and they were talking about this before, is that Pete could play tackle or guard, even though he was a tackle at Stanford. And so Fuaga kind of comes in, and he's kind of Pete part 2. Now, people might laugh at that or scoff at it, because there's a lot of people who just haven't, frankly, been kind to Andrus Peat over the course of his career. I actually think he's been pretty darn good for the most part. His biggest trouble is that he hasn't been able to stay healthy. When Andrus Peat is healthy, he's a pretty damn good player, and he showed that last year by being able to step in and play left tackle when he absolutely have to. So that's what I like about Fuaga. I think he could be that player. And if they can find a way to keep Pete, I don't know who, so Fuaga probably would play right tackle in that instance, but if you can find a way to keep Pete, say that 10 times fast, then I think you got something to start with. You get another offensive lineman later in the draft. We don't know what Sal DeVary is going to be. Sal DeVary could be your right guard. Your left guard, excuse me. So, we're going to see how this works out. I think it's shaping up to where I think you will see the Saints pick another lineman in this draft. Probably not the second round, but this is a very good pick for them. Outside of Fashanu, I know you liked Latham, but I think that this might be the second best pick, a second best fit for them.
Yeah, it's so hard to say. Like they always say, you can't rate a draft class for at least 3 years, maybe 5 years. But having said that, and who knows, Latham versus Fuaga, a lot of that, even if Latham ends up, he's a road grader, and maybe Tennessee just is a better situation for that particular player. We'll see. The fact of the matter is, the Saints made what may seem like a boring pick, what may seem like a chalk pick,
right?
But it's like Rod Walker wrote in this morning's Times-Picayune. You had to have a tackle, and they got a guy who's a second-team All-American. He started 25 straight games at tackle. He's gone up against, and you say what you want about the Pac-12. Oregon State, I think, played a couple of Big Ten teams over his tenure too. This guy's gone up against good competition. He's looked the part.
That
and
doesn't
I think
bother me that he's a Pac-12.
we talk about Trevor Penning. This guy should be more ready to step in on day one. His floor is a lot higher than Trevor Penning's.
Yeah, I agreed. The fact that he's playing at a major college, I mean, if you play at Oregon State, you're playing big-time teams. You're playing against the USCs. You're playing against UCLAs. You're playing against the Oregons, the Washingtons throughout your career. So, and look, I just think that this guy just fits what the Saints need. Second-team All-American as well. And you talk about 25 straight starts. You know what? These days, even in college, Zach, that's a rarity. That doesn't happen all that much. That's one of the things I liked about Fashanu as well, is that he was stable as well. He started all of his games in his sophomore year, I guess, and then in his junior year. And so you worry about the injuries, and a lot of these guys, when I was doing these slides, I was looking, they missed 2 games last year, which doesn't seem like that big of a deal. But, the fact that Fuaga has been healthy is a big deal as well. And so there's, you see the next pick to the Indianapolis Colts.
All right, we finally got a defensive
player. Yep.
Laiatu Latu, who we talk about Dallas Turner. I did see Latu
UCLA
mocked in the top 10. I'm not surprised by this. This guy, he's an interesting pick because he was at, I believe, at the University of Washington earlier in his career.
He was.
And was a standout player, and then had a neck injury. And Washington's doctors would not medically clear him. He was basically medically retired from football. But he transfers to UCLA, got some doctors to clear him, and decided to go ahead and keep playing, and has had 2 monster years. And as you can see, at 21 and a half tackles for loss last year. So you could do worse if you're the Indianapolis Colts than taking this edge rusher.
Zach, my son called me this morning, and he was calling me. I heard a rumor. He was reading a rumor somewhere that the Saints actually were looking at Latu, and that some mock draft had Latu going to the Saints. So the fact that he's going here isn't that big of a surprise.
I really like him. Now, again, with the Saints, I hate being forced to draft by need.
Yeah.
I think the Saints were in a position where they were almost for, and it's not like they reached. It's not like Fuaga was the 40th player on anybody's board. So
his over-under was 15 and a half. And
I think they made the right pick. Having said that, I really like Latu.
Yeah, no, if you look, we've been running over-unders on linemen throughout the past week and a half, and where DraftKings had these guys going, and the over-under on Fuaga was 15 and a half. So was he going to go before? And the big number was you had to bet $175 to win 100 that it would go before the 16th round. So that's kind of where everyone expected him to go. It's not a surprise. And now, so the Saints got a guy where he was basically pegged in. They didn't reach. They didn't get maybe value. We see some people typing in, they wish they had trade down, but Brian and others, if you weren't listening to us earlier, apparently the Saints did try to trade down. They couldn't find a suitor. And I'm all for that. If you can't get what you think the value is, if somebody's not willing to pay you value, like, the hell with it. We're just going to take the pick that we want to take here. And I like that. So I'm either get the value or don't. So,
yeah. It's impossible to have that conversation because we don't know what offers were on the board. If we knew, the deal was with the Seahawks to trade down 2 spots to 16 and you were going to get a 4th rounder. Okay, then we can have that argument.
Right.
Is that proper value, or were they afraid that Fuaga would be gone by then? Or they were going to trade down to 20 and get a 3rd rounder. Is that enough? We don't know. We don't know what they may have been offered terrible deals by teams that none of us would have taken. They may have been offered great deals by teams that all of us would have taken, and they decided not to. So
I'll make a prediction, Zach. I'll make a prediction. Yeah, no headphone throw. Look, I can't afford to throw these headphones. My wife will kill me. I will tell you this. You'll hear Mickey Loomis say later this evening, this is the guy we wanted all along. I mean, it's the same spiel.
Some story will come out that he was the number 3 player overall in the Saints board.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like,
which is why I kind of laugh when Dunk tells us stories about, I'm sure Mahomes was number 1 and Lattimore was number 2. I mean, they can tell you whatever they want. I mean, I don't know that I believe I think they exaggerate a little bit. Were they high on their board? Of course they were. But I mean, by every account, I know Dunk would know this better than anybody, but by every account, they would have taken Mahomes that year. But we don't know what their board really was. It's erased by now. I promise you, that board is erased. Anyone that would walk in that room, you wouldn't see what was really on there. So it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. Now,
But-
now, I will say I think the Colts are probably can rightfully brag and say we got the best defensive player in the draft at number 15, which is crazy. I mean, everyone sort of thought it was going to be 8 or 9 picks before we saw a defensive player, but not 15.
Latu's got some cool shades, by the way. I don't know if you're watching this. If you got it on.
Oh yeah, let me look over there and see.
Because you need cool shades in Detroit at 10 o'clock at night.
The future's so bright. You gotta wear shades.
You gotta wear shades. Okay.
All right, let's take a quick break.
Good idea.
The Seahawks are on the clock at number 16. We'll talk more about Talise Fuaga, and we'll have Rod Walker, and we'll start to talk about the Saints' second round plans right after this on the Saints Insider Live NFL Draft Show.
If you go to New Orleans, you want to go to Mardi Gras. If you go to New Orleans, you want to go see the Mardi Gras. And if you see that Mardi Gras, somebody gonna tell you what it's gonna be.
Your trusted Tulane doctors are now at East Jefferson General Hospital. Within these walls, you'll find our region's leaders in academic medicine, where state-of-the-art facilities house the innovation powered by Tulane medicine, where collaborative care and compassion meet, and where our commitment to patient outcomes means a healthier future for our community. Tulane doctors at East Jeff. When you see the shield, you'll know the future of medicine is here.
Welcome back to the 2024 Live NFL Draft Show. Saints Insider and Datitude collaboration. We're brought to you by Tulane Doctors, and we appreciate all of you joining us. We got over 1,000 people watching right now, which is fantastic. And the Saints have just taken
Is that good?
Oregon State defense. Oh, by the way, there's 1,000 people watching.
Is that
Hit
good?
the like button, people. What are you doing?
Subscribe to the Saints Insider YouTube page. Subscribe to the Datitude YouTube
That's
page.
right. A lot of you are watching on Twitter. Get over to YouTube. It's a better viewing experience, especially on your phone. You can swipe up and do something else and keep us on the screen. But hit the like button before you do that and subscribe. So Talise Fuaga, road grader, run blocker, and let's be honest, we've had this conversation, Jim, from the standpoint of Derek Carr needs more protection, and you can't throw to a guy if you can't protect the quarterback. The run blocking on this team has been way subpar for a couple of years now. And I think that's sort of an underrated need that Fuaga really fills.
Staple of a Clint Kubiak offense, or any Kubiak offense for that matter, is to be able to run the damn football. And you can't do that without linemen. Thank you, Kate. Kate, subscribe. Thank you.
Heck yeah. Join the party.
You have to be able to run the football, and that's why we're close to being able to have our running back / wide receiver argument. Not quite, but I just think if you can't run the football with this team, running the football is going to open so many things up for Derek Carr. Here's where I will tick off some of our viewers, because I know so many people hate Derek Carr out there, and it really bothers me. Look, I get on him too. Let's just be positive. I get all that. That bothers me too sometimes. But I truly believe, I said this before and I'll say it again, Derek Carr has never had an offensive line graded by PFF better than 20th. Ever. Think about that. He's been in the league for 10 years. He's never had an offensive line graded better than 20th. I truly believe he was 12th last year in the NFL with the stinky, pathetic play of this offensive line, especially in the first half of the season, that got him almost killed. If he gets time to throw the football, I truly believe that Derek Carr can be a top 10 quarterback. I said it when they got him. I'm going to say it now. I like Derek Carr. Just there are certain things that did kind of bother me. Some of his, I don't know, actions aren't the right word, but there were things that rubbed me the wrong way, I guess, but I guess you're going to have that with anybody. And when you're still coming off I'm used to Drew Brees for the past 15 years, that's the toughest thing. Drew Brees is gone. He's never coming back. There's never going to be another Drew Brees, but I do think Derek Carr can lead this team to somewhere good. There you go, Byron Murphy.
Byron Murphy to the Seahawks. That's a great pick. We're starting to see some defensive players. By the way, this is from the 33rd team, Talise Fuaga. This stat was thrown around for Olu Fashanu, but Talise, I hadn't seen it for Fuaga. 734 pass blocking snaps in his career at Oregon State. 0 sacks allowed.
Wow.
Now, the NFL is a different game. It is. But
wow,
that's very promising for the Saints. Love the pick to be a Willie Roaf. Let's slow your roll.
Willie Roaf was my extra point. By the way, if you did not watch the Attitude podcast this morning with Zach and I, we were previewing the show, and my extra point, which is what I do at the end of every show, kind of looking back in time mostly. It could be a shout out, it could be lots of things, but we look back 31 years ago today, the Saints traded a beloved member of the Dome Patrol, which was thought you cannot do that, but they did it. It worked out pretty well. They traded Pat Swilling of the Lions for the 1st and 3rd round picks and got Willie Roaf in the deal, and that ended up working out pretty well. By the way, Dale, I'm not making excuses for Carr. I don't need to make excuses for a guy that's 12th in the NFL in passing. I mean, that's not what am I making excuses about? It's not making excuses to say that the guy got killed because he had no offensive line. That's not making excuses. I mean, what do you want me to say?
Carr was obviously not perfect, but really the only consistent criticism that I could levy is that I think he played in a couple of games he shouldn't have been playing.
100%.
The first Bucs game and
that's Dennis Allen's fault.
Yeah, and if he sits out those games, if he says, "Look, I'm not ready. I'm not 100%, not even 80%, whatever. I need to sit," and you just take the stats of those 2 games out, his numbers are like really good for the season.
They were.
If those were, and again, if you take anybody's worst 2 games out, their numbers are going to look a lot better. But those games in particular, he was playing hurt, and so you kind of have this, again, you use the word excuse, but it's a legitimate excuse, right?
It's not even really an excuse. It's the reason. There's a difference between an excuse and a reason, and the reason why he was 12th instead of 8th or 9th was because he didn't have any time to throw the ball. I mean, it is what it is. All right, let's get off of Derek Carr for right now.
What do you think of Byron Murphy the second? Real quick, Jim, before we get to John's question here. Byron Murphy, I love this pick.
I think that's a great pick. Look, you're talking about getting a guy that probably would have been in the top 10 in any other draft. And I know you're a big Byron Murphy fan because we kind of talked about it a little bit before, but I think, wasn't he the Pac-12 Defensive Player of the Year? Is that what I said? That's not what I said. What did I say? Pac-12.
But I mean, he's a run stuffer. By the way, his father, Byron Murphy the first, was a 4-time All-Pro, I think, or something.
Yeah.
The Mike McDonald, the Seahawks new coach,
the singer.
You get rid of a Hall of Fame coach like Pete Carroll, it's hard to imagine a better hire for the Seahawks. They get the Ravens defensive coordinator who did a great job last year, and now he has the centerpiece of his front 7. This is a guy. Yeah, look, he had five sacks. I mean, he is a space eater in there. You've got to double team him almost, and that makes it so much more difficult for your offense to do anything else.
I agree. And look, any other year, maybe the Saints would have been considering picking Byron Murphy. Again, couldn't do it this year. So I think he's going to be a force. There are going to be a lot of guys picked in the back half of this first round who are going to be forces in this draft for sure. I don't get some of these comments. I'm not going to show them all, but I do want to go back to John's comment because it's a legitimate question. Do we think the Saints do something crazy and trade back into the first round? I don't think they can, John.
They have to trade next year's picks, which I've been consistent in saying I think it's a bad idea.
Yeah, I just don't think they can. You can't. This
Vikings
is what
trading up to number 17.
I just saw
by the
that.
way. Yeah,
I just saw that. Okay,
that's what the Jaguars are at number 17. There's a lot of good players. Like I could see the Vikings. Like, holy crap, Dallas Turner's still available. Like I could see the Jaguars holding an auction with this pick. I'm trying to think. Quinyon Mitchell Terry and Arnold, the top corner.
The NFC North's going to be pretty good this year.
Yeah.
By the way,
Vikings had the 23rd pick. I assume that's at least one of the things they're trading.
Yeah. Well, and also this goes to the point of why the Saints probably had trouble trading the pick, because no one in the 2 or 3 or 4 behind them wanted to make a move.
Yeah, and there was enough good players to where they thought, okay, well, we won't pay the Saints too much to move over to 14 when we can still get a guy we want at 17. So the trade is they get let's see, number 17 for number 23, 167, which I think is a 5th round pick, and also the Vikings 3rd and 4th round picks from next year.
Wow.
So the Jaguars really cash in there.
See, if the Saints could have made a move like that, I would have fully endorsed it.
So to move back 6 spots, they pick up a 5th round this year and a 3rd and 4th next year. Now, I will say, Jim, the consensus, and again, things, look at Jaden Daniels and Brian Thomas, things can change a lot in one year, but the consensus is that next year's draft is not nearly as good as this year's.
Well, I mean, it's going to be hard to be as good as this
so
year.
third and 4th round picks. Now, it may be like a deeper draft. And here we go. It is Dallas Turner to the Vikings. I love that picture, by the way. I am actually scared of Dallas Turner just looking at it.
Aren't you? Actually photoshopped that a little bit to give him a little bit. You can see his face a little bit better. No, I think it's a great pick. Back to him real quick. I want to address one thing, and because this is something that I talked about with Duncan yesterday on Dad. Shane saying rumors are they're shopping Lattimore. Is he worth a 1st rounder? And I'll tell you this. I think the rumors are not true. I thought the same thing until Dunk was talking about Lattimore, his money issues on the books for the Saints right now. It's probably going to make it to where if they were going to trade Lattimore, they probably wouldn't be able to trade him. He'd have to be like a post-June 1.
Post-June 1st. Yeah, I think you were off eating or something, but I answered that question earlier.
I missed that.
It makes a lot more sense to trade Lattimore. I mean, I'm not of the illusion that everyone watching is watching us for all 5 hours, so we can repeat ourselves a little bit. Look, it makes more sense for the Saints to do that. I do think if you see them take a corner at some point, that could be a sign that they are very open to the idea. But it would be for a picks for next year. Right. That's what they would get for it. It's not going to be this weekend. Let's take a look at the draft.
We're starting to fill in.
Yeah, it is. We're more than halfway through the 1st round. We had 3 straight defensive players after 14 straight offensive players. Latu, Byron Murphy II, and Dallas Turner, 3 straight defensive linemen. And now, interesting, the Bengals on the clock at number 18. Is this a spot for Brian Thomas?
Yeah. I think it's a perfect spot for Brian. How long have we been talking about Brian Thomas to the Bengals? They have to be licking their chops right now. I think it'd almost be an upset if he doesn't go there at this point. Does Joe Burrow have pull? Probably does. I could definitely see that happening.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the Bengals have some other needs. Their defense was not very good at the end of last year.
If Turner was still around, and there it is.
No. That's just me putting it up.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. But T. Higgins is likely on his way out, as Gabe points out. There's a contract dispute there. So yeah, we're gonna have Gabe step in for Jim here for just a minute. The Saints, by the way, will have some of the guys come back in. They're about to talk.
I'm gonna wait till after the Bengals pick before I walk off.
The writers, the media is about to talk to Talise Fuaga on a Zoom call for the first time.
Okay. Hold on. What does this mean? So it said the Saints have to keep drafting to make up for past. You're talking about Penning? I mean, it doesn't mean you still wouldn't need. Even if Penning was like the greatest left tackle in the last 5 years, they'd still need to draft a tackle. I mean, again, and I think Fuaga is probably more likely to play right tackle than he is left tackle.
Yeah, every team makes mistakes. Okay, that's what I would say to that. Was Trevor Penning a mistake? In hindsight, yes, he definitely was. But he could, number one, he could still turn into something. I think odds are probably against that right now, but it could happen. Number two, like, you just can't expect teams to hit on every single pick that they make. They hit on Chris Olave that year. Brian Bresee, I will say the jury's still out on Brian Bresee, but I think
he'll be.
I'm hopeful for him to be a good player.
He was okay. Fine. It was
defensive
the
line defensive line is the hardest place on the field to make an instant impact as a rookie.
Look, you can go back to last year when we did this same show a year ago, and when they made the Bresee pick, and again, I was advocating for tackle then. I didn't. Marius Mims.
Yeah, Marius Mims is the Bengals pick. So it is another.
All right,
That is the before Troy
they
Fatani.
need to protect Burrow too.
That is the 5th offensive lineman off.
That is a mountain of a man, by the way.
We also need some eye drops in that picture, I think.
6'8", 340.
Just a reflection off his helmet. Yeah, he's a big guy. He was injured for most of the season, but he did start for Georgia's national championship team in 2022. So in fact, I had to use a photo from his pro day there because there's just not that many photos of him actually playing.
No, there really weren't. I do remember that. Tic Tac. Sorry. Did the Saints try to? I don't think they have the capital to bring back Trey Hendrickson.
Yeah, I mean, are you going to trade next year's first rounder or second rounder for Trey Hendrickson?
Can't trade anymore. Stop trading picks. No more picks.
Don't do it.
Any more picks.
We talked about that a little bit earlier. You can finally get back to neutral on your draft picks where you have a full complement of picks next year. I would keep it that way. In fact, and as the night goes on, we'll talk more and more about this, but I'm very interested, if I'm the Saints, in trading down in round 2 to pick up some more top 100 picks in this draft.
I think they're already on the phone talking about that. I would be willing to bet.
And we'll see.
Talking about that.
Some of that, Jim, is going to depend on how this first round ends.
Yeah.
Because, depending on who's available, and again, at that point you can start to do draft math because the Saints have I think it's the 13th pick in the second round, number 45 overall.
Right.
And you can start to do draft math. Okay, these 15 players are available. If we hold tight, we're going to get one of them. Get one of them no matter what. And we might get one pretty high on our list. But on the other hand, if you have 20 players still available that you really want, and someone else is interested in moving up and you only have to move back 5 or 6 spots and you pick up a 4th rounder in the deal, then that's the type of deal I'm interested in doing.
Completely agree. We'll see how that works out. But I bet you as soon as tonight's over with, Mickey's going to be on the phone. And I think if we've been talking about it so far, we were right. Doesn't mean we'll be right tomorrow, but I think they are going to try to trade down and get them. So they need picks more than they need where they're going to be picking in the second round. Or you got your tackle. You can get another offensive lineman in this draft at some point. You can get a wide receiver or running back or whatever you think you need. I just look. It wouldn't surprise me at all if they don't draft any defense in this draft at all.
It's very interesting. As I mentioned, the Saints media members talking to Fuaga right now, and they're all tweeting out things that Fuaga is saying. And the thing that sticks out immediately is that Fuaga says the Saints picking him was a surprise, that he did not talk to the Saints much pre-draft.
Penix said the same thing.
Yeah, so
Falcons.
Go figure. He also says he has not played a whole lot of left tackle, but he has worked on it. I think they're going to play him at right tackle. They need both.
The Saints need a right tackle. I mean,
they need both.
Look, you and I think, are both talked about this. I think it would be almost a big surprise if Ryan Ramczyk plays at least the first half of next year, if at all, and maybe never again. I mean, Dunk talked about it yesterday. That there's a reason why they cut his deal down to the minimum they could cut it down to. And it just, every sign you get, Ryan Ramczyk was talking about retiring 2 years ago. And so I don't know that he'll ever play another game in the NFL. So,
yeah, no, I agree. By the way, this was earlier, and Gabe mentioned it. Diana Rossini was reporting Kirk Cousins is very unhappy with the Falcons taking Michael.
You think?
I mean, it's one thing to be like, yes, he's unhappy. For him to actually tell reporters he's disappointed and stunned were the 2 words. And that the only word he received that they were going to do this was while the Falcons were on the clock. So like less than 10 minutes before they did it, they called and said, "Hey, Kirk, guess what? We got competition for you."
You want to do a rewind to 2 years ago when the Falcons drafted Desmond Ridder and Matt Ryan was in the same exact boat? They did it to a 13-year Falcon. You think they're not going to do it to him too?
If I'm a Falcons fan, I'm not too thrilled with this development. I'm really not. You could have gotten Dallas Turner. You could have had Byron Murphy. You could have had another lineman.
Here's my thing: if you're the Falcons,
could have traded that.
If you're a Falcons fan, picking Michael Penix is fine, but why in the hell did you go spend the money on Kirk Cousins? It doesn't make any sense.
Go get Penix.
Exactly. If you're sitting there and you're trying to figure out what you're going to do, and you say, okay, we want to get a guy like Michael Penix, and you know that there are going to be 6 quarterbacks gone early in the draft, and you can get one of the 6, and that's what you want to do, then go for it. But you can't draft a 24-year-old quarterback when you just spent. You're spending, what the hell are you spending on Kirk Cousins? $48 million a year.
Yeah, it's two years guaranteed too. So
2 years, $48 million a year, and I mean, I tell you, Kirk Cousins just been he's been screwed over a lot.
I feel for the guy, and you wonder about and winning cures this type of thing, but is that locker room going to be completely together at the beginning of the year? Or do you start to see this Penix faction of the locker room and a Cousins faction of the locker room? I don't know. We're speculating, but it's a weird thing. And Gabe, let's bring Gabe on, Jim, if you want to go make sure the kids are in bed.
Yeah, I'll say this before I go take a little break. You bring Gabe on. The one thing I will say is the thing that I've been saying, and we don't talk as much about odds as we have been talking about as we used to, but when we had Bayou Bets and all that stuff. But when the odds came out, and I went on the Final Bet show on Fox 8, I don't know, I think last week, and we're talking about should the Falcons be the favorite in the NFC South, because right now I think they were minus 130. Meanwhile, the Bucks are plus 300. The Saints are plus 380, at least going into earlier in the week. I haven't looked this week. So when we're talking about whether the Falcons should be the favorite because they got Kirk Cousins, my answer was this: the Falcon, I say this in part to be funny, but I say it in part to be true. Falcons gonna Falcon. They are. You think the Saints are a messed up organization? I promise you, the Falcons are way worse than the Saints. They held on to Arthur Smith for 3 years. You could say whatever you want about Dennis Allen. Dennis Allen looks like Vince Lombardi compared to Arthur Smith. Okay? So, and they held on to this guy 3, 7, and 10 seasons with the talent they had. Don't realize that they have Bijan. Oh, we traded for Bijan Robinson. I mean, we picked Bijan Robinson in the draft. Oh, this guy's pretty good. Oh, we don't know if he's pretty good because you don't know how to use him. They won't even use him. You got Kyle Pitts, don't know how to use him. And so, they did the same thing to Matt Ryan, like I said, a couple of years ago when they took Desmond Ridder. And this is a guy that's a Hall of Fame quarterback. You do this to your Hall of Fame. Could you imagine the Saints doing that to Drew Brees without even basically telling him?
This is the plan, and Tic Tac's got it. They're trying to do what Green Bay does. And you groom Aaron Rodgers for a couple of years under Brett Favre, and then you groom Jordan Love for a couple of years under Aaron Rodgers. That's the plan in theory. Whether it actually works out that way. I mean, and the other thing, as we pointed out when the pick was made, is Michael Penix is already 24 years old.
Exactly.
Like if you do that for 3 years, you say, okay, Kirk, you're going to get 3 years, and then we're going to turn it over to Mike Penix. He's 27 years old, and that's not crazy old for a quarterback. But then you add in a couple of years for him to kind of learn on the job and everything, as Jordan Love has done. All of a sudden, the guy's 30 before
Well, also think about, Zach, if you're Michael Penix, you're thinking about what the hell, what just happened? Yeah. Why am I going there? Yeah. And look, there are lots of times we may not know. Maybe there is a trade in the works and we don't know. I mean, that still could happen. I mean, we've seen it happen. I mean, Eli wasn't traded until, I believe, later in the night. It wasn't right away. I think when they
but that was rumored beforehand, though. That was
maybe, I don't know. I mean, but you've seen these things happen in the past where a guy gets picked and they get traded an hour or two later. So
the only other thing that they're worried about Kirk Cousins' medicals.
Old Terry Fontenot getting cute, no doubt about it.
That either they think Kirk Cousins is not going to be fully healthy, or that he could re-injure that Achilles or not be the same, and that Michael Penix is sort of the insurance policy. But boy, that's at number 8. That's
insane.
Michael
Penix isn't an insurance policy. This is a guy that is a starting quarterback in the NFL.
Well, but that's what makes him a good insurance policy, is that he could come in and start. But
that's just dumb.
It is the surprise of the night for sure. All right, get those kids to bed.
By the way, okay, well, good news for everyone out there. If you're interested in talking more about this whole Penix and Kirk Cousins, my guest on Wednesday is Taryn Walk on the Datitude podcast, who works for the Atlanta Falcons. It does rights for the Atlanta Falcons webpage. So we'll have plenty of conversations about this.
This is the LA Rams first round pick. Their first round pick since 2016.
Wow.
They haven't picked since 2016 in the first round. They get Jared Verse at good value at number 19.
Well, that's a good one. All right, I'll be back in a little bit, guys.
All right, Gabe. First and foremost, Jared Verse at 19. I like it, man. I think the Rams probably needed help on defense more than anywhere else, and to be able to sit tight at 19 and get a guy a lot of people had going off the board in the top, 12 picks or so, pretty good.
Yeah, even though they don't play the same position, you lose Aaron Donald and you get a pass rusher who you hope can be, even if he's a fraction as effective as Aaron Donald, you're getting a real steal here. I mean, Jared Verse, he's a game wrecker, as LSU fans well know.
Yeah, no doubt about it. You wanted to talk more about the Michael Penix situation, though.
Yeah, more on Penix from ESPN's Pete Thamel. He said there's inherent frustration and confusion from Cousins' camp as they didn't use the pick to help the team in 2024. They instead drafted his eventual replacement before he even put on a Falcons helmet. He understands the business of football. He's ready to move forward, but there was an understandable surprise.
It's just not a good situation, man. And I know Jim's talking about the possibility of a trade. That's something you see in the NBA all the time.
Yeah,
you don't see it in the NFL too often. And I don't know, to be honest with you, I'm not sure if there's like a rule against. I know you can't trade a draft pick after a certain period of time until the next season or something like that. But you just don't see it very often in the NFL.
And I mean, who's really going to trade for him?
Well,
I mean, you look at all the teams that are quarterback needy have already made their picks here in the first round.
I mean, you could see, like the Dallas Cowboys would make a lot more sense because Dak Prescott's going to be a free agent next year. Okay, so to me, that would actually make some sense. But you're right. You look at the rest of these teams that are yet to pick in the first round, they've all got a quarterback. The Steelers just got Russell Wilson and Justin Fields. So between those, you got Tua Tagovailoa in Miami. You have Jalen Hurts in Philadelphia. You have Trevor Lawrence in Jacksonville. So yeah, you're right. I mean, the teams without a first round pick, I think it's the Texans and I can't remember who else. But then you're talking about it. Does that team even have enough to offer you to get a Michael Penix?
Yeah, I mean, the most quarterback needy team left to pick here in the first round, I would maybe say, is the Lions. Once Jared Goff moves on,
yeah.
But even then, they drafted Hendon Hooker last year to be that backup and maybe an eventual successor, even though he is on the older side, like Penix.
Yeah,
so I don't know. That pick is it continues to baffle me. Like 2 hours later.
And if for nothing else, then you just sort of pissed off your franchise quarterback before he ever played a game for you. Was that alone maybe makes it not worth it?
I mean, I get not taking an offensive weapon there because they've got a lot on offense, regardless of what Jim will tell you. But Dallas Turner was right there.
Dallas Turner was there. Byron Murphy was there.
To fit perfectly in Atlanta.
By the way, as we look at the full board here for the draft, once again, no defensive pick, in the first 14, and there still hasn't been a cornerback taken. I wonder when the last time the top corner in the draft lasted all the way to pick number 20 or beyond.
I think that speaks more to the lack of real talent at corner in this year's draft more than anything else. I mean, I didn't see it's unprecedented, obviously. It was one of the guys, I think it was Adam Schefter, said earlier that 7 straight offensive players was the record going into this year, and they've doubled that this year.
That's amazing.
It's unprecedented what we're seeing right now.
Yeah. So yeah, as we go into the 20s now, Gabe, we've got Troy Fautanu, who's still out there, Brian Thomas, Xavier Worthy, who set the NFL record for a 40-yard dash, Chop Robinson. Some of these guys were at various times expected to go in the top half of the first round, and now here we are at number 20. And this happens every year. This is nothing new, but these teams who pick at this range are usually the better teams in the league, and they can sit back and wait, and usually somebody ends up falling to them.
Yeah, I said it with Dallas Turner earlier, and I mean, it's especially true now. When you have this many quarterbacks, when you have a record number of quarterbacks, I mean, it just pushes these players down the board. We expected guys like Brian Thomas to be here, but some of those other names that you mentioned, these teams are just licking their chops because they get to not only have good seasons and pick in the back half of the first round, but they now get to add to those teams with some incredible players. I mean, we've seen 4 defensive players gone now, I believe. So you're looking at a top 5 defensive player being picked here at 20.
Yeah.
I mean,
it almost doesn't seem fair when you like
No.
the Steelers, who have always had a great defense, and you get, a top 5 defensive player, top 6 defensive player, and Saint for like also, if you wanted an offensive tackle, if you're one of these teams that wanted an offensive tackle, Troy Fautanu at times was mocked in the top 10 or 12 picks, and now he's here in the 20s.
Listen, I know a lot of people have been against the Saints trading up, but I mean, if you're Mickey Loomis, you'd be remiss if you wouldn't pick up the phone and see as long as some of these guys continue to fall. I mean, would 2 5th-rounders and a 2nd-rounder be enough to get another one of the top tackles?
I don't think you could get up
I
that
don't
high.
think
I think at that point you're trading next year's capital.
If Fautanu falls to like 33, like if he's
still there tomorrow.
If he's still there at the end of this first round, then I think you could probably trade your 2nd, maybe 2 5ths and maybe a 3rd or 4th next year and move up to that spot, and then that would probably be worth it. But then you're also talking about a team that needs, we talk about this, they need picks. They need more players. There are positions they need to fill that they don't have right now. And so I don't know whether you're willing to give that capital or not. But if it'll be tempting, if for some reason he's still on the board after this first round's over, you would be very tempted to trade up, because someone always wants to trade up and get that first pick of the 2nd round. We've seen the Saints do it before.
By the way, here's an interesting note from Field Yates. After all their wheeling and dealing tonight, the Vikings have just 3 picks in next year's draft. They have their 1st-rounder and 2 5th-rounders.
They better be good this year then.
Yeah, that's very.
JJ better be good.
Or you're not very good. You have like the number 5 pick and you trade it back for a whole bunch of picks later on. I mean, that would be the other option. But
I don't think you're going to get enough.
Yeah, you've only got 3 picks.
Vikings are going the wrong way, in my opinion.
The Steelers are on the clock here.
They should have never got rid of Kirk Cousins. They should have found a way to sign.
Well, I bet both sides right now are kind of wishing
100%.
Steelers are taking Troy Fautanu.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, so Troy Fautanu will be the pick at number 20. Yeah, he's off the board. That's not a surprise that he's gone at this point, because the guy was probably a top 15 talent, and the Steelers get him. By the way, this is like 9 Pac-12 players in the top 20, or the artist formerly known as the Pac-12. Like, people talk about, oh, it's just the Pac-12. Like, there's some good players out there.
The Pac-12 was pretty good this year. I mean, at least the top half. I'll say
that's the 3rd Washington Husky off the board.
I was going to say, it feels like everyone's coming from Washington.
Yeah.
How many of those TCU players? Never mind.
Oh, by the way, speaking of TCU players, Kendra Miller just tweeted on Instagram. He showed the Saints pick Talise Fuaga, and then had a big smiley face with the rosy cheeks underneath. So he's happy with the pick. He likes the help. He knows, and this guy's a road grader, man. I think he's Jerry's here. He loves the Fuaga pick.
Gotta love it. I know some people were hoping I was going to throw my headset, but
what's the deal about Brian Thomas? We'll see. I don't think it's crazy. It's not crazy that he's fallen this far. If he falls a whole lot farther, I'd be a little surprised. Dolphins are on the clock. That's a potential home for him.
They don't have enough weapons. Miami doesn't have enough weapons.
I mean, did they got what did they score 6 points in their wild card loss?
Well, that's not because they don't have weapons. Could be because
I don't know.
Overrated coach with the Gucci sunglasses or whatever the hell he wears. That goofball.
Wow.
I can't speak to the credibility of the report reporting this. John Frashella, apparently of Bleacher Report, he's reporting that Falcons owner Arthur Blank is not happy about the Michael Pack.
I love it. 28-3, boys and girls. 28-3.
The best thing about tonight for
Never
the
gets
Saints,
old.
the Saints actually acted like the grown-ups in the division. Not that this is the first time, but they sat back. They took the best player available. They didn't make any rash moves. And meanwhile, their biggest division rival is like stepping all over itself here.
They always step up. That's one thing you can count on. You can count on death, taxes, and the Falcons being the Falcons. It happens all the time.
Just when it looked like they were going to be pretty good this year.
It's awesome.
If Arthur Blank was not the one behind that, then I guess it was Terry Fontenot, or maybe it was
should go play golf.
the new coaching staff, Raheem Morris, and I'm blank on his name from the Rams, the offensive coordinator.
David. He said,
Zach Robinson. Zach Robinson.
He said, "I'm not sad."
Let me say this, Jim. The odds in the division, we've been talking about them on Datitude for the last few weeks. They're going to be really interesting in the next few days.
Oh, I can't wait they're going to change. I think they change.
I hope you got your ticket.
No, I didn't get my. Look, I've been fooled before. I'm not doing that again.
No, look.
If anything, I would bet on the Bucks.
The first round of this draft going well for the Saints is not the same thing as the Saints having a good season.
No, yeah. Look, by the way, my prediction is Brian Thomas to the Packers.
Oh,
okay, I like that. New weapon for Jordan Love.
Receivers, you'd think.
Nah, you can't. No, I think they could use him. That'd be interesting. Brian Thomas will be just fine wherever he goes. I'm just
I
saying.
wonder if he goes to Jacksonville. Jacksonville losing Calvin Ridley.
They've had some LSU receivers.
The Dolphins on the clock. We're gonna have some more guests a little bit later, everybody, but obviously everyone's kind of busy on deadline right now, following the draft. So we'll see what happens, but we'll get Rod Walker and Jeff Duncan, Luke Johnson all back in here before the end of the night.
I see Cam Hayward making the Steelers pick, which we already announced, obviously. But again, another extra point earlier this week was the Saints, 36 years ago, picking Craig Ironhead Hayward, his dad, who died of brain cancer at the age of 39, but an icon here in New Orleans.
I love Ironhead, man. I didn't grow up in New Orleans or anything, but what a fun player.
He really was a fun player, and we forgive him for going to the Falcons like we forgive Bobby Hebert. But I always think, even now when I see the Hayward brothers playing for the Steelers, and especially Cam, I can't imagine how proud that Ironhead would be of his son. But it's pretty cool that he gets to go up there and make the Steelers selection. So go back, go subscribe to the Datitude Podcast and go watch our extra points. Gabe's been cutting out the shorts of the extra points lately, and people have been watching those and enjoying them.
Just noticing now after the Steelers pick Fatani that it's 7 consecutive linemen taken, starting with Fuaga, either offensive or defensive lineman. You had Talise Fuaga, Leatu Latu, Byron Murphy, Dallas Turner, Amarius Mims, Jared Verse, now Troy Fatanu. 7 consecutive linemen. Where is football won, boys and girls? It's one in the trenches.
Exactly. And we talk again. I'm gonna say it again because you can't be said enough. That's the thing about Kubiak. I guarantee you he's got a lot of input on this team. And one of the reasons why he wanted to come here, because really, why would you want to leave a potential World Series champ, one that went to the Super Bowl, to come to New Orleans? Because you're going to have a huge role in this team. And Dennis Allen's the head coach, but I guarantee you that Kubiak's going to have a lot of say on what's going on here in New Orleans, and already showing it. And that's why I think there's a good chance that in the second round they go offense, and that if you only see one or none defensive players being chosen in this draft by the Saints, wouldn't surprise me at all.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I think at the end of the night, we're going to talk a lot more about the second round and we will be back, by the way, tomorrow. We're not going to be back for the entire night.
You're going to be back.
I don't think we could do that, but we
will not be able to be here.
We will probably come back, maybe around the late 30s, probably an hour into the night. And then stay through the Saints either picking or trading. And if they trade back, we might kind of go off the air and come back again when they pick, say, in the late second round, third round, whatever they do. But we will have a live show on Saints Insider and Datitude tomorrow too. Just not for the entire night.
You didn't tell me that.
I didn't?
No. And I have another.
You got plans?
Yeah, well, I got to broadcast a game tomorrow night.
All right, Gabe Henderson and I are going to be back tomorrow night then.
There you go.
How's that, Gabe?
That works.
Be live
speaking of trading,
Slide L.
You guys asked me earlier what I thought about the Texans. Diana Rossini now reporting the Texans are working the phones to try and get into the first round.
Okay. Who do you think they won, Gabe?
Brian Thomas. Brian Thomas.
Talk about an embarrassment of riches. That would be my dream.
That would be pretty cool, though.
I still think Kool-Aid McKinstry.
I gotta say this. the Texans are kind of making me a fan. I mean, you can be a fan of if you're, we don't play the Texans, but I guess twice every 5 years now.
Another 4 years.
No, because the way the stupid schedule's set up now, you will play them a little bit more than that, but still, twice every 5 years maybe. I think they're a fun team to follow, and there's certainly no other team in that stinky division that's fun to follow. I mean, Jacksonville can fall off the face of the map for as far as I'm concerned. Not the actual city of Jacksonville. I'm talking about
next pick.
The Jaguars.
Oh, we got another lineman.
Another lineman.
Chop Robinson going to the Dolphins. You know what? That's a smart pick for the Dolphins.
It is.
We talk about all the weapons on offense. They, their defense wasn't actually bad by the end of last year.
Wasn't good.
Never a bad idea to shore up that defense.
In that division, Josh Allen, Aaron Rodgers. I mean,
got to have somebody to go chop them down.
Now Drake May, so that's a good pick for them. They need defense. I mean, I think they ended up somewhere in the upper 20. They were like 21st or something like that in defense. But yeah, they need to be able to get after Josh Allen. They were not able to do that at all. They can't beat Buffalo without some more help on defense.
Yeah, it's interesting. Very interesting draft so far. 8 straight linemen now since Brock Bowers. All the quarterbacks early, and now it's all these linemen.
I wouldn't be surprised if we saw 9th here. If you look at see who's sitting at 22, it's the Philadelphia Eagles.
They need some. Maybe what about a center?
Eagles, of course, already made a move tonight when they signed A.J. Brown to an extension. So now maybe upgrade the defense or offensive line. Here's what we're at, guys. Bucks coming up, the other team in the NFC South.
Yeah, the Bucks are. What do we think? Obviously they're probably thinking either one of the lines, right? Offensive or defensive line.
At some point it becomes best available. I'm trying to think of the linemen who are still out there. You still have Tyler Guyton on the offensive side of the ball. Still have Darius Robinson on the defensive side of the ball. So there's still a few out there. Can still see some more linemen going. Hey, Rod Walker's here. Let's talk to Rod and see his thoughts on the Saints. Rod, thanks for joining us again. You've had a chance to talk to Elise Fuaga. He is the Saints' newest member. What, first of all, before we get into what he said, what were your thoughts on the pick?
That was a great pick. We all picked the Penn State tackle, Alu Fashanu, but we thought this was like just as good of a pick, and we didn't think they could go wrong with any offensive lineman. I think they got a guy who's going to be really good. I know I was listening to Louis Riddick talk about him when he got picked, and obviously Louis Riddick can evaluate talent, I guess, better than I can. But he was saying that this is a guy that he expects to be in the league 10 or 15 years with several Pro Bowls. What else can you ask for out of a tackle? If the Saints if he pans out to be that, the Saints hit a home run tonight, and they feel the need. So.
And Rod, the good thing about him is even though he is a right tackle, and he talks about how he's never really played left tackle, done a little bit of work there. He pegs in as a guy that's versatile and probably could move over if you wanted him to. Although the Saints probably need a right tackle as much as they need a left tackle. But that's one thing about this pick is he's not locked in to play right tackle.
Yeah, that's one of the things he talked about. He said, a lot of people think it's like trying to learn to drive to the other side of the road. And he said it's not. He don't think it's that hard. He thinks the transition he can easily make. So you got to like that too. The Saints have always sort of done well with these versatile guys that can move around. And this is a guy that could, he could play guard if you needed him to. So I think this is an excellent pick. And I know I shouldn't go by what Twitter reactions say, but I saw a few people that weren't happy with the pick. It was like, who do you want?
Why? Exactly. Why?
It was boring, I think, is what, but sometimes the boring pick is the right pick.
You can't please everyone.
Yeah. If it was up to fans, no team would ever pick an offensive lineman. They'd be playing with just playing with all skill position guys like a 7-on-7 or something.
The only other option that I'll float, Rod, and I'm curious as to what you think. Could the Saints? It was reported the Saints were listening to offers to trade back at that spot, and of course we don't know what those offers were. so it's hard to evaluate. But how serious do you think those discussions got?
That's a good question, because there were some other, there's some tackle that you could have got later on, or maybe, maybe Fuaga would have fell a little bit lower. But I think at the end of the day, I think the Saints just kind of knew what they needed, and they had to jump on. They couldn't even risk it. But it'd been good, to try to maybe trade back and pick up another pick somewhere down the road. But I won't complain about this pick at all, and I don't think fans should or will once this guy, hits the field, and he's starting week 1 of the season, I would imagine.
Yeah. What were your impressions from speaking to Fuaga?
It was great. He's actually in Hawaii. It's only like 4:00 there, but you can tell they had a pretty festive draft party, I guess. He said they had 100 family members there, and just looking on TV, it looked like it was 100 family members there. It looked like a couple of people that might be first round draft choices 2 or 3 years down the road, probably. But he's never obviously been to New Orleans, but he's a guy. He did say he was good friends with Brian Thomas, the LSU receiver. They met training somewhere, I think he said in California, but which I thought was pretty interesting. So he has heard about New Orleans, so he knows about the New Orleans heat, and heat is in the weather. But yeah, I think he's gonna be a guy that people are gonna really like here. I mean, he's seems to have a lot of personality, and he talks some about being tough, and he attributed his toughness to no, I think the question was asked like, how do you get tough? And he said, you have to, he kind of used an analogy from the movie Waterboy, and like looking at the other opposing player, and he said something about my mom, or, just thinking things like that to make him feel
Bobby
tougher.
Boucher.
Yeah.
Do we expect to hear from Mickey tonight, Rod?
We'll hear from him or Dennis. I'm not sure which one it'll be, but at the end of the first round, at the end of the round, they usually come in and address. One of them will. I don't know which one it'll be.
Have you already written like their quotes? I mean, we already know exactly what they're going to say, right?
Yeah, they said, we saw a need, and we got the best tackle that ever walked the face of this earth, and this is the guy we wanted all along.
And if it's Dennis, just make sure you put "look" before every sentence. Look, yeah.
Right.
No, look, it's boring.
You just did it.
It's boring, but it's probably the right pick for the Saints. What else has surprised you about this first round? We're going to ask you about the Falcons taking Michael Penix, who is a guy you really liked, but just an odd situation for a 24-year-old quarterback to come in now as a backup, and you're kind of ticking off your franchise quarterback all at the same time.
Yeah, I know on the podcast the other day I talked about Penix, and I was saying that if I'm the Vikings, I said I thought Penix was better than McCarthy. I know everybody had Penix going in the
You're right,
second or third round, but I think he's a really, really good player, and I think the Falcons clearly are not only thinking about these next few years with Cousins, but they're looking long term. So it's kind of weird though, considering Penix is 24 years old. He might not. He'll be 26 or 27 before he even starts.
Right, exactly.
Cousins pans out, so that part was pretty weird, and it was surprising. I did think Penix deserved to go early. I'm just surprised about where he went that early. I just didn't think the Falcons. I didn't have a quarterback on my radar for the Falcons.
Obviously neither did Kirk Cousins.
Right. I think all of our mock drafts, we were thinking Dallas Turner for the Falcons, or somebody like that, and for them to go quarterback was just a big shocker for me.
Pick is in for the Eagles, by the way.
Quinyon Mitchell, the Toledo corner, is going to be the pick for the Eagles. So the first corner, that was the other kind of thing. All these quarterbacks early, and now we've had 8 straight offensive or defensive linemen. We haven't had a corner taken. This has got to be the latest a corner's ever been taken in the draft in a long time, too. Rod, anybody else that kind of surprised you? The Broncos, Sean Payton goes and gets his quarterback in Bo Nix, and then the Raiders take Brock Bowers right before the Saints.
Yeah, I think Dennis Allen and Mickey were probably glad that that the Raiders picked Brock Bowers before them, because
yeah, that's what we talked about.
No,
that would have given.
He's the guy I talked about earlier when I was on here. That I think he's the guy that they would have threw
a monkey wrench into their plans, right?
Yeah, so I was kind of glad. I'm glad this guy's gone. We don't have to think about that. So, I think it worked out perfectly for the Saints.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if we do see kind of a run on corners now. Quinyon Mitchell's gone. Terry and Arnold's out there. Kool-Aid McKinstry. We'll probably see some of these guys go here at the latter half of the first round. Rod, before we let you go, Saints next have their pick at 45. We've talked a lot about could they trade back from that spot and try to create 2 or 3 picks instead of just the one, or do they go ahead and take a defensive lineman or a wide receiver at this spot? What are you feeling for the Saints now in the second round?
I think either one of those two, but also, I mean, I still think they need help on the offensive line. So if they decide to, hey, we're going to just completely get all the help we can now, I wouldn't be shocked if they did that. So I think it'll be one of those 3 positions. But I know in our mock draft that we did that first week, I talked about them going O-line twice. So
yeah, and absolutely some guys out there who would fit the bill if they want to do that, especially after James Hurst's retirement this week. You don't know about Penning. You don't know about Ramczyk. I mean, the offensive line clearly is the biggest need for this team.
Yeah, without a doubt. And again, they addressed the need here in round 1, like all of us expect them to do. We just didn't know who it would be.
Well, yeah, we expected them to do it, Rod, but that doesn't mean that, you have to wait until they actually do it to see it, to believe it.
Yeah, but sometimes the need's just too big. You just can't ignore it. That was the case this time.
No doubt.
Yep. No doubt about it. And I think they got a good one with Talise Fuaga, but we'll talk a lot more about him as we go forward. Rod Walker, thanks for joining us. We'll see you next week on the Saints Insider.
See you, Rod.
All right. Thanks to Rod. How about time for a quick break as we wait on the Jacksonville Jaguars are back on the clock at number 23 after trading down earlier. So we'll take a quick break and we'll be back with you guys in just a minute after this word from Tulane Doctors.
Your trusted Tulane doctors are now at East Jefferson General Hospital. Within these walls, you'll find our region's leaders in academic medicine, where state-of-the-art facilities house the innovation powered by Tulane medicine, where collaborative care and compassion meet, and where our commitment to patient outcomes means a healthier future for our community. Tulane doctors at East Jeff. When you see the shield, you'll know the future of medicine is here.
All right. Well, there's an extra empty chair. So let's bring in Luke Johnson. I think I'm going to bring in Luke Johnson. No. Luke, are you frozen up? There you are. What's happening, buddy? How's it going over there at Saints camp?
Yeah.
Look,
it's going well. I was about to pull you up on my laptop here to see if that would come in a little bit.
You want to come back in a second? You want to?
Yeah, let's do that.
All right, I'll pull you back in a second. We're bringing Gabe Henderson here. Gabe, just, I got a couple comments that I actually wanted to bring up, and now's a good time to do that. And the one that I like, Scout with Cloud, who's been with us for a little bit tonight, the pick that really sticks out to him is getting Verse at 19. I couldn't agree more. I mean, that really is a steal. And both Zach, Gabe, we were talking about, a couple of weeks ago, Verse easily could have been a top 10 pick.
Yeah, Zach and I talked about it at the time. I mean, it was a great pick. And, the Rams are one of those teams who late in this first round, they're really benefiting from all those quarterbacks and the defensive players slipping.
Zach, talk about Verse for a second.
Yeah, I really like the guy. I mean, anybody who watched LSU play Florida State in the season opener saw what a force this guy could be. They did as good a job on Jaden Daniels as anybody, right? So really good player. And as I said to Gabe, like sometimes it almost doesn't seem fair. Like the NFL is designed for parity and designed to have, the worst teams get the best players. But then sometimes the way these drafts work out, these teams can just sit back after having a good season and get really good players at 20, 24, 28. And because they've already got their quarterback and they don't have to waste picks jumping up, and they stay patient and they just stay strong.
Gabe Henderson's the 6th man of the night.
I like that.
There you go. You're the award
The
winner.
Nas Reed of this show.
The Nas Reed. I like it.
Trey Murphy, man.
All right, let's.
Nas Reed won 6 man though. LSU guy. What about Nas Reed?
All right, I think Luke's got his laptop up. We'll bring you back in a minute, Gabe. Let's talk to Luke and see what's going on out there at Saints camp. And there he is.
Hey, Phyllis.
Hey, Luke. Talise Fuaga is the newest New Orleans Saint. What are your impressions?
Okay, let's first of all get the name is Taliesin.
Oh,
Taliesin.
Which we learned today. Yeah, Taliesin.
We learned about Fashanu, but we did not learn about Taliesin. I like it.
Yes. So that's the correct pronunciation of his name. So I'm sure we'll try to not butcher it for the rest of time. But yeah, look, I think that was a pretty clear pick for me, especially once Brock Bowers went the pick right before the Saints. Yeah, I'm sure they were intrigued by Dallas Turner.
There it is. By the way, Brian Thomas is gone.
All right, where did BT go?
Brian Thomas to the Jacksonville Jaguars.
That makes a lot of sense. I think he's going to be good there catching go balls from Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, I'm sure Gabe's not happy about it. Going to have to play Brian Thomas twice a year. That's okay. But anyway, back to Taliesin.
Yeah.
Whoops, sorry, wrong.
I mean, I just that was it. Look, I think he was the clear choice for him there. Yeah, I'm sure they were tempted by some other guys, but considering who was already off the board at tackle, I liked Fashanu better than Fuaga, but I think that's really just a personal choice thing for me. And really, when you kind of break him down, I think that the reason I like Fashanu better is because he's a clear left tackle.
Right.
I think there's a chance that Fuaga has to play on the right side, but look, that might be a necessity for the Saints. So I think they got clearly the best offensive lineman left on the board. They entertained some trade offers according to Ian Rappaport, but I think they made the right move to sit there and make sure they got their guy. Because it was 5 more picks after the Saints, 2 more tackles were gone. So I think it was the right move, and we'll see where they go here now that they got a tackle, where they go with their second round pick. I mean, there's a lot of different ways they can go.
Luke, what did you take out of his comments and what he had to say to the media? Was there anything that stood out to you?
No, I think it was. I think the thing that stood out was he seems like a personable guy, which is good for us. I think he's somebody who kind of knows that he's coming into a system that probably fits him pretty well. They did some zone blocking stuff up at Oregon State, and really when you think about his calling card coming into the NFL, even though he didn't give up a sack in his college career, which is pretty impressive, he's a guy who's going to eat people alive in the run game. Which if you think about the Saints team last year, I mean they were absolutely abysmal in the run game. They could use somebody that kind of sets a tone like that. So I think he's a really good fit for what they want. Especially considering who was already off the board. And I think they got a good one, man.
Luke, you mentioned sort of the possibility of trading back. And we don't know what deals they were offered. We don't know if it was trading back 2 spots or 8 spots or what picks they may have gotten back. So it's impossible to really grade the decision. But how serious do you think it got?
Well, probably not that serious. I think the Vikings obviously made another move up, but the big chip in that one was the 23rd pick, right? So, and I think a couple, 2 day 2 picks next year. That sort of package wouldn't have satisfied the Saints' needs, right? If they were going to get 2 day 2 picks, they'd want them this year.
Yeah.
And they definitely didn't want to move back 8 spots in the draft because we saw, from the time they picked to the number 20 pick, 3 tackles off the board. They would have been stuck at that point, maybe taking somebody they didn't really think was ready, maybe not getting a tackle after all, and then still not getting the day 2 ammo. So, I mean, I imagine there had to be some other offers from other teams in there. I'm sure teams are kind of hot after Dallas Turner because he kind of fell a little bit farther than we were expecting him to go. But look, I think if you're the Saints, once they had only one of those top 4 tackles to choose from, they couldn't go back too far. Like they had to stay within 2 or 3 picks of where they were.
Kent says, sure took him a long time to make the pick. He thought they were really considering it. It did take him kind of a long time, and maybe that is because they were trying to make the trade.
Well, we got notification that the pick was in with about 5 minutes left on the clock.
Okay.
So
Okay.
yeah, I don't think the TV clock was necessarily accurate for how long it actually took him to get the pick in.
Yeah, and the other part of that is that, just because you take a phone call doesn't mean you seriously considered it. The phone call still takes time. So, Luke, we still got 9 picks left here in the first round, but as we start to look forward to the Saints day tomorrow, what sticks out to you about this first round and both from a Falcons take Michael Penix, what the hell standpoint, and also what may be left for the Saints tomorrow?
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously, you look at the first 15 or 14 picks of the draft. There's no no defensive players in there. Obviously, there have been a couple since then, the edge rushers and Quinyon Mitchell going. But I think that actually lines up pretty well for the Saints. There hasn't been a run on the interior offensive linemen. People like Graham Barton or Jackson Powers Johnson. Neither of those guys have been taken, which I think could push some other guys back to the Saints. I really like this guy from Connecticut, Christian Haynes, who I think in other years might be considered a first-round talent and fits a lot of the stuff the Saints like. And obviously they have a need on the interior. And we still haven't seen I'm going to forget his name, the offensive tackle from Oklahoma. He's still on the board. Tyler Guyton. And I think that that's pushing even more guys back. Roger Rosengarten from Washington. You've got Kingsley Suamataia from BYU, who I think both of those guys could be in play for the Saints if they continue to slide. So I think the way this is all shaped out, even though it was looking briefly like a doomsday scenario for the Saints when 3 offensive tackles were off the board in the first 11 picks. I think the way the rest of the draft is shaped out is actually working out pretty nicely for their second-round pick. Especially, we haven't seen. I think there's only 4 receivers gone at this point.
Right.
So that could be another direction the Saints go in round 2.
Penix to the Falcons. Not a knock on Michael Penix. In fact, Rod was just on talking about how he liked him as a top 10 pick. I don't think we're arguing that. It's just very odd for the Falcons to sign Kirk Cousins and use a top 10 pick on a quarterback in the same offseason.
Yeah, I mean, it's hilarious that I was on here a couple hours ago, right before Penix was picked, and Jim was like, "Wow, no surprises so far."
Exactly. I had to throw it out there. Maybe it would, jinx it a little bit, get some excitement going on.
Yeah, I think my jaw just about dropped to the floor. And again, this is nothing against Michael Penix, but I mean, they just invested $120 million in Kirk Cousins. Okay, he's coming off the ACL tear. He's in his mid-30s, but you still invested $120 million or whatever the contract was in a quarterback. And when you're thinking about a team that has designs on competing for a division and what are you setting up, like a 4-year succession plan with a quarterback who's already one of the older quarterback prospects in this class? So he sets in the starting lineup and he's 28 years old. I don't know. It was such a strange pick, and then you hear afterwards they didn't really talk to Kirk about it beforehand.
That's the crazy thing. Dude, it's like shades of Matt Ryan all over again.
Yeah, I don't know. It was so bizarre. It just completely out of left field. I mean, you could have saw the Falcons going any number of directions to that pick, but that.
There's a trade. The Cowboys have sent their pick to the Detroit Lions.
Lions and Cowboys swapping 20 and 24 and 29. So the Lions are now on the clock.
Detroit fans are all probably very happy out there.
Yeah,
finally all 150,000 of them. Yeah.
275,000.
Oh, 270
was the final number. Yeah,
that's insane. That sounds like Mardi Gras.
Luke, before we let you go for the night, your kind of final thoughts on where things stand.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think this is actually shaping up pretty nicely for the Saints in round 2. They've got we'll see how the rest of this first round unfolds, obviously, but they've got 12 picks from the end of tonight before they pick tomorrow. As of right now, who knows what the trades look like tomorrow, if there's an opportunity for them there. But I think they're going to land a really, really good player. I've already been putting together my list of who might be available there. And I think they've got 13 guys on there who I think would all make sense for the Saints. And that means at least one of those guys is going to be there, unless they get picked in the first round. Then they got to delete their name and come up with somebody new.
Yeah. And there's the pick for the Lions. They get Terrion Arnold, Alabama.
Definitely a need for the Lions.
And probably the best available player left. This is a guy who was mocked in the top 15 in various times.
Sure.
So, good pick for the Lions. And again,
say it again, Luke. Taliesin.
Taliesin.
Do we have the last name right at least?
Yes.
So it's kind of like one of those situations with the Polynesian name or Polynesian names, similar to Tonga Valoa. So it's Taliesin Fuanga.
Fuanga. Okay.
Oh,
it's like a small N in there.
I thought you were going to say it was Fuagalova.
No, not quite that.
So
direction.
It's got an N. Somebody mentioned that. Somebody had a comment.
Somebody
earlier
did mention
that.
That's why I
had
asked.
an N in there. So it's got a Fuanga.
Yeah. There's no N in the actual name.
Right, but it's
pronunciation. Yeah.
Oh, I need to go take a class on this. Linguistics 101. They didn't have that when I went to college. Luke.
All right. Well, look, it's interesting though. I mean, I think Saints fans would love if they had to. You're right by Emma's Flowers.
Oh yeah. 5800 Airline Drive is about like 2 miles away from the airport. So always got.
I thought they were flying in Fuanga.
Right. That's a long flight from Oahu.
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
He's gonna have to come back though.
Well, hopefully Saints fans will have a long time to learn his name. But Terrion Arnold, the latest pick. Luke Johnson, we appreciate you, and we will talk to you later.
Talk to you Monday, Luke.
Yep, my pleasure, fellas.
Thanks to Luke. We're still going to have Wilson Alexander back on to talk where the LSU guys landed, and I think we'll get another visit from Jeff Duncan before the night is out.
Zach, are you surprised that tonight has not had more surprises? We talked about in the beginning. I think there have been some surprises, but other than Penix, has there been anything that's like super surprising? And no defensive player picked until 15. Whatever.
Nothing. But I know what you're saying because nothing was like crazy. Like, how could that guy not? Because no defensive player picked in the first 7 anyway. So, it's been a little more.
The Saints made the pick they were supposed to pick.
Yeah.
I mean,
to be honest with you, this is like 3 or 4 straight years they've done this. I mean, like everybody had Chris Olave and Trevor Penning mocked to them in 2022. Everybody.
Right.
I mean, that was
right.
And then last year, it wasn't necessarily a perceived, but it was a defensive tackle. Was like that was the chalk pick. They needed defensive tackle, and they got a defensive tackle. And then this year, hey, it's going to be either Latham or one of the 3 Fs, and that's who they get. They get Fuanga. Yeah. All right.
You say that 3 times fast.
We'll
I
get
almost said one of the 3 F words earlier on accident.
You would have said one of the F words if the Saints hadn't picked.
You're right.
One of the.
You would have had to cut my mic.
Yes.
You would have had to cut the mic.
But yeah, Luke's right. You still got Barton, Guyton, Powers Johnson. I'm going to forget.
He said one of the F words, one of the 3 F words when Thomas went to Jacksonville.
Sua Mataya of BYU is still out there. I mean, there's still a lot of good offensive linemen if the Saints decide that's how they want to go.
Terrence is one of my favorite regulars, but I'm not sure. Why do you think Sean Payton's getting fired? Because he picked Bo Nix?
He must not like the Bo Nix pick, yeah.
I mean, I don't like Bo Nix, but I said it earlier. You want to go back and talk about picks that could end up making that's the quarterback whisperer. There are certain you can't whisper old man Russell Wilson into being a good quarterback again, but you can whisper Bo Nix, I think, into be again. Look at that completion percentage, buddy. 77% last year. That's Drew Breesian. Just saying. Not saying Bo Nix can be Drew Brees. No one is. But I think he can whisper him into something decent. Yeah.
It's interesting. We're now down to pretty much outside of the Terrence is really down on Bo Nix. Outside of the Cardinals.
Sean Payton.
Whose pick do the Cardinals have right there? I'm trying to think.
Who's 20? Who would have been after the Bills? That would have been. I'm trying to think who got knocked out.
But outside of them, you've got
team.
Basically all teams that went deep into the playoffs.
Oh, that's a Lions. No, that's the Lions.
No, the Lions were 29.
That's not the Lions pick. You're right. I don't remember. Eagles, maybe. No.
Eagles were 22. Yeah, it could have been, I guess, because the Eagles
they moved. Because that was
the Eagles make all sorts of trades, but the Eagles lost to the Bucs, so they would have been before the Bucs, I think. I don't know who that was.
Yeah. Rosenfeld, the only reason why Broncos fans are more excited tonight is because they picked a quarterback. And quarterbacks are more exciting than tackles. That's literally the only reason.
He could end up being
a great
player.
Joe Alt could have fallen to the Saints, and the Saints picked Joe Alt. And then people would have been like, okay, we got a tackle, big deal.
Number 27 was the Texans pick. Because the Cardinals had the number 3 pick last year. And that was part of the trade that the Cardinals and Texans made last year. So the Cardinals on the Texans pick at 27.
Stussy asked if we can trade Penning for a bag of Zap spicy voodoo chips.
You're only getting barbecue, man.
And not only that, I don't think we can fit the voodoo chips into our cap space right now.
We got a little cap. We got enough for Andres Pete, man.
They better. I mean, honestly.
Yeah.
They need to be like they need to be sending Andres Pete like gifts and stuff. He needs to. They need it Andres Pete.
Packers are drafting Jordan Morgan.
Jordan blocking for Jordan.
All right. I'm surprised I thought he was more of a second round guy. This is why we make 50 slides. We have guys like this. This is really the first pick I've seen where he really a first round guy. Okay.
We almost didn't. When you gave me the 40, I bet you he was on the cusp of not making it.
He may have been, but Tyler Guyton is still out there. He was chosen.
Yeah, but Tyler Guyton's going to probably be tomorrow, I think.
At this point, you'd have to think, right? I don't know how many offensive tackles is that now, though, because the number I think was up to 10.5, which would have even 10 would have been a record. But that's, let's see, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 7. So we've got a ways to get to 10.5. Okay, so Guyton still may go.
Scott wouldn't want to trade Penning. He's vying for a starting left tackle position. Where? Is there a minor league team he's getting sent down to that I don't know about?
Well, look, I don't expect Trevor Penning to make the starting lineup, but boy, would it change the tenor of the Saints offseason if he comes out in training camp and looks like a different player, and you think, oh, maybe they do have something here. I'm not predicting it.
Okay.
But if it did happen, how much does that change how you feel about the 2024 Saints?
I've seen enough to know that he can't play left tackle. I have not seen enough to know that he can't play elsewhere on the Saints offensive line. I'll say that. Okay. So I'm not completely giving up that he can't play somewhere on this line, but he cannot play left tackle. He got absolutely obliterated there, and you don't come back from that, in my opinion. I could be wrong. I've been wrong.
Confidence probably was shot at some point, but that
I
can
would
come back
imagine.
Too. All right. Welcoming back to the Saints Insider NFL Draft Live Show, Wilson Alexander. It's darker in this room, man. The caffeine's wearing off. But about 4 hours later, welcome back, Wilson. We now know homes for 3 more LSU Tigers.
Yeah, we do. Jaden Daniels goes, of course, number 2. Malik Neighbors, number 6. And Brian Thomas has to wait maybe a little bit longer than I think most of us expected. I thought he would go before pick 20, but I guess just the way things shook out with all those quarterbacks, he ends up 23 to the Jaguars. Still ends up being the 4th receiver off the board, which is, I think, where most people pegged him behind that first tier of Malik, Rome Odunze, and Marvin Harrison Jr. And so, it's kind of historic in some ways for LSU. Not the, biggest draft haul ever. That was the 2020 draft with that 2019 team where they had 5 in the first round. The 2007 team had 4 in the first round. But this is the 4th time now since the Common Era back in 1967 started that LSU has had at least 3 first-round picks in a single draft, joining those other teams that I mentioned, 2007, 2020, and 2017. And so, big night for those 3. Malik and Brian Thomas are the second pairing of LSU receivers to go in the first round in the same draft since 2007. And Jaden Daniels is now the 5th LSU quarterback to ever go in the top 3, joining Y.A. Tittle, Burt Jones, DeMarcus Russell, and Joe Burrow, which is, I think, maybe a trivia fact that people should keep in their back pocket. And so, it ends up shaking out where those three end up going here in the first round as expected, and making some history along the way.
And Jamarcus Russell, by the way, weighed more than all those other guys combined. That's a fact you probably
yeah,
didn't know.
another trivia fact.
Yeah.
That is quite an eclectic mix of quarterbacks, though.
Yes, it is.
I think people would take the last. Wyatt Tittle was a great player, but you take Joe Burrow and Jaden Daniels over the rest. How do you like the fit for Brian Thomas? Because Daniels and Neighbors, I think, went where everyone would have expected. I don't know that a lot of people were thinking Jacksonville for Thomas. Maybe some people were. But how do you like the fit there with Trevor Lawrence in Jacksonville?
Yeah, I mean, when you put him with a quarterback like that, I immediately like it. I mean, Trevor Lawrence, I don't know, like his NFL next gen kind of numbers throwing the deep ball, but from just watching him in college and even actually in high school, because we're both kind of from the Atlanta area, he can chuck it. And so I feel like, that's a good situation for Brian to go and being that vertical threat. They've got some other receivers there with Calvin Ridley is still there, right? And so, but he goes in, I think, can, contribute to that offense right away.
Calvin Ridley actually in Tennessee now, but yeah, they Christian Kirk. Yeah, it's going to be a spot where he can.
You can show that how you can see there how my knowledge is more on the college game.
No, that's
it's also totally, getting late, Wilson.
Totally,
that too. We'll find some excuses.
Malik Neighbors in New York, I guess in New Jersey, but in the New York media market. Seems kind of like a natural fit. I mean, he seems like he's really going to fit in well there if he can get the quarterback play that he would need.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, having that spotlight can go one of two ways. You can either, kind of rise up and embrace it, or you can shrivel underneath it under those sort of bright lights. I feel like Malik has the kind of personality where he can probably rise up and embrace that because he's so confident. He calls himself a dog all the time, and he just kind of has that mindset of somebody who could possibly succeed in New York and be one of those top wide receivers in the NFL. This is, like you said, they got to figure out their quarterback situation. Somebody's got to actually throw him the ball. Daniel Jones is going to have to be able to get it to him. But Malik it's interesting, I think this is the second time that the Giants have picked an LSU receiver in the first round, and it comes a decade after they picked Odell Beckham Jr. And now here's Malik. And I guess in some ways you could say that they kind of have that, at least a similar swagger to them. OBJ is a little bit more wacky at times, I think, than Malik has ever been. But Malik does carry himself in a way that's very confident, and that at least should, translate well if everything goes in the right direction.
We do have another pick off the board. Yeah. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers take Graham Barton, who played left tackle at Duke, but is considered an interior lineman at the NFL level. So the first interior offensive lineman to be taken tonight. Wilson, what do we expect for LSU guys tomorrow? We talked earlier a little bit about Mekhi Wingo and Mason Smith. Are those the two names people should be looking out for? Anybody else who could possibly go in the second or third round?
Those would be the two. It depends kind of on just, I guess, how things at defensive tackle shake out. Like, could maybe Jordan Jefferson slide into the back of the third round? I doubt it. I think he's probably more like a fourth or even like a fifth round pick. But he had a productive season last year. And I think is viewed pretty positively in the eyes of NFL evaluators. That's really it. I mean, it was kind of these three headliners. And then, you had probably those two guys on day two with Wingo and Mason Smith. And then, you're probably looking more like day three at like Jordan Jefferson. Let's see, Charles Turner maybe comes to mind as like a 6th or 7th round pick at center, although maybe more of like an undrafted free agent type. They've got some other players there in this draft who you're probably looking more at day 3 picks. Whereas I think Wingo and Mason Smith are probably the two to keep an eye on tomorrow.
All right. Wilson, 3 more NFL LSU Tigers. That's 52 first round draft picks. I'm looking at the graphic here, but since when? Is that just ever? 52 first round.
I think it's ever. Yeah, I think it's ever.
Okay.
How many Tulane got?
Not 52.
Oh, okay.
Less than that. Tulane math will tell you it's less than that. Wilson, thanks for joining us late, man.
Thanks for having me all.
Thanks,
Have a good rest of your night.
You too.
Check out Wilson on the LSU Insider podcast, which airs a couple times a week on the LSU Sports on the Advocate YouTube channel. So check them out as well.
Can I brag about all the good stuff we're doing? I mean,
hell yeah, you can.
I mean, LSU Insider, Saints Insider, Datitude, all this stuff. I mean, there's no reason to, and we don't charge you like monthly fees and stuff like that. and we give you as much or more information than I'm not, putting down any other sites. I'm just saying we don't charge you monthly fees, and you can be entertained.
If you're a subscriber to NOLA.com, you can get everything in writing as well. We encourage you to do that to theadvocate.com or NOLA.com. But I'm just
saying, if you wanted to come on and listen, if you wanted to listen to Saints inside information or LSU inside information, or me being a jackweed when they do stupid stuff, I mean, we got you covered in every way you could possibly be covered. Just saying.
I'm gonna play this, Jim. I don't. If we can't hear it very well, tell me. But this is Dennis Allen apparently talking.
Okay.
Mickey Loomis and Dennis Allen telling Talisay Fuanga that he is the newest New Orleans Saint.
All right, let's hear it.
This is Jeff. Sorry, I'm just going to interrupt. This is Jeff Ireland, not Mickey Loomis.
I can't hear it. Live TV. Do you hear it? Because I don't hear it at all.
You hear it?
No, not at all. Not even a little bit.
We're going to stop, but Dennis Allen called him a tough SOB, and that's what I love about you.
I'll tell you what, I can probably get that and download it while we're doing stuff. Actually, if you want to bring Gabe on, I will find it and cut it out and
sure.
Play it.
Good question, Kent. YouTube channels are the best way. You can sign up for notifications, get all of our. So it's the Saints on NOLA.com YouTube channel and the Datitude YouTube channel.
Yeah, it's at Datitude Pod. You can search for at Datitude Pod on YouTube.
And then the Saints Insider on the Saints on NOLA.com, and the LSU Insider, I believe it's called the LSU Sports by the Advocate YouTube page. So, they're all a little bit different. You got to do a little bit of searching, but not too hard. Gabe, you said you got a Terry Fontenot quote. You got a Terry Fontenot quote for us?
Yeah, this.
You got to turn a light on.
Quote.
Yeah, Gabe. I'm gonna get out of here because actually I really can. I can download this thing and I can turn it into something we can listen to in just a second.
Here, how's that? Is that better?
Yeah, a little better. Yeah, I was getting a little Blair Witch Project vibe from you there.
It's probably the TV in here. I've still got the draft on. This comes from Kelly Price, not the singer Kelly Price, Fox 5 Atlanta reporter Kelly Price. She says that Terry Fontenot told me earlier tonight the Falcons don't plan on picking this high anytime soon. The team looks to win now with Kirk Cousins. That mindset could be an explanation as to why they got aggressive to get their quarterback now.
Okay, I mean, I actually understand that, but no team actually plans on picking that far. That early anytime soon. I mean, that's like, of course you don't. Darius Robinson to the Arizona Cardinals at number 20. Is it 27? 27. So that's the newest pick. Good on the Mizzou Tiger. Some people thought he might be an option for the Saints to trade up in the second round and get, but he is gone at number 27. So that's the latest pick. And we're zooming through here. We got 5 picks left here in the first round. Bills, Cowboys, Ravens, 49ers, and Chiefs are who's left on the clock. And honestly,
I have this clip for you. I have not watched this. This is straight from the Saints website. So here we go. Here is the call to Talisay Fuanga.
Where are you right now?
I'm in Hawaii right now.
In Hawaii.
Yes, sir.
Outstanding. Great place to be for the draft, huh?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Well, Coach Dennis Allen first. Just say.
Yes, sir.
Talisay.
Hey, Coach.
How you doing, brother?
I'm good, Coach. How are you?
I'm doing outstanding, man. You're over in Hawaii, huh?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Well, listen here. We're on the clock here, and we're about to draft you, so it's a long flight from Hawaii to New Orleans.
Yes, sir.
You excited?
Yeah, I'm excited, Coach. I'm excited.
I love it. I love it, man. I can't wait to get you here. Look, you're a tough SOB, and that's what I love about you. You know what I mean? And that's the way we're going to play. So we're excited about getting you here. We can't wait to have you.
Dennis Allen just makes you want to not run through a wall.
That was one of the most awkward 53 seconds I've ever spent in my entire life.
My only regret is that.
I mean, really? Can I interpret what Fuanga was thinking?
Jim, my only regret is that DA did not say Talisay We're ready to get chopping wood. Because
You
that's
did
what I
not
really
go
wanted to do.
there. The chopping, you really? You're gonna start to chop the wood?
Look, I mean, these
Wow.
conversations are always a little bit awkward. To be honest with you, I kind of liked what I heard from Fuaga. He sounded like he's ready for anything. Like, hell yeah, let's go.
Oh my God, that was so awkward.
But yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
I was
He's
like,
an offensive lineman.
I was
They
like,
don't get overly excited.
yes,
about
sir.
much.
You're a New Orleans Saint. You're about to make millions and millions of dollars. Yes, sir. I mean, really? That's what we get?
What are you supposed to? You wanted to scream and cry? I mean,
He's a millionaire, for God's sake.
but
Who
he knew
cares
that was
where you
happening.
go?
He knew that was happening. JJ's
was
got the
brutal.
question of the day. What's the plan at left tackle if Fuanga is your right tackle?
The plan is you send Andrus Pete a box of donuts and give him, I don't know, $8 million, $9 million a year, or on a 1-year deal or a 2-year deal, maybe 20 something. I don't know, whatever it costs. Whatever it costs. That's how you get Andrus Pete to come back, and that's your plan at left tackle right now. I mean, I can't think of a better one. And if you can, let me know.
Well, Trevor Penning.
You know what? I will say this, Jim. You're talking about the lack of emotion from DA there, and I know you hate Jim Harbaugh, but can we talk about the electricity of some of his quotes? He started his press conference off tonight with, I know the question is going to come up about weapons, but we look at offensive linemen as weapons. Is that not the most football guy quote you've ever seen?
I think the ink that he got from that tattoo ran into his brain.
Yeah, we do have a report here, guys, from Jordan Schultz of Bleacher Report, who says the Bills are in trade talks to move out of 28, not done yet.
With who, the Saints?
Well, I don't think so, but I do, I do think we're into the range where we have to start at least acknowledging that it's a possibility.
JJ says the plan is to that'll work. Clear plan is to fail and get Carr killed.
Wow.
JJ
Dan Rappaport is saying that
I hope that's not
we'll
the
see
plan.
if we get a trade, but there's a lot of action in the late 20s from teams trying to come up.
Who are the targets?
Let's just talk about the Saints, because again, they would have to give up something
That was
significant.
so brutal. That, by the way, you'll want to catch the Datitude podcast tomorrow, where I give my Derry's dime on today. Look, I'm happy with the pick, but I guarantee I'll play that clip and I'm going to be like,
Can you piggybacking off of that, Zach? Can I ask a question to you guys real quick?
Sure, ask away.
What do you think the difference is in trade value between, say, these late picks in the first and early second, like 33, 34?
It depends on how far you're moving. I think if you're moving more than 5 or 6 spots, it gets pretty expensive. More than the Saints can probably afford, which is why I don't think this could be seriously thinking about moving this far. My opinion.
It really depends. The farther you get into the draft, the less each spot is worth, of course. But yeah, I think at this point, to move up from 45 to, let's say, 28, you're giving up.
There's actually some formula now.
Yeah, there is. No, it's been around a long time, but it's been adapted. I think you're probably giving up a second rounder next year to do that.
Oh, sure.
And then maybe also like a fourth. Or you're swapping a fourth.
Yeah, you probably get like a first and there
in a sixth or something.
In a sixth for your next pick, and then a second and a fourth.
I just don't know that there's anybody out there right now that the Saints would like.
I doubt it. I don't think there's any. I bet you they're kind of. They already I bet have contingency plans for what they have for. I just don't see them trading up. I really don't. I mean, I don't see anything that they really, really want to go get at this point.
Okay, it is a trade. We have the Chiefs moving into number 28, so they move up. Was that 4 spots with the Bills?
Okay.
The last time the Chiefs and Bills made a draft day trade was for Patrick Mahomes.
That worked out well. You'd think the Bills would learn to stop trading with the Chiefs.
So yeah, Kansas City, Super Bowl champion Kansas City on the clock at number 28. And we'll see what the answer to your question here is, Jim. I'm going to guess the Bills are getting maybe the last pick in the second round. The Chiefs have the last pick in the second round. Maybe that's what the price to move up 4 spots here.
Yeah, I mean that seems or third
or a
maybe.
third and
Yeah.
a fourth, maybe something like that.
Depends if they give something else back with it, but we'll find out pretty soon. Yeah, 4.5 hours of draft coverage here on NOLA.com, and again, I mean, other than Michael Penix, really, to me,
All right.
no shockers.
The Chiefs are taking the speedster, the 40-yard dash record holder, Xavier Worthy, the Texas Longhorns.
I actually thought it would be Buffalo who would draft him.
You see their combine record 4.21 second 40-yard dash. So Patrick Mahomes has a weapon. He's got a speedster.
Huh.
And let me just say,
I didn't have a full one for him. What
last-
happened? Why did I not have a full one for him?
I don't know.
Unlike the last receiver who broke the 40 record, this one's actually extremely talented.
Was the last one Darius Hayward Bay?
It was John Ross, was it not?
Was it John? Yeah, I mean, it might have been Hayward Bay before that. All right. It is Xavier Worthy. We're going to have Jeff Duncan on one more time here in a few minutes.
Gail's face.
She
was feeling the same way that I was during. Like, I'm still not over that, by the way. I think it's like kind of some awkward silence. That was so bad. I think it's kind of like put a dent into our show. Like we didn't need the energy. Like we were doing pretty well, and I think we've kind of like hit a bump in the road. And I think it's because we watched that clip, and I can't unwatch it.
Gail was in the Snickers want to get away moment right there. Here's the trade, by the way. So they swapped 28-32. The Chiefs get number 133, which I believe is the last pick of the 4th round, and number 248. Buffalo gets
That's it?
Buffalo gets that's what the Chiefs get in addition to 95. Buffalo gets 95 and 221. So they really didn't get that much.
Good deal for Buffalo.
Really
Yeah, they get a 3rd rounder, but they give up a 4th rounder. I don't know about that.
Oh, that's not really. I
don't know about that.
Seems like a great trade for me.
What do you guys say we take our last break of the night and we'll have Jeff Duncan on when we.
And you know what? Yeah, and you guys watch. If he's not in, Dunk's in the room, but I'm gonna go check on my kids who they're supposed to be in bed right now. But I'm just going to check.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes. When Dad's away, the children shall play.
Right. I'll be back.
All right, we'll take a quick break and we'll be back with you in just a minute.
Your trusted two-lane doctors are now at East Jefferson General Hospital. Within these walls, you'll find our region's leaders in academic medicine, where state-of-the-art facilities house the innovation powered by two-lane medicine, where collaborative care and compassion meet, and where our commitment to patient outcomes means a healthier future for our community. Two-lane doctors at East Jeff. When you see the shield, you'll know the future of medicine is here.
Welcome back to the Saints Insider NFL Draft Live show. We got 4 picks left for the night. Let's see. Cowboys, Ravens, 49ers, and now Bills is what we've got left. Here's the updated grid. Gabe, coming down to the end.
Yeah, and, I don't think it's a surprise to anyone, going back to this last pick, that the Chiefs took a wide receiver.
No.
And I think they probably got the best one left on the board with Xavier Worthy. Texas produced, much like LSU, a bunch of talented receivers in this year's draft. And I think he's going to be a dangerous weapon for Patrick Mahomes.
And we've just got our next pick as well. The Cowboys are taking Tyler Guyton. So there's your, what is that, the 8th offensive tackle off the board? That's 9th if you count Graham Barton. But we think it's the 8th overall. So Tyler Guyton is the next pick. So the Cowboys traded back, obviously felt like they could still get Guyton at that point. And he is the newest Dallas Cowboy. So now we're down to the final 3 picks of the night.
So to hit over 10.5, you need all 3 of these next picks to be.
Yeah. You, assuming you're counting Barton as a center and not a tackle. But it's Tyler Guyton to the Cowboys. That leaves us Ravens, 49ers, and Bills to end the night, unless we see a trade, which apparently there is a possibility of that. We're going to bring on our star. That's Jeff Duncan. He is at the Saints facility. Jeff, you still holding strong, man? Are you in better mood?
Yeah, I'm great mood right now. Maybe the best mood I've been in all day, considering it started at 6:30 a.m. Zach, 6:30 a.m.
What time you got to get up tomorrow? Are you going back out to?
Yeah, I got to follow Rory McIlroy. He's in one of the first groupings, so that's okay. Are you excited that the Missouri guy went off the board?
I am, man. I thought he might go to a better team, but I like D-Rob, and I think he'll do well in Arizona. Hey, Talisay Fuanga, as Luke taught us to say. Obviously, a little bit of a chalky pick, maybe a little bit of a boring pick, but I think the consensus is this is the right pick for the Saints.
Yeah. Now, before we get into talking about it, you remember our first Saints roundtable? We labeled. I think the question was, which tackle is best for the New Orleans Saints? And I believe right here, I think I had Fuaga.
Is that why you're in a good mood?
A little bit, yeah. I feel a little bit validated. Everyone else was going with Fashanu, and I went with Fuaga. No, look, obviously he was the highest graded tackle, I'm sure, on their board, probably on most teams' boards in the league. A lot of people, I tweeted out this morning, Randy Mueller, former Saints general manager. I mean, he had Fuaga as the number 2 tackle in the whole draft. Clearly, I think the pick to make for the Saints right now. I mean, they just need, I think players with high floors, and that's what you hear about Fuaga. We just talked to Jim Nagy, the executive director of the Senior Bowl, who he had Fuaga down there this year, and he said he'll be a perennial Pro Bowler and a day one starter, slam dunk, no brainer selection. That's what you want with your first round pick. You do not want to miss. We've seen that happen a few times here recently for the Saints, and so I think everyone, fans for once, media, I think everyone's probably in consensus this was the way to go for the Saints.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And they apparently at least talked with some teams about trading back, but that would have been very risky in that moment.
Yeah, I totally agree. And there wasn't as many trades as I thought there were going to be in the first half of this first round. It sounded like it was going to be a lot more active. But the Saints had such a crying need, Zach, for a tackle. I can't remember, as long as I've covered the team, I can't remember them ever having a need this glaring for one position going into a draft. They had to address this position. And with a player like Fuaga, who's graded so highly, kind of universally as the top right tackle prospect in the draft, it just was kind of a no-brainer pick. Jim Nagy said he thinks he could slide over to left tackle if needed, but he's certainly more at home. And Fuaga told us the same thing. He's more at home on the right side just through experience, but has the skill set that could probably handle it. I don't think it matters. I mean, I just think you get a great player like that in the building and you figure it out down the road. That he seems like the kind of guy who's very mature. He's played a lot of football. There's just a lot of things to like about him. I mean, he might not be the sexiest pick in the world, but you're trying to win football games, and you make a big investment like they did in Derek Carr, you've got to get better up front. And we saw that at times this year. Their leaky front line, I think, led to a lot of subpar quarterback play. They've got to be successful with Derek Carr, and it starts up front.
Yeah, Duncan, if this would have been like a past Saints year, this isn't a regular year by any means. We talked about this, that they had to go tackle, but 9 out of 10 times here, or maybe 18 out of 20 even, or 19 out of 20, I think that the Saints probably would have, in grand scheme of things, Dallas Turner was probably the best player on the board when they had a chance to draft, but they just couldn't afford to take that position. And really that's kind of a need too. But really, they just couldn't afford to go there.
Yeah, look, I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know if Dallas Turner would have been higher than Fuaga. I don't know either way. But I think Fuaga, a lot of people I respect feel like he's a top 10 player overall in this whole draft. And the Saints got him at 14. So, yeah, it makes sense to me. and I'm maybe alone here. You know, I think I said this on our podcast recently. I don't think the Saints are going to make a high move for a pass rusher or an edge rusher. Put it that way. They just got too much invested in that position right now to use another high pick.
But what I'm saying
at that
is
position.
What Sean Payton would always talk about was best player available, and really they showed that that's what they weren't. They were never scared to take the. And again, you may be right. Maybe Fuanga was the highest player on the board. We don't know what their board was, and we'll never know. It doesn't make a difference. But what I'm saying is, I think that this team was never scared to make a best player on the board, regardless whether you really needed it or not. And I just don't think that they were in that position this year for the first time in a while.
Yeah, definitely agree there. In this draft that we said, the top of this draft suited the Saints this year because the Saints had a crying need at tackle, and this was a tackle-rich draft. And because of the quarterbacks, because of the receivers, you knew there was going to be at least one of these guys that was going to be available probably at 14. So it worked out, I think. Now we'll see what they do from here. That's what I'm most intrigued to see. I think the intrigue for the Saints draft starts now. You know, do they make another deal? Do they trade down? Do they stick and pick at 45? I think it's going to be interesting to see what they do.
I don't know if you said this already, so pardon me if I'm asking a repeat question. And I was out for the first part of this interview, but I've got to get your opinion on Atlanta and Michael Penix.
Yeah, it's surprising to me. I mean, very surprising. I mean, you make an investment like they did with Kirk Cousins, and then you turn around. I thought it shocked me so much. I thought there must be something else going on. Like they must have a deal in place, but it doesn't look like it right now. They must have had a really, really high grade on Michael Penix, like maybe top 5 overall in the draft kind of grade to make a move like that, because he's not going to play right away. So you're basically going to have a player you took in the top 10
who's already 24 years old, by the way.
It's not going to contribute, right away to your team. So it's going to be interesting to see.
And now you've ticked off your franchise quarterback. Apparently, Kirk Cousins will get over it, but not a great place to start. Nate Wiggins is the pick at number 30 for the Baltimore Ravens, so they pick another defensive player. Jeff, you mentioned it briefly, but now we kind of look at the rest of the Saints draft, and you've been leading the charge for like, hey, this ought to be the spot where they trade back and get more picks. Do you still feel that way? Still, obviously, some good offensive linemen out there, pass catchers, defensive linemen, some corners out there. I mean, there's a lot of good players that they could get at 45, but maybe the volume of picks more valuable.
Well, I think it all depends on who's on the board, how many prospects at 45 do they have graded, that might be similarly graded, and you feel like, hey, we've got 10 guys here with a 6.2 to 6.4 grade. We could trade down 8 picks and get a player that's probably going to be very similar to the guy we took at 45, and in the process, pick up maybe another 3rd or 4th round pick, which I think this team really needs. I look at the rest of this team right now. I think they still got some aspects of the team that are lacking. And what I mean by that is not necessarily positions, but they need like a playmaking pass catcher, right? Whether that's a tight end or a receiver, even a running back out of the backfield. They could use that aspect. I think they need a run-stuffing interior defensive lineman. I think they could use another defensive back, one that can match up with tight ends and backs, that kind of star joker position that C.J. Gardner-Johnson played. I don't think they have that on the roster right now. So there's some areas that they need, and I'm not sure they can get to them all, excuse me, with just this one pick.
And Rosenfeld says, surprised Cooper DeJean is available. It would be great in DA's defense.
That's the type of player you're talking about there.
Yeah.
Is a Cooper DeJean. Now, again, you trade up and try to get somebody else. Number one, you're not getting any more picks this year, obviously, and you're probably trading picks from next year. The Saints, this is the tough spot we've been talking about with them. Probably more needs than they have picks. They're gonna have to get creative here.
Yeah, and that's why it'll be interesting. We talked before. Can they package those lower round picks and get up into the 4th round or 3rd round? I don't know. I don't know if that's going to be possible because, as we've talked about, those picks don't have as much value as a normal draft. This draft is not seen as deep So I'm not sure what interest another team would have in 5th-round picks in this draft in particular. Now, the one instance where I think it might work is if you could find a team, and there's a few of them in this draft that only have 4 picks in the whole draft. And maybe they're just looking for a little more quantity to flesh out the bottom of their depth chart and the end of their roster, and you could make a deal and maybe interest a team in those 5th-round picks. But for the most part, most teams look at that as kind of Hail Mary time, whether they can make the roster or not. But I think that the Saints, we know they're going to be aggressive. That's how they roll. They're going to be on the phones trying, I think, as best they can to get in that top 100.
But we talk all the time about, yeah, you can, and people will criticize whether they should have done this, they should have done. I mean, they were trying to trade back probably or whatever. They might be trying to trade back tomorrow. But if you can't find a suitor, you're not just going to do it just to do it. I mean, sometimes it just doesn't work out that you can't make the trade.
No, I remember a few years back, if you remember when Pat Surtain and J.C. Horn were the 2 top corners, the Saints were desperately trying to get into the top 10 that year to take one of those guys, and they were so far down the first round, they couldn't get up there. So, I mean, sometimes you're right, Jim. I mean, it takes 2 to tango, and you got to have a trade partner. And I think they did exactly what they needed to do, especially with Fuaga on the board. So many people I respect have him graded very highly. They needed a kind of a no-brainer pick here. They could not afford to gamble, and this guy I think is going to step in right away and lock down a starting offensive. Yeah, he's going to start from day one.
Before we let you call it a night, Dunk, take a look at the first round here, 30 picks in. What are your impressions outside of the Penix surprise and what the Saints did? Pretty chalky first round, to be honest. It kind of
yeah. I was a little surprised that Marius Mims went higher than Fatanu, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
That was a little bit of a gamble by the Bengals. But, I asked Jim Nagy about this. I mean, he was a longtime scout in the Seattle organization, also with the Patriots. I asked him if he's ever seen a draft like this where you didn't have a defensive player go off the board. I mean, who was the first one? Was that Byron Latu, 15.
Yeah.
And he said he cannot remember one. I can't either. I mean,
because it never happened. We looked it up. It's never.
There's never been one without a defensive player in the top 10. Yeah, it's
really. Yeah. I've never seen anything like that. It's just indicative of the strength of the offensive side of the ball, but also just there's really no one in this draft on the defensive side that is a surefire impact player right away. Now, some of these guys might prove us all wrong. But at this stage, no one sees an Aaron Donald, Darrelle Revis type of impact player. So that stood out to me. And also, I mean, 6 quarterbacks going in the top 12, that's shocking to me. I don't know if this is a trend of where we're going in the NFL. There's such a premium and a demand for a quarterback. But I got a feeling we'll look back on this draft in 5 years, and there's going to be about half of these guys don't pan out. And people are, taking 6 quarterbacks in the top 12. That's kind of crazy.
Some of those picks will win Super Bowls, and some of them will get people fired. That's just the way it goes.
It's the way it works. Yeah, usually it's about a 50-50 proposition. Usually.
By the way, Gabe says that the Bills traded with the Chiefs for the sole reason of they wanted to pick 32nd because they want to know what it's like to win a Super Bowl.
Ooh.
Burn.
Well, I think the last time they traded with the Chiefs in the first round, they lost Patrick Mahomes.
That was what. Yeah, that was. By the way, I got to show scouts there. We got a lot of good comments in here talking about fits for the Saints in later rounds. There's my boy, the Shredder, man, White Lightning. Go get him.
Oh gosh,
go get him. What about Mekhi Becton, your Louisville guy? Doug?
What about him?
Saints later on.
What about him?
Well, I mean, you're talking about free agency.
Yeah.
Look, I mean, I think he was a top 10, top 15 pick in the draft. He's a ton of talent, but he's had so many injuries. I think it all come down to the medical on him. I think it's a red flag that the Jets are giving up on him and not going after him. They've had him in the building. That's never a good sign.
Flop.
Yeah, that's never a good sign. But, I mean, he's definitely a talented, massive human being.
I mean, one thing we know is the Saints cannot stop with Fuanga. They need more offensive linemen before training camp breaks.
So how nice and what are they going to send Andrus Pete, like a box of chocolates, like please come back?
Yeah, well, I had a colleague of mine works in Tennessee reach out to me saying that they're still very interested in trying to sign him. So
of course they have to.
It wouldn't shock me if he ends up there at some point.
Yeah. All right, Jeff. You know it's been a long day for you.
There's the Gene.
Did Cooper DeJean go into the 49ers? That's a good pick for them. That's with number 31. Jeff, thanks for joining us, man, and go home and get some sleep.
All right, guys. It was fun. We'll talk soon, okay?
Enjoy the Zurich.
Thanks.
Thanks.
All right, wrapping things up. We're down to one pick. Cooper DeJean to the 40. See, I'm telling you, man, these good teams, they pick late in the draft and they just sit and bide their time. And the Chiefs go get Xavier Worthy, and the 49ers end up with Cooper DeJean, and you're like, oh yeah, that guy was still out there. It makes perfect sense.
You mean it's kind of, what is this? A fantasy draft? Yeah. Could have picked him.
Hold on, guys. Sorry, I apologize. There's multiple conflicting reports.
Oh, hold on now.
Uh-oh. Conflicting reports.
So Dov Kleeman says that Cooper DeJean goes 31. Ari is now saying that it's Ricky Pearsall.
Oh no!
Jordan
way.
Schultz also.
I didn't even put Pearsall's thing in.
It is Ricky Pearsall.
You made me take his slide out.
I will cross him off.
Then.
Exactly. Well, let's put it in right now, so we have a Ricky.
That's what I'm doing. That's exactly what I'm doing.
I had a feeling something like this was going to happen late in the
right now.
Because you just you try to guess these things, and we're going to have to take somebody else out though.
No, we don't take anybody out. I don't think.
Yeah, we do.
Oh, we do.
Yeah, we'll take Caleb Williams out. We're not going to need him anymore.
Sure, he might get redrafted. There he is.
Ricky
led the Gators with 65 catches, 965 yards.
Okay.
Stud.
Yeah. Hey, I don't totally get that pick for the 49ers, although they're trading Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel. I guess they needed somebody to replace those guys.
Ari Mirov is saying that there's no guarantee they will trade one of their receivers, but talks will continue. That is why they want.
I think that's pretty sure that somebody's going bye-bye.
You don't spend a first-round pick if you don't plan on
somebody going bye-bye. Yeah, for sure.
That Dov Kleeman tweet saying that it was Cooper DeJean has now been deleted for obvious reasons.
Oh.
See, they did scratch him off.
You don't see too many whoopsies with these NFL.
Not in the draft. No,
I don't think I've seen one in a few years.
Yeah, it's been years. So we had a whoopsie. We've got another trade to end the night, and
so maybe the Bills won't know what it's like.
It's an NFC South.
They will not
trading back. It's an NFC South team trading back into the first round.
One spot.
It is the Carolina Panthers.
Yeah, the Panthers. They just couldn't help themselves. Who is it?
We don't know yet. It'll end the night.
Maybe
Panthers,
they'll draft a quarterback too.
So the Texans don't get back into the first round.
They do not. I think they like the way that the cornerback market is going. There's still a lot of secondary players.
McKinstry's still there, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
costs
so
a lot less to move up.
Now the Panthers know what it's like to win a Super Bowl.
They got blown out in one, and they had a wardrobe malfunction in another one. So,
all right, last pick of the night, boys.
Super Bowls.
Make your call. Is this a Kool-Aid McKinstry? Is it a Cooper DeJean? Is it is there another lineman?
Maybe that was the whoopsies. Maybe Cooper DeJean's going to the Panthers.
Maybe Lad McConkey out there. Powers Johnson, the lineman. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see.
Ian Rappaport is now saying the Patriots and Commanders could potentially package their respective second rounders and late picks in a potential Brandon Ayuk trade. New England has the second pick of the second round.
Yeah. Scout, I think Keon Coleman's later tomorrow. That's my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Let's spend a minute now talking about, and we can stay on obviously after the last pick for a few minutes, but what do we think for the Saints tomorrow, guys? Is this a trade down situation? Is it a take best available among defensive tackle, wide receiver situation, or another offensive line pick? What do we think?
What do we think is going to happen, or what do we think they should do?
Well, let's do both. Start with what you think they should do.
I mean, I would like to see them draft another lineman, that offensive lineman. That's my opinion of what I think they should do. I don't think they will do that though, but I do think it's going to be offense of some sort, whether it's a Keon Coleman type, whether it's a receiver, whether it's, I mean, it might be too high to draft running
I'm going to
back.
interrupt you because
Go
you need
ahead.
to go get another slide. You need to go pick up Xavier Leggett, who's another guy we deleted, who's now going to be the final pick in the first round.
All right.
Something
luckily I have
tells
it
me
ready.
I just don't know if the Bills were going to go get him. I know they needed a
hold on.
receiver.
We won't need Ricky Pearsall again, so I'm just going to delete his main. There you go. I'm ready.
All right. It is Xavier Leggett, South Carolina, to end the first round.
Okay. Did you really need to trade up to do that?
Well, unless somebody else was talking to the Bills, or at least the Bills need to replace Stephon Diggs, so maybe they were afraid.
The Bills need a receiver. I don't know if they. I don't know.
I don't get that.
I'll be honest with you guys. I like Keon Coleman better than Leggett.
So
do I.
Anyway, back to what I was saying. I think it's going to be offense. I think it should be offense. I think it should be offensive line. But, man, I just don't know that they have an in them to actually do what they should do and draft another lineman. It also kind of obviously depends on what's there when they get that far. And you guys will talk about that tomorrow. But, there are plenty of needs at almost every position at offense except quarterback. So, I mean, whatever they pick, if it's an offensive player, I'll probably go, okay, fine. But I think Keon Coleman, if he makes it that far, is certainly a possibility.
Yeah. I also like Kingsley Suamataia from BYU.
Yeah, we talked about him. If he's there, I think that would be a good pick too.
There's a couple of interior linemen. You still need James Hurst is gone. You need a guard. Saints have needs everywhere. There's not a lot of positions where they pick them and you go, why'd they do that? Like they need, like I disagree with you that running back's a bigger need than a lot of things, but yes,
we never really got into that tonight.
They could use one, but they could also use a receiver. They could use an interior lineman. They could use another tackle. They could use a defensive tackle. They need just about everything.
I will say this: I don't want them to reach to get a running back, and by all accounts and mock drafts and analyses and all these things, the running backs are more like that's like a third round pick, and they don't have a third round pick. So that's why I wish they could move back tomorrow and trade down and go get a running back in a potential third round pick or a late second round pick. I just don't know that that's what they're going to do. So again, I think the bigger need is running back, and I explain my reasons because Alvin Kamara is 29 and he might as well be 39 because that's what you are in running back years. You're 39 when you're 29. You just are. And we don't know what Kendra Miller, even if Kendra Miller is going to be great. I mean, okay, he's going to be great. That's wonderful. Lanyap. But I mean, Jamal Williams has showed that what did he do last year? He was supposed to come in and score near the goal line, and the only reason why he scored is because they had to give him a gift in the most controversial freebie touchdown that you'll ever see in the NFL. I mean, to me, my priorities for this team right now are offensive line first, running back second. But I will say this with the caveat of this, and Duncan has mentioned this: if they're going to trade Marshawn Lattimore, then they also need defensive back. You may see that as well. And that's
I just don't think running back's anywhere near wide receiver or defensive tackle.
Well, I don't think you can do it in the second round where they're drafting because the value is not there. You talk about value, and I do agree with you with that. You can't reach. So don't go spend a second round pick on a guy that's a third round pick.
Go get the shredder, man. Go get Cody Schrader in the 6th or 7th round.
Maybe. They will draft a running back in this draft at some point.
Well, especially if they hang on to all those late picks. It makes a lot of sense. So, hey, we appreciate everybody joining us tonight. We have reached the end of the first round in our second straight NFL Draft live show.
We made it, boys.
That this season's NFL Draft coverage is brought to you by Tulane Doctors. Now at East Jefferson General Hospital, Tulane Doctors are bringing academic medicine to more patients in new communities. Look for the shield to know the future of medicine is here. Find your physician at TulaneDoctors.com or call 504-988-5000. Our thanks to Tulane Doctors. We're going to be back tomorrow night. Gabe and I will. Jim is otherwise occupied, but we'll have Luke or Jeff or Rod or Matt or somebody come on too and talk about the Saints' second round pick. Probably come on. Look for us around pick number 40. I really don't think the Saints are trading up sooner than that, but if they do, we'll come on as soon as we can.
Also, Zach, tomorrow, the Datitude podcast will be live tomorrow morning at 11 a.m.
Okay, so those early birds, if you want to get up and talk more draft, 11 a.m. Datitude. Jim's further reactions, we'll kind of probably go through some best available lists and talk about what could be still out there for the Saints. Who they have the 13th pick of – no, it's the 13th pick.
46 overall, right?
45 overall.
45, okay.
Yeah, but there's
12 that is the 14th pick.
13th. 33 is the first one. Yeah. So it's the 13th pick of the second round. It's the Broncos pick, actually. That's where they are right now. We don't know if they'll trade back. Could trade up. I personally think that's a lot less likely. I think a trade back makes a ton of sense. So we'll see. But before we sign off, Gabe Henderson, your final thoughts on tonight for the Saints and the NFL in general.
I think tonight wasn't sexy for the Saints, but it was never going to be. It was an effective first round for them. And I think, you mentioned there some of their needs, wide receiver, a little run there at the end of the first round, so that's not great for them. But guys like Keon Coleman still available, really deep receiver class. And then we didn't see a ton of defensive linemen go. So I don't know what the Saints are thinking. We've said it multiple times tonight. We will not see their board, but if there's some defensive linemen that they like, there's a lot available.
Yep. Jim, before you give your full final thoughts, tomorrow's Datitude, what do you got for us right now?
Look, it's exactly what they had to do. It was a no-brainer. It was written for them. I said before the draft, and we kind of joked, and yes, they can screw up. No, you can't screw that up. You can't screw this up. The script was written for you, and there was this order. And if this guy's going, you take this guy. If this guy's going, you take this guy, and they did that. I know Dunk would probably disagree with me, but I think if Fashanu's there, that's who they take, and he wasn't there. If Latham was there, that's who they take, and he wasn't there. So they took Fuanga. And I think he's a great pick. You talk about the top 5 tackles in this draft, and the Saints got one of them. Whether he turns out to be as good as the guys got picked ahead of him, or maybe a couple of guys that got picked behind him, we'll find out. But he fits this team scheme. He comes in and he can play. He'll most likely play right tackle on day one. I think you'll see him right next to Cesar Ruiz in that opening game. And I think he'll be a strong contributor. And now they either have to get another tackle tomorrow, or they have to sign Andrews Pete. It's one of those two things.
Or Mekhi Becton. I mean, there's other guys out there, but you'd have to be convinced about his health.
I think Mekhi Becton was a problem child in New York. He had his issues, and there's a reason why he's not there anymore, or not going to be there anymore.
Probably not a Saints kind of guy. Huh?
No, I don't think so.
We just looked at that grid, 23 offensive players. That is a NFL record for the first round, only 9 defensive players. Of course, the first 14 were all offense. Then it was 9 and 9 after that. That's going to do it for us. We'll be back again tomorrow. Gabe and I will be, and we'll have some of the guys chime in about the Saints' second and or third round picks as well. We truly appreciate everybody who tuned in tonight, whether it was for just a minute or for most of these 5 hours. Our thanks also to, can't forget anybody here. I think Matt Paris was first. We had Wilson Alexander, Jeff Duncan, Rod Walker, Scott Rabalais, Luke Johnson, all coming on at various times throughout the night. And we truly appreciate them taking time out of their busy evenings to be with us and drop some knowledge on you guys. And our thanks to Tulane Doctors, our sponsor. You can check out Jim on the Datitude podcast. Check him out on the Datitude YouTube channel. Check us out on the saintsonnola.com YouTube channel. Subscribe, hit the like button, and we'll be back tomorrow night. Thanks, everybody.